Bede, an author who has been on the street for 2 years. This is the most confusing moment of my life. Half an hour ago, he was still in his dormitory, eating barbecue, eating ice cream, and watching movies. Unexpectedly, his computer suddenly had a strange reaction and sucked him in directly. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing in this alley with a faint smell. He was wearing pajamas on his upper body and big pants on his lower body. At this time, a gust of cold wind blows. His beat was covered in goosebumps from the cold, and quickly leaned his body against the wall next to him. What the hell is going on here? A whole game? Or am I being blown up by the computer and hallucinating? Bede looked around, and soon found something wrong. A newspaper with only a small strip left fell on the ground, and it was all in English? Fortunately, Bede's academic performance was not bad when he was studying, and he also likes to watch some American dramas with raw meat, so he can probably understand the above things. In the past 2 weeks, 2 mysterious earthquakes occurred in Brooklyn, respectively on Monday last week and Friday this week. The specific cause of the earthquake is under investigation. According to experts' speculation, although the epicenter of the earthquake is directly below Brooklyn, it is very deep and will not have a serious impact on everyone's daily life, so please don't panic too much. This is positive. Peter stretched out his hand, turned it over with his fingers, and saw another line of text on the back. Mr. Wilson Fisk, a great philanthropist in this city, recently donated a sum of experimental equipment worth $10 to Midtown Science and Technology Middle School. This is the 4th large charitable donation made by Mr. Fisk this year. It's really amazing. Brooklyn, Wilson Fisk? Peter's mind turned quickly. If he remembered correctly, Brooklyn should be the name of a district in New York City, the Eagle Country across the ocean. Wilson Fisk is the supervillain in a series of Marvel superhero works such as Spider-Man, Daredevil and The Punisher. He has a more familiar name. Gold and? Hiss. Peter took a breath and made a contribution to the warming of the world's climate. So I have time traveled? But I don't want to time travel. Besides, it's too ghostly to time travel in Marvel. Are you kidding me? Supervillains are flying all over the place, superheroes are walking everywhere. Maybe one day they will burp their farts. I hope it's just the same name. I hope it's just the same name. B whispered in a low voice, and slowly moved out of the alley. At this moment, a nerve suddenly stood up in his brain. The body that was in motion instantly became stiff. He felt that his 5 senses were magnified in an instant, and then subconsciously looked in a certain direction above his head. Then, he saw a dark figure hanging upside down under the eaves more than 10 meters high. Fuck. Peter was taken aback. Hey, the man was also startled by Bede's sudden reaction, and even stopped saying hello. At the same time, a bad premonition unconsciously appeared in Bede's mind. Wait, are you Spider-Man? His voice trembled, but he didn't know whether it was excitement or fear. The excitement is naturally because of the possibility of meeting idols. It may be an exaggeration to say idols, but among the many Marvel superheroes, Bede's favorite is Spider-Man. And the fear, of course, is the reason mentioned earlier. He is afraid to come to this superpower world where the gods fight and the mortals suffer. This is no joke. Throughout the plot of Marvel, although superheroes have been protecting ordinary people, countless ordinary people are still affected in the process. The battle in New York City in Avengers 1 destroyed more than half of New York, causing countless casualties and immeasurable economic losses. In American Team 2, the US team designed 3 InSight spaceships controlled by Hydra to shoot each other over Washington, and the last 3 spaceships crashed together, causing dozens of deaths and a direct loss of $28 billion. In Avengers 2, Age of Ultron, the Hulk was controlled by Wanda and went berserk, raging on the streets, and then had a battle with Iron Man driving the Hulkbuster armor. After that, Ultron used the device to let Sokovia Yaffiation attempts to use it to carry out an asteroid impact on the Earth operation, thereby destroying all life on the Earth. This time, although Bede never recognized the argument that the Federation, LHG, Anti-Harmony, used them to accuse superheroes of guilt in American Team 3, it is undeniable that ordinary people in the Marvel world are indeed involved in these disasters. Too many lives have been lost. It is not an exaggeration to say that life is worthless. Therefore, ghosts are willing to come to this kind of world. However, what is heaven fails to fulfill people's wishes. This is the case now. The man landed in front of Bede with a slight exertion. Peter's eyes widened. Jumped more than 10 meters, unscathed. Nima, it's really Spider-Man? It's over, it's barbecue. However, why is the painting style of the Spider-Man in front of him a bit strange, completely different from the ones he knows? For normal Spider-Man, the spider suits should be red and blue. The one in front of him is black and gray, with a black coat over his battle suit, which looks cool, but when he thinks he is Spider-Man, this look becomes weird. The visitor tilted his head, looked at Bede, and said in bewilderment, "Yes. I said, buddy, although I'm also surprised, there's no need to pretend this kind of thing in front of your own people, right?" Bede was puzzled. What do you mean? Although it was a bit of a surprise to be considered one of our own by Spider-Man, he was very inexplicable. Could it be that I am not wearing clothes, but souls? And put it on someone I know from the Spider-Man of this world? The visitor also looked at Bede in confusion. He looked up and down Bede's attire, and asked curiously, "Aren't you Spider-Man? Then why was the spider sensor triggered between me and you just now?" "What spider sense?" Bede said subconsciously. Immediately, he remembered the nerve that was touched in his mind when he discovered this person just now. Could it be a spider?
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
But I'm not Spider-Man. Although I was just bitten by a spider yesterday, it was precisely because of this that I found a reason to ask for leave and spent a bad day. But there are many people who have been bitten by spiders. If being bitten by spiders can become Spider-Man, then wouldn't those who are bitten by worker ants be migrant workers, by a woman? Ahem. In short, it shouldn't be that simple to mutate, right? Peter began to recall the scene of being bitten by that spider in his mind. Probably last night, I hurried, and finally finished typing before 0 o'clock and arrived at full attendance. Afterwards, in order to celebrate, I planned to go to the nearby night market to buy something to eat. On the road, I saw a disc stone carving like a spider web. With his hands empty, he reached out and picked it up. As a result, a spider suddenly drilled out from under the disc and bit him. After that, he returned home in a daze, had a fever all day, and didn't wake up until night. When I woke up, I realized that even if I started typing now, it would be too late to update, so I decisively chose to give up, ask for leave, rest, hey. Ahem. Then, I ordered a barbecue takeout, ate barbecue, and watched a movie, and I was transported through it. These days, time travel is getting more and more sloppy. Peter quickly went through all the things in his mind, cursing in his heart. As an author of street attacks, if he dared to arrange such a sloppy way of attacking the streets, wouldn't he be sprayed to death? Hey, buddy. The man waved his hand in front of B. Bede came back to his senses in an instant. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Hello, my name is Bede, what's your name? Bede decided to figure out the current situation first. Regardless of whether he crossed over because he was bitten by that spider, it has become an established fact that he came to another world. Accepting the status quo and thinking about the future is the best choice at the moment. The man said, Hello, Bede, what a coincidence, my name is Peter Benjamin Parker. Are you the Spider-Man of this world? Here, Bede's English pronunciation is also Peter. Bede knew it was Peter Parker. Spider-Man? But this. I'm not, aren't you? Peter was taken aback. Peter Parker shook his head, stretched out his hands to show his clothes, and then shrugged. My world is still in 1939, and this world, I think it is at least 2039. Bede took a closer look at the other party's clothes this time, and he found that it was actually a pilot's costume that he had seen in World War I movies before. The chest part should be made of Kevlar fiber, that is, most the material used in body armor. However, there are actually 2 pistol holsters around his waist. A Spider-Man who uses a pistol as a weapon? Peter was a little surprised. Although he is a Spider fan, his main fans are the 3 movie versions of Spider-Man, Tobey Spider, Garfield Spider and Dutch Spider-Man. He also watched the '94 version of Spider-Man animation when he was a child, and the unfinished Super Spider-Man after that. Spider-Man and more. Oh, and he's also played the Spider-Man games in Marvel's Spider-Man and Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales. However, no matter whether it was in the movies he had watched or the games he had played, the person in front of him obviously did not exist. However, his suit looks quite familiar. After B looked carefully for a while, the thoughts in his mind became clear. Correct. It seems to be in the game of Marvel Spider-Man, but there is no such cape. Remember that it should be unlocked after completing the side mission. Something old, something new. The effect is that even if the enemy finds it, the enemy will not call for support after wearing it. At some point, this battlesuit is still very useful. And its name, if I remember correctly, is called the Black Suit or the Shadow Suit. It is said that every suit in that game has its origin, some from Spider-Man in the parallel universe, and some from certain events of Spider-Man. So, could this person in front of you be the original owner of that shadow suit, Shadow Spider-Man? B didn't even realize it, but his memory at the moment was surprisingly good. How can a normal person remember in which event and in which way a certain suit of a certain game was unlocked? There are probably only 2 kinds of people who can do this. One is the one who has studied the plot repeatedly for the purpose of winning the Platinum Cup or satisfying the collection addiction, and the other is the grandma who specializes in recording videos. But B was neither. So, are you the Shadow Spider? B blurted out as he looked at the Shadow Spider. Shadow Spider-Man. Shadow Spider tilted his head. Wow, that's a good name, I like it very much. From then on, I'll be called Shadow Spider-Man. So sloppy. Peter murmured silently, but unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Although he traveled to the Marvel Universe inexplicably, he met Spider-Man anyway, and he seemed to be the same kind of Spider-Man? Could it be that I am also Spider-Man? Peter raised his hand and carefully looked at his palm, especially the fingers. He remembered that in the Tobey Spider's version, there were some extremely tiny barbs sticking out of the Tobey Spider's fingers. Maybe he has too? However, after looking at it for a long time, he couldn't see why. The Shadow Spider leaned close to Pete and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Bede replied without looking up, "If I also have the ability of Spider-Man, will I have barbs or something on my hand?" Barbs? Why are there barbs? The Shadow Spider was a little confused. Because there is a Spider-Man with barbs on his hands. Bede put down his hand. He guessed that he was not the type with barbs on his hands. Of course, it's also possible that he doesn't have any Spider-Man abilities at all, and everything just now was just an illusion. The Shadow Spider was a little surprised and said, "Do you know any other Spider-Man? Is it the Spider-Man of this world? What's his name? Can you take me to meet him?" Bede shook his head. "It shouldn't be from this world." "What should?" the Shadow Spider asked in confusion. "Because I'm not sure which world this is." Bede spread his hands, then bent down to pick up the small half of the newspaper left on the ground, and gestured. "The known clue is that there is also Wilson Fisk in this world. In my mind, he was a big villain, the underground king of New York." "Oh, I know him. People usually call him Jinbin." The Shadow Spider picked up the newspaper and read it while talking. After reading the above content, he curled his lips. It seems that no matter which world he is in, Jinbing is so annoying. A hypocritical philanthropist. B agrees. In the movie version, there seems to be no chance for this big villain to appear. The only time he appears is in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. He is the one who releases the Green Goblin in the prison at the end of the film. But he never played it head-on. However, in the Spider-Man movies that Pete saw as a child, this one had a lot of roles. Almost all villains have an affair with him. He also worked briefly with Carnage Spider-Man, who finally tried to destroy the multiverse. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly came to Bede's mind. He looked at the Shadow Spider and said, "Tell me, is it possible that our sudden appearance in this world has something to do with Jinbin? New book set sale, please collect, please recommend." End of this chapter. The Shadow Spider shrugged, and said helplessly, "You've stumped me. In fact, before I encountered this incident, I always thought that the parallel universe theory and the innumerable world theory were just ideas of those scholars. The result of opening up. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true." Bede also imitated his appearance, shrugged his shoulders, and said helplessly, "Hey, who is not? I was just a novel writer. Who would have thought that I would encounter such a thing? So you're still a novelist? Amazing." Shadow Spider gave a thumbs up. Bede laughed awkwardly. "What kind of novelist?" "It's just for a living." "What about you? What do you do?" Shadow Spider said, "I am a private detective who specializes in fighting against those evil capitalists. By the way, I collect some useful news and sell it to newspapers to make a little money to survive." Pete nodded slightly. It seemed that this person's living conditions were not much better than those of Toby Spider. "So, detective, where should we go next?" Bede asked. Regardless of whether he has the ability of Spider-Man, anyway, he decided to hug the thigh of the Shadow Spider-Man in front of him. Maybe the hope of returning to their own world lies in the other party? The Shadow Spider pointed to the outside of the alley. "I don't have any clues. Why don't you go to the street first to look for clues and so on? Thinking about the good, maybe there is a Spider-Man in this world? We can go find him as help." "Makes sense," Peter responded with a smile. Afterwards, his smile stagnated, and an idea appeared in his mind again. "Yes." Pete lightly tapped his left palm with his right fist, and said quickly in a slightly excited tone, "As far as I know, Jinbin is the mortal enemy of Spider-Man. If there is Jinbin in this world, then there is Spider-Man. The probability is also very high. Although your description is a bit strange, it is still very logical," the Shadow Spider agreed. "Then, tell me about your plan." "There are 3 schools of thought." Peter held out his hand. "The first one, we find a taller building to stay. Spider-Man will swing his spider webs between the streets, so there is a higher chance of bumping into him. Even if we can't touch him, we can find some places in the city faster restless places, like car accidents, robberies, fires, etc. Surely Spider-Man wouldn't let these things go by, would he?" The Shadow Spider nodded. Peter stretched out his second finger. "Second, we can look for Spider-Man's apartment, or the house where Aunt May lives. If I remember correctly, they should be in Queens, right?" The Shadow Spider nodded again. "However, the era of my world is different from this world. My experience is invalid, and the address must be wrong. Let's start with the first one, then," Bede said. "It is good." As he said that, the Shadow Spider raised his hand and shot out a thread of spider silk, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared on the roof. Bede, without me. What is the behavior of the 6th child?" He looked at the wall in front of him, and then at his hands, feeling a little moved. "Why don't you try?" Thinking, he stretched out his hands and tentatively placed them on the wall. The cold touch was transmitted to his body through the fingertips, making him shiver uncontrollably. Immediately, a strange feeling naturally appeared in his mind. His hands really stuck to the wall? It is the effect of biological static electricity. And biostatic electricity is one of Spider-Man's signature skills? Peter lifted his left hand up a bit more. Stick again? And then the right hand? No more coming out. He found that his feet could not cling to the wall, probably because the shoes blocked the biological static electricity. "It's really inconvenient not to have the spider suit," Pete muttered, and then let go of his hands. "Gah, it's stuck. Release your hands and let me go, give Grandpa loose." Peter recited it silently over and over again in his mind. The ability that has just been awakened cannot be retracted freely. "What are you doing?" The Shadow Spider came back here at some point. With his hands and feet attached to a thread, he hung upside down from the roof and over Peter's head. Old Bede blushed. This was really a scene of social death. It's not terrible to be stuck on the wall by your own ability, but the terrible thing is to be seen by others. Fortunately, Shadow Spider didn't mean to laugh at him. He stretched out a hand and patted Pete on the shoulder. Man, you have to relax, they are your abilities, your organs, and your partners. You have to believe it and feel it. My ability, my organ, my partner? B didn't respond, but his heart was constantly fluctuating following the words of the shadow spider. Next moment, slap, he fell to the ground. Fortunately, he only climbed more than 2 meters high, minus his own 1.8 meters, and he just couldn't stand still and fell on his butt. But Bede didn't care about this, instead he was a little excited. He seems to have really mastered the art. Immediately stood up, took off his shoes, and put his hands on the wall again. Sankansang, climbed more than 3 meters. Then, let go of your hand again. Snapped. Keep your feet on the ground. This time, he didn't fall down. The moment he felt a natural sense of balance, and naturally stood firm. Climb again, fall again. Climb again, fall again. In this way, after repeating it several times, Peter has completely mastered this ability. Today, he can already climb up and down the wall at will. In the process, he also discovered many changes in himself. Not just climbing walls. His physical fitness has also been greatly improved, and he fell from a 5-meter-high wall without incident at all. Well, this is normal for Spider-Man. But in the eyes of B, who was still an ordinary person not long ago, it is undoubtedly a qualitative improvement. Not only that, but he also found that his brain was also developed. My memory has been enhanced, and I can basically think clearly about the games I have played and the movies I have watched before. This is also reflected in language. His own English level is really good, he can read English books, watch American dramas with raw meat, etc. But if he really wants to communicate with people on a daily basis, he may become blind when it comes to some uncommon words. But now, he could easily talk to the shadow spider. He didn't notice this point just now, but it was done naturally. There is also vision. In this alley, the lights are actually relatively dim, but he can still see things clearly. In addition, the spider sense triggered when meeting the shadow spider for the first time. The promise was obvious. After being bitten by that inexplicable spider, he really has the potential to become Spider-Man. The reason why it is only potential, rather than directly becoming Spider-Man, is because Spider-Man not only represents ability, but also represents a kind of spirit. Then set a small goal first, let yourself be equipped with the ability on the ground first, and become a real Spider-Man. End of this chapter. On the roof, Peter tightened his thin pajamas and wore a pair of large pants, shivering in the cold wind. Beside him stood Shadow Spider-Man. I kind of regret the proposal, Bede trembled. The shadow spider kept wandering the streets below, trying to find traces of Spider-Man in this world, and asked without looking back, why do you say that? Bede looked at the shadow spider, which was a black battlesuit converted from a flying suit, and a large windbreaker that looked very warm at first glance, and said in a bad mood, I passed it on at home for no reason. I was about to go to bed when I came here. It's freezing to death. The shadow spider turned its head, as if it had noticed Bede's embarrassment. He quickly took off his coat and threw it to Bede. If you don't mind, you can wear mine first, but I don't know if the world will accept my money. Maybe we can go and buy you a suit? But my money is also not much, if you can't afford something too good. It's okay, let's get down to business first. Your coat is quite warm, thank you. Peter draped the coat over the pajamas, and the windbreaker, which was as long as his knees, still showed his 2 calves, but it was better than nothing powerful. And it is more beautiful than wearing big pants. At least it's less embarrassing. After the two stayed on the roof for half an hour, they still found nothing. Did I guess wrong? There is only Jin Bin in this world, but no Spider-Man. Bede was a little unconfident. The shadow spider didn't know what to do. He suggested, if it doesn't work, let's try the second plan and find out about Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Aunt May, Uncle Ben, Mary Jane and others. Well, maybe you can also look for the Daily Bugle, Bede suggested. Just as the two were about to turn around and go downstairs to the darker corner on the other side, they reached the street. On a big screen on the street not far away, a picture suddenly lit up. On the screen, it was actually a Spider-Man wearing a red and blue spider suit. This is Spider-Man Peter Parker. Bede looked at the screen with some excitement. There really is a Spider-Man in this world? But, how could he appear on the big screen? Before he could react, the picture on the screen began to play. The first thing that appeared was a hostess in formal attire, with a trace of sorrow on her face. She said slowly in a low tone. And now for a special message, a heavy one. Our hero, Spider-Man, left us today. His death is related to another mysterious earthquake event in Brooklyn today. It has been confirmed by multiple sources that Peter Parker, a 26-year-old graduate student and part-time photographer, has been playing the role of Spider-Man for more than a decade. Then, a photo appeared on the big screen. It was a photo of a young blonde. The Spider-Man of this world, a picture of Peter Parker? There is also Spider-Man in this world, but, is he dead? Both Peter and Shadow Spider stared blankly at the screen. Some couldn't believe their eyes. How could Spider-Man die? In which work did he die? Peter racked his brains, searching in his mind the many movies, animations, and games he had watched about Spider-Man, but he couldn't find any clues. However, this Spider-Man looks a bit like Garfield, but with different hair colors. The few Spider-Man he knew had black-brown hair, none blonde. There is no plot of Spider-Man dying? The shadow spider on the side silently read the news on the screen, and then shrugged. Bid, it seems that our plan has failed, and our companions in this world seem to be unlucky. His words sounded a bit playful, but his voice was very low. Obviously, seeing the death of Spider-Man in this world hit him hard. Since this is the case, we have no choice but to implement the second plan. Bede was also a little indescribably sad. Probably my favorite hero passed away suddenly like this, or maybe I also have a similar ability now, so things hurt other people. Afterwards, the two of them didn't talk anymore. After confirming the direction, they walked silently along the street. They were in Brooklyn now, and it was a long way to go to Queens. It's a pity that Bede is not the type who can produce his own spider silk, so even if he has the ability of Spider-Man, he will not be able to swing all the way with the shadow spider. Simply speaking, they were just searching and collecting information at the same time. Without a clear goal, they couldn't talk about being in a hurry. And the shadow spider's shadow battle suit is just like his name, very low-key. Even if he is walking on the street, it is difficult to attract the attention of others. First they went to the Daily Bugle. After all, it is a big company, so it is the easiest to find. But at night, there is not even a person on duty in the building. Bede had no choice but to lament that these people really don't have the spirit of 996. I don't want any blessings, alas. In the next few hours, the two searched for several familiar addresses in his world according to the shadow spider's memory. But obviously, although they may be parallel universes to each other, the difference is still very large. In the end, both of them got nothing. Just when they were at a loss, they found a place bustling with people. Even though it was night, the lights were brightly lit, and it seemed that many people had gathered. This is not very common in the environment of Eagle Country. It's almost 12 midnight now. The two looked at each other and decided to go and have a look. Anyway, they don't have a clue now. Turning the corner, they finally saw the scene there. In the open space in front of a single-family house, a large group of people stood. There were reporters, residents who bowed their heads in silence, and police officers. However, what attracted the most attention were the two people surrounded by reporters. Two women. A mature woman who is about 25 or years old, slender, and well-proportioned, is very charming, but she is leaning on the threshold and crying silently. The other is an old woman who looks to be in her 50s. Her hair is already graying. It can be seen from her expression that she must be very sad at the moment, but she is still holding back tears and dealing with the reporters. That's Mary Jane and Aunt May, the shadow spider said excitedly, striding forward. However, PETA grabbed him and pulled him back around the corner to hide. Dude, what's the matter? The shadow spider was puzzled. They searched for it all night, and now they finally found it. Why didn't they go there? But B pointed at the crowd of onlookers. Look there. There was a stretched Lincoln sedan parked on the street, and a burly man in a white suit sat in the car. He has a round figure, like a sumo wrestler, and he is obviously wearing a special oversized suit, which is still bulging by him. Golden Bean. That's Jinbin? It's different from the one in my world. Shadow Spider immediately lowered his voice. Although the Jinbin in his world was also very strong, it was still within the range that normal people could understand. And this one in front of you? Of course he chose to believe Pete. Bede is his kind after all. And Jinbing, no matter which world he is in, is so bad that he oozes pus. Of course Bede didn't know Jinbin in this world, but the image of Jinbin in front of him was exactly the same as the one in the 94 version of Spider-Man in his impression. He looks fat, but it's actually 90% muscle, not fat. This makes his strength so amazing that he can even punch through a wall with his bare hands. He also has very superb fighting skills, almost representing the top level of native humans in the Marvel Universe. No mutation, no technology plugins, etc. But don't think that he is a fool. In fact, his mind is also very smart, with extremely meticulous thinking. On the surface, he is a great philanthropist and entrepreneur. He cooperates with many companies, and often carries out some charity activities, but secretly he is the largest underground leader in Eagle Country. According to incomplete statistics, 40% of the entire Eagle Country the criminal activities all come from him. And his opponents are also big names. Daredevil, Punisher, Spider-Man, and even the Fantastic Four and X-Men have fought against him. To be able to live so well under the battles of so many superheroes is to know how powerful this guy is. Bede even suspected that the sudden arrival of himself and the Shadow Spider into this world was related to Kingpin. Facing such a difficult opponent, one cannot be too careful. The good news is that Kim should not have known about their arrival yet. The enemy is clear and we are dark, and the advantage is mine. So, under the cover of night, the two quietly climbed up to the roof, lay down on the roof and watched below, preparing to see what Jinpin wanted to do. On the street, a long news van was parked. A reporter I had seen on the screen not long ago was standing in front of Aunt May with a microphone, interviewing her. May I ask, when did you first know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man? Aunt May looked at him coldly, without saying a word. Do you support your nephew engaging in such a dangerous profession? Excuse me? The reporter asked one question after another. These questions are like knives, piercing the old man's heart fiercely, making the broken heart drip blood again. With the stabbing of the knives, Aunt May, who was able to manage her emotions well, could no longer hold back. She turned around abruptly, covered her mouth, and sobbed silently. But these reporters seem to have no intention of letting go of these two poor women, and want to use long guns and short cannons to deal with them. These disgusting bastards. Bede was furious. The shadow spider on the side was also cold-hearted, as expected. No matter which world you are in, journalists are so annoying. At this time, a burly figure squeezed through the crowd and entered the small courtyard. It's Jinbin? Relying on his burly figure, he stood between Aunt May and the reporters. Okay, let me tell you, big reporters, I think you should go back and rest. Jinbing's figure, which was several times bigger than ordinary people, completely covered Aunt May. Of course, his fame also played a good role. Reporters turned their cameras and microphones to him. Hello, Mr. Fisk, may I ask why you are here? Jinbin looked at the reporter who asked the question, with a sad expression on his face. Spider-Man and I are very good friends. I have always admired him very much. I think he is a real hero. Oh, what a hero he is, good man. I never thought that the disaster would be so ruthless that it would take his life. Both PETA and the shadow spider had puzzled expressions on their faces. Why is this gold different from what I remembered? Why is this kingpin so different from the one in my world? Could it be that Jinbin has changed his ways? Or is it because of the parallel universe that Jin in this world is actually a good person? PETA faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. However, he still has reservations about whether Jinbin is a good person or not. Of course, stereotypes are not desirable. But he remembered that in the '94 version of Spider-Man, Kim had always been a person who was very good at hiding. His public image and his real face are two completely different people. Facing so many reporters below, maybe he is just maintaining his public image. Fortunately, the shadow spider didn't act impulsively. The two continued to read. Next, Jin was eloquent and answered a few questions from the reporters, expressing how close he was to Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Then, in front of reporters, he invited Aunt May and Mary Jane to a charity dinner he hosted for Spider-Man. He also said that he would create a charitable foundation in the name of Spider-Man to help those in need. The euphemistic name is, to continue the spirit of Spider-Man. What I said was tearful and touching, and it was money and effort. Half an hour later, even the two preconceived people, Bede and Shadow Spider, were about to feel that Jin in this world was really a good person. The reporters below and the ordinary citizens who came to express their condolences gradually dispersed, and Jin Bing also got on the extended version of Lincoln and left amidst the praise of everyone. Shall we go out now? Pete looked at the shadow spider, wanting to ask for his opinion. However, he soon discovered that the current state of the shadow spider was very wrong. His body unexpectedly appeared in colorful colors, and several places were distorted. Mr. Shadow Spider? Mr. Shadow Spider. B didn't even dare to reach out to touch him, for fear of causing any secondary damage. Fortunately, after a few seconds, this situation disappeared. The shadow spider let out a long breath. Damn it, what's going on? I didn't have this strange disease before. Could it be acclimatization? Bede made a conjecture. When people arrive in a new environment, because of the changes in the environment they live in, it may cause some temporary discomfort in the body. However, Spider-Man's body should be very strong, and the genes are mutated, so will he still be acclimatized? The shadow spider hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. It feels different. That feeling is very, very painful, as if an egg fell from the sky and hit a rock. His Bede took a breath. It hurt so much just hearing this description, then you can actually endure it. The shadow spider chuckled, and pointed to the extended version of Lincoln that disappeared at the corner of the street. What can I do? I don't trust that guy. That's it. Pete gave a thumbs up. Okay, the idlers are leaving. I think we'd better go see Aunt May and the others. Saying that, the shadow spider got up and walked over there. End of this chapter. In front of the cottage, Mary Jane had already left, and she was walking with Jin Bin, saying that she wanted to discuss the specific matters of the charity dinner in a few days. Only Aunt May and the mess were left in place. B was going to go straight down, but the shadow spider held him back. He pointed to a corner diagonally ahead. Don't move, there is a small eye over there, probably left by Jin Bin. Kingpin. Bede was slightly startled and stopped quickly. He curiously looked in the direction of the shadow spider finger, but saw nothing. But he believed that the shadow spider would definitely not be aimless. So the two changed their minds and walked directly from the shadow on the other side to Aunt May's backyard. The backyard is not big, but it is well maintained. There is a small lawn, a lawnmower in one corner, and a shed on the other side, which is probably a utility room for storing sundries, but I don't know why not put the lawnmower back in the utility room. Looking at the locked backyard door, Aunt May's heartbroken expression appeared in Bede's mind unconsciously. He nudged the shadow spider. Dude, are you going to knock on the door? Go ahead, I'm not very good at it. What? Is there a saying about whether you are good at knocking on the door? Of course. As you know, I'm a private detective, so I usually choose to go there. The shadow spider shrugged, with a natural tone, and then pointed to the top. That's the window on the second floor. Pete, what you said makes sense, but I'm speechless. But you, like the Spider-Man in this world, are named Peter Parker, and you look similar to him, so I think you are more suitable, Bede analyzed earnestly. In fact, the main reason was that he didn't know how to face the bereaved old man, and he didn't know how to comfort him, so he wanted the shadow spider to go. But you're Peter too, dude. Shadow spider probably thought similarly to him, and didn't want to go either. No, I am Bede. B is my last name, and A is my first name. Oh, fantastic Hangzia's name? But it still doesn't change the fact that we are all of the same kind. The shadow spider said with an exaggerated exclamation expression. That's right, you are a spider, and I am a spider, and we are all little spiders. You don't know me, I don't know you, so it's okay for you to knock on the door, right? Bede said a series of raps, and successfully knocked out the shadow. The spider was stunned. Okay, you won. The shadow spider walked towards the door helplessly, turning around and said, but to be honest, I quite agree with the last sentence. For no other reason, I'm just talking nonsense to you. Ability, I feel very kind. PETA, falls, where am I talking nonsense? Dong dong dong. There was silence in the room. After a while, there was a sound of footsteps approaching slowly. The sound of footsteps was very light, and it was obvious that the other party had deliberately kept it down. However, the enhanced hearing of Ebed and the shadow spider could still distinguish them. Who? It's too late now. If you want to interview something, come back tomorrow, Aunt May's voice sounded. The shadow spider coughed lightly, and said, Hey, Aunt May, it's me. I'm Peter, but Peter from another world. Peter. Aunt May's voice obviously raised, and soon lowered again, but her pace was obviously a little faster. Do you have any evidence? A shadow spider turned its head and sent a help-seeking expression. B took a few steps forward, took off his hood, and with both hands together, put his face in front of the cat so that Aunt May could see it. Hey, the man under the hood showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Obviously he didn't smile often, and he looked very awkward. The shadow spider is about 27 or years old, but perhaps because of his personality and experience, he looks old, and looks like he is in his 30s. This definitely belongs in the old warrior category in Spider-Man. However, they had seen the appearance of Spider-Man in this world under the mask before. He was probably 25 or years old, which made him look younger than Shadow Spider. But as long as you are not face blind, you can basically see the extremely high similarity between the two at a glance. Dang! Grunt. There was a sound of metal falling to the ground. The door was flung open, and a baseball bat rolled out, landing on the next step, and just as it was about to fall again, Bede stooped to catch it. But the shadow spider was already tightly hugged by Aunt May. Peter the old man trembled, very excited. The shadow spider was stiff at first, but soon probably felt his Aunt May's warmth from this Aunt May, and gently hugged Aunt May back. At this moment, Aunt May's body softened. The shadow spider quickly hugged her, walked all the way to the living room, and then put her on the sofa. What's wrong with her? Peter asked, putting the baseball bat aside. The shadow spider made a soft movement, and said in a low voice, great sadness and joy, exhausted mentally, let her take a good rest. Seeing this, B nodded. The two found a place to sit down, and decided to rest for a while. Because of their relationship as newcomers, their spirits have always been tense. Now that I have suddenly arrived in a safe environment, after relaxing, I also feel a little tired. After sitting down, both of them fell asleep. Pat? In the middle of the night, a voice suddenly sounded. Peter snapped his eyes open. The supervision enhanced by the spider's ability allowed him to focus quickly, and a huge and burly figure soon appeared in front of him. Could it be Jinpin? Bede was startled suddenly, and his body reacted subconsciously. He jumped upside down and hung upside down on the ceiling. The shadow spider on the other side was also awakened and responded, but he was the first to come to the sofa where Aunt May was lying. Who are you? A crisp lowly voice sounded, and the burly figure raised his hands, posing in a fighting pose. It was only then that B realized that the figure was not Jinpin. It's not even human, but a red and blue spherical robot, but the robot also has hands and feet on its body, and it stands like a human being. This familiar color scheme immediately reminded Bede of Spider-Man's suit. But a robot version of Spider-Man? Still a lowly voice? How strange. At this time, the robot spoke again. Hey, you can actually stick to the wall like a spider. Are you also a Spider-Man? Are there two Spider-Men in this world? Are you here for Spider-Man? Are you Spider-Man too? Bede asked his own question. But in fact, he already believed it to a certain extent. He thought that the feeling of waking himself up in his sleep seemed to be quite similar to the spider sense when he saw the shadow spider before. It's just that I was sleeping at that time and didn't feel it carefully. Pat? The lid of the robot opened, and a lowly wearing a JK short skirt jumped out. Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Penny Parker, and this is my partner Spider/Spider. Please give me your advice. Lori bent down and bowed in a very polite manner. End of this chapter. Times 3. Pede, Shadow Spider, and Aunt May who just woke up looked at this little lowly and the spider mech beside her in surprise. Through the self-introduction of the other party, they have confirmed the identity of the other party. Obviously, this is another Spider-Man from a parallel universe. And it's a little lowly Spider-Man wearing a mecha as a battle suit? Aunt May's eyes were bent into 2 crescent moons. She sat up from the sofa, walked to Penny Parker, touched her little head, and then took her little hand. Penny, right? Come on, sit down first, take your time explain. Penny obediently followed Aunt May to the sofa and sat down. After glancing at Bee and the shadow spider, she was ready to talk about herself. At this time, there was a clang in the kitchen. The shadow spider's expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the kitchen door. Bede was a little slower, but quickly reached the other side. Penny and her spider mech are also at the ready. Bee and the shadow spider peeked into the kitchen from left to right. However, the scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. I saw the refrigerator door in the kitchen was wide open. On the side table, stood a half-human tall piglet, wearing a red and blue spider suit, and the hood on its head was removed, revealing its flowery pig's head. At this time, it is holding a bottle of milk with both hands, drinking tons and tons. Is this a pig? Shadow Spider asked in surprise. Really? B was also a little dumbfounded, but I can be sure, he should be another similar, right? This is not difficult to understand, just look at the spider suit. As for why there is Spider-Ham, who knows, this is probably a parallel universe. Hey, you guys, I heard you. The pig inside suddenly put down the milk, turned his head and shouted, what do you mean this is a pig? What's the tone? What's wrong with the pig? The pig eats your house rice. As soon as Spider Pigman jumped, he came to the Shadow Spider, with his hands and feet stuck to the door frame, and the pig's nose arched on the Shadow Spider's nose, and there was a bump. Bede's heart trembled. He noticed that this Spider-Ham was faster than him and the Shadow Spider. I'm sorry, the Shadow Spider spread out her hands. I was just surprised to see your unique shape, there is no other meaning. Wow, cute little piggy. Penny's little head squeezed in between Bede and Shadow Spider, looking up at Spider Pigman. Hi, little piggy, my name is Penny Parker. That's my close friend Spider, please give me your advice. Spider-Ham looked down at Penny, and said with a smile, hi, little Penny, my name is Peter Poke. Seeing this, Peta and the Shadow Spider briefly exchanged their names. The previous tense atmosphere in the room was gone. Several people sat down on the sofa again and introduced themselves. Shadow Spider-Man, whose full name is Peter Benjamin Parker, was still in 1939, just after the Great Depression. In his world, there is no power that comes with great responsibility, but if those in power cannot be trusted, it is the people's responsibility to remove them. Uncle Ben was murdered by Osborne for launching a strike. Ulrich of the Daily Bugle took advantage of the Shadow Spider's anger and hired him as a reporter for the newspaper. While investigating Osborne's smuggling activities, he was accidentally bitten by a spider in a cultural relic, saw the spider god Anansi in a coma, and then gained the spider ability. By chance, he discovered the affair between Ulrich and Osborne, and then he resigned and became a private detective, starting to fight against those rich and heartless capitalists and corrupt officials. Since gaining the spider ability in 1933, he has been fighting for 6 years and is a spider warrior with rich combat experience. Penny Parker, nicknamed Spider Mecha Girl, is 14 years old this year. Her spider mech spider was inherited from her father who passed away unexpectedly, and Uncle Ben and Aunt May in her world were 2 scientists and her father's former partner and combat aide. What makes Bede interesting is that, from her description, her world seems to be Eva's world. Rei Ayanami and Asuka are both Penny Parker's classmates. I just don't know if they are the 2 Bede thinks of. As for Spider Hogman Peter Poke, he comes from a universe composed of anthropomorphic animals. B seems to have a little impression of this universe, but he should only have seen a little bit, and even the enhanced memory can't get much information. Spider-Ham was originally a humanoid spider who was bitten by his Aunt May, an anthropomorphic pig, and became what he is now. It is said that Aunt May, an anthropomorphic pig, developed a hairdryer with atomic energy in order to dominate the hairdressing industry. As a result, the atomic energy leaked and she fell into a berserk state, biting poor little Peter. After becoming a pig, Spider Pigman retained some of his abilities as a spider, but lost one of his hands and became a 4-legged animal like a pig. Bede also briefly introduced his situation to them. Compared with the other 3, his resume is too thin. After all, he is a pure newcomer who has just been bitten by a spider, and even the spider ability is just guided by the Shadow Spider. So you don't even have your own suit? Spider-Ham said. Peta nodded, yeah, I don't even have spider silk. Where do you get your spider silk? The Shadow Spider said, after gaining the ability, I dreamed of Anansi, and when I woke up, I found that I had the ability to spin silk. Spider-Ham, born. Penny patted the spider mech next to her. I can't spin silk, but it can. Spider Mecha, smiley face. Pete, I shouldn't have asked, I'm so stupid, there really isn't a normal person here. He thought about the 5 versions of Spider-Man he had seen. Toby spiders, like Shadow Spiders, are of the type that produce their own silk. Garfield relies on its own mind. Dutch Spider fights for father, Godfather is also father. The 9-4 spiders are also synthesized by themselves, they are high-achieving students. As for the Super Spider, his nanosuit material was stolen from Godstick. It is known that I am not the type to produce silk by myself, so I have to figure it out myself. Peta expressed a little headache. He is not the kind of academic genius like Garfield Spider and 9-4 Spider. How can he know how to synthesize spider silk? At this time, Aunt May on the side probably saw Bede's embarrassment. She clapped her hands lightly and said, well, maybe I can help you. Aunt May. Peta turned his head curiously, not knowing how she could help him. Could it be that Aunt May in this world is also a scientist? Aunt May stood up, looked at the little spiders in the room, showed a kind smile on her face, and said, children, come with me. End of this chapter. Bede and the others followed Aunt May and walked towards the backyard of the cottage. The small eyes that Jinbin left behind were probably just for keeping an eye on something, and did not reach the level of surveillance. Anyway, the few Spider-Man present didn't find anything unusual, so B, a newcomer, naturally didn't say much. Soon, they walked through the small courtyard and came to the utility room. Could it be that Spider-Man in this world left his battlesuit in the utility room? A thought popped up in Bede's mind. At this time, Aunt May took out a key and twisted it on the ordinary-looking door lock. Amidst a slight hum, a string of complicated-looking codes appeared on the door lock and jumped, followed by a faint red light. Under the surprised eyes of Bede and the others, this seemingly ordinary wooden door instantly turned into a high-tech door made of all metal. The metal door slid open to both sides, revealing the elevator behind. Aunt May walked in first, and then greeted, "Come in, children." Seeing this, Bede and the others quickly followed in. After standing still, the elevator starts and begins to descend rapidly. Bede was also looking around curiously. Dong dong dong. He reached out and tapped the wall of the elevator, only to find that it was made of some kind of hard alloy. Aunt May introduced, "This is the basement and safe house built by Peter. The upper house can resist missile bombing, the underground part is 100 meters deep underground, and you don't need to worry about nuclear bombs hiding in it." There was some pride in her tone. Obviously, this Aunt May is very open-minded and very supportive of the cause of this world's Spider-Man. "Lucky for him," whispered the Shadow Spider. His Aunt May thought that Spider-Man was a masked maniac hiding in the dark, and kept a respectful distance from him, so he never dared to tell Aunt May about his identity, even the slightest bit. This is probably also a problem that many Spider-Man needs to face together. To become a hero, you must be able to endure suffering that is unbearable for ordinary people. Although Bede has not personally experienced these, he has seen several Spider-Man works, and he can probably know what he is thinking from the tone of Shadow Spider. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Shadow Spider's shoulder. "Hey, you still have good partners like us." The Shadow Spider smiled, and wrapped his arms around his shoulders. The two of them suddenly hooked their shoulders together, causing Penny, Spider-Ham and Spider-Mech to look puzzled. A cute little question mark popped up directly on the screen of the Spider-Mech. "Wow, look quickly." At this moment, Penny suddenly exclaimed. Bede and others looked around. "I saw that as the elevator continued to descend, lights lit up all around, illuminating this underground space as bright as day. It's so empty here." Row upon row of platforms suspended with some kind of special spider silk are arranged one after another, which is truly spectacular. And on each platform, there are some different things. There are everything from computers and TVs to small planes, cars, and motorcycles. Bede also saw some machines that looked high-end at first glance, but whose purpose was unknown, and were placed on several platforms. This reminded him of the Batcave of the Master of DC next door. If this is the case, it should probably be called the Spider Cave, or Pan Sidong. It's a pity that the young lady who is not wearing a swimsuit is taking a bath. Beiji has a ready-made one. Bede glanced at Spider-Pig, thinking impolitely in his mind. Fortunately, at this time, Spider-Hogman, like Shadow Spider and others, was observing the spider hole, exclaiming "Turtle." Apparently none of them thought that there was a black chicken hidden under the ground. Soon, the elevator fell to the bottom. At Aunt May's signal, everyone walked down. Whoa! The surrounding lights suddenly turned on. A larger and wider hall appeared in front of Bede and the others. The first thing that catches the eye is a row of cabinets containing various styles of spider suits. Roughly counting, there are actually 12 sets, and after Peter took a closer look, he found that he recognized them all. Negative Space Ghost Battle Suit, Insulated Suit, Advanced Suit, Iron Spider Suit, Secret War Suit, Scarlet Spider Battle Suit, Anti-Spider Suit, Stealth Suit, Spider Armor Mark 1 Generation, Spider Armor Mark 2 Generation, Classic Red and Blue Battle Suit, Cloak Battle Suit. Each set has its own origin. For example, the insulating suit is the anti-electron suit developed by Spider-Man to deal with the electron. The movie version of the Dutch Spider's appearance against the electron is exactly this, but the reason for this has been changed in the movie version. The advanced battle suit is one of the most popular battle suits in the game Marvel Spider-Man. The very close-fitting suit style fully shows Spider-Man's figure, and instantly changes from a small fresh meat to a big muscle bully, the favorite of macho men. There is also the Iron Spider battle suit. In the movie version, this is a high-tech battle suit made by Iron Man named Mentor but actually a godfather for the big boy Dutch Spider. Not only has memory nanometal been selected as the main material, but also a very advanced artificial intelligence assistant has been built in, and it is equipped with various excellent spider silk solutions, which greatly enhances Spider-Man's combat power. Bede looked around and felt that his saliva was about to flow down. But at the same time, he also raised a question. What is the origin of Spider-Man in this world? Why did he hide so many styles of spider suits in his spider cave? And the battle suit with the cloak inside, wouldn't that cloak belong to Doctor Strange? Bede has infinite curiosity about the Spider-Man who died for unknown reasons in this world. This must be a very powerful Spider-Man. At the same time, he also had some inexplicable worries in his heart. Although he doesn't believe in fatalism or conspiracy theories, based on his experience watching Marvel movies, the gathering of superheroes often means that supervillains are about to do something. And now, except for his half-baked guy, there are already 3 Spider-Man gathered here. Plus a Spider-Man from this world who died unexpectedly. Obviously, there is a 99% probability that something big will happen next. Even the senior Spider-Man who is so powerful in this world is dead. With his current strength, can he really survive safely? Hey, man, what are you thinking about? At this time, the Shadow Spider patted his shoulder. Bede turned away. The shadow spider pointed to the other side. Aunt May is asking you to go over. Bede quickly looked over there. Sure enough, Aunt May was waving to him not far away. That Bede from the east, come here quickly. Bede didn't know why, so he walked over quickly. Aunt May was then seen standing next to a high-tech machine, smiling at him. Son, you're here. This is the sewing machine left by Peter's kid. It's actually a 3D printer. You can impromptu design the style on the screen over there. After confirmation, the sewing machine will help you print the clothes are done. End of this chapter. Wow, Peter exclaimed, and walked quickly to the sewing machine. Sewing machine is obviously the pet name given to it by its previous owner, the Spider-Man of this world. Well, such a sloppy name was obviously chosen on the brain. But this does not affect its high technology. Sewing machine, the whole thing looks like a lying T-shape. There is an empty clothes rack in the vertical cabinet, which is probably where the finished products are stored. The horizontal one is an extension. The computer board is obviously the console. After Aunt May reached out and operated on the computer board, a virtual screen popped up from the computer board. She took a step aside and signaled, now you can do whatever you want. As for the materials, there are spandex, Kevlar fiber, ultra-high molecular polyethylene fiber, aramid fiber, polyamide fiber. In short, there are many. The old woman can't remember everything. But the characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of each material are marked, and you can decide which material to use where. Bede nodded in confusion while listening. He really didn't understand. In that series of material names, except for spandex, which he knew was a kind of elastic fiber, and Kevlar fiber, which was often used as a material for body armor, he didn't know any of the rest. Who would go out of their way to learn about various fiber materials? Unless it is for a major or job? Fortunately, what Aunt May said later made him breathe a sigh of relief. If this is the case, then even if he doesn't know anything about material science, he should be able to understand it, right? Thinking about it, Bede clicked on the materials column. Metaramid, polyamiphenylene isophthalamide fiber, one of the aramid fibers, has good mechanical properties, is a flame retardant fiber, limiting oxygen index, Loy 29%, will not be exposed in the air, spontaneous combustion, self-extinguishing after leaving the fire, good flame retardancy, glass transition temperature 270 degrees Celsius, when the temperature exceeds 400 degrees Celsius, the fiber becomes brittle and carbonized, forming a heat insulation layer, which plays a protective role. The dielectric constant is very low and the insulation is good. Para-aramid fiber, polyparaphenylene terephthalamide fiber, one of the aramid fibers, is made by spinning polymer liquid crystal. Features, high strength, high modulus, high temperature resistance, impact resistance, tensile strength is 3.0 GPa 5.5 GPa, which is 3 times that of steel wire. Aramid resin-based reinforced composite materials have low density and light weight, and can be used as structural materials for aircraft, rockets, and other aircraft. Multilayer para-aramid fabrics can be used as body armor and bulletproof helmets after high-temperature stamping. Disadvantages: the surface of para-aramid fibers lack of active genes, poor adhesion to the resin interface. Bede, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Isn't this bullying? Can normal people understand this? But he also knew that this was general enough. Which of these polymer fiber materials is not an excellent work of modern industry? If you really want to list the advantages and disadvantages, each one can write tens of thousands of words. Thinking about it, Peter patiently watched one by one slowly. After watching a lot, I have also summed up some skills and rules. PBO fiber, lightweight, high strength, high modulus, high temperature resistance, creep resistance, wear resistance, chemical resistance, high flexibility, generally used for high temperature resistant flame retardant flight suits, firefighting suits, high temperature conveyor belts, protective gloves, etc. Carbon fiber composite material, high strength, high modulus, conductive, high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, fatigue resistance, thermal expansion coefficient is approximately 0, recommended for use as internal circuit material of combat uniforms. Glass fiber, high tensile strength, small thermal conductivity, good heat resistance, low dielectric constant, poor electrical conductivity. Disadvantages: small stretch, poor distortion resistance, and prone to brittle fracture. As long as some of the more professional vocabulary is removed and the corresponding material is selected based on its performance, advantages, and disadvantages, it will be much easier to understand. At this time, Spider Pigman, Shadow Spider, and Penny also came to him one after another. They were all very interested in what kind of spider suit Bede would make. Because the spider suit reflects a person's character in a sense. It's like buying a car. Models, colors, stickers, etc. may all reflect a person's inner thoughts, personality, and the like. I think you can use this PBO fiber as the main material. Penny took a lollipop from somewhere and held it in her mouth, suggesting, this super performance fiber has very excellent physical, mechanical, and chemical properties. Performance, its strength, and modulus are at least twice that of Kevlar fiber. A PBO thin wire with a diameter of 1 mm can easily lift a weight of 450 kilograms, which is more than 10 times that of steel wire fiber. A professional analysis, well-founded and convincing. What a ghost? Peter, Shadow Spider, and Spider-Ham all looked at Penny with hellish expressions. Penny tilted her head and asked doubtfully, isn't this common sense? Why do you guys look at me like this? Spider-Ham said, are you really only 14 years old this year? The shadow spider said, my god, you make me feel like I was just wasting my time when I was in school. Bede sighed, worshipping the boss Lolita, you are indeed an Eva. It is really not easy to be able to drive a Gundam. Aunt May showed a kind smile and touched Penny's little head. Little Penny is really a great genius. Since top academics have suggested this, there is no need to worry. Pete immediately selected PBO fiber as the main material of the suit, and then subconsciously looked at Penny. If there are professionals, it is natural to seek help from professionals. Penny sighed slightly, and said, I really don't know what you are doing. You can choose 2% A187 coupling agent to improve the TIFS effect between PBO fiber and epoxy resin. Argon low temperature plasma treatment conditions are respectively selected for 2 minutes, 30 W, and 50 Pa. While talking, she simply started directly and operated on the console. As she continued to input some conditions, the sewing machine on the side began to work. After a while, a spider suit with the same stature as Bede appeared on the shelf of the closet. But the current suit only has one bottom. Then, Bede said some of his own thoughts and suggestions for modification. And Penny followed his suggestion to input and adjust one by one, and different raw materials were filled into different positions. Some are overlapped, some are intertwined. Finally, based on the bottom layer, the outside is covered with several layers of materials with different functions. After about 10 minutes, the battlesuit was finally finished. Bede didn't really have any idea about the appearance of the battlesuit. He liked the advanced battlesuit inside when he played the game before, so he chose the style of the advanced battlesuit, but added some elements of his own. The colors are more distinct, and the lines are a bit tougher. It could also be a material issue. The battlesuit in the game is a bit like cotton material, which is slightly bloated. The materials used in Bede's set are more close-fitting and finer, and they are more technological and aesthetic. Seeing this spider suit of his own being gradually completed in the cabinet, Bede's heart became excited involuntarily. Who wouldn't want to own a spider suit? And this is not the low-quality model that is free shipping for UN and UN on a certain treasure, but a real high-tech product? Aunt May noticed Bede's excitement, and pointed in one direction. There is a changing room over there, go and show us. Yes. Bede nodded excitedly, and took out the battlesuit from the open cabinet. The newly made battlesuit has a cold feeling on the surface because it has been treated with argon gas. The polymer fiber material feels delicate and silky, just like a baby's skin, very comfortable. Bede can't wait to put it on. Holding the battle clothes, he ran into the changing room in a few steps, took off the pajamas on his body and put them aside, and then put on the battle clothes. The suit was baggy when not on, like a t-shirt. But it's a high-tech suit. The main reference here is the suit made by Iron Man for the Dutch Spider. In the suit, Penny made flexible circuits out of carbon fiber composite material, cleverly hiding them in the interlayer of several layers of material in the suit. At the same time, there is an energy conversion device inside the suit, which can convert the mechanical energy generated by Bede's movement while wearing the suit into electrical energy and store it. Part of this electric energy will be used as the energy for the operation of the intelligent auxiliary system built into the suit, and it can be fully released when necessary to simulate the effect of electric shock. Of course, the intensity of the electric shock was not high, probably about the same as that of an electric baton. But if this trick is used suddenly in battle, it will have a miraculous effect. No matter how strong the body is, as long as it is not completely immune to electric shocks, it will inevitably be exposed to some flaws. Even a 0.1 second of stiffness is enough to change the direction of a battle. As for the intelligent assistance system, of course it cannot be as powerful as the Karen of the Dutch Spider. However, Bede can give it some instructions directly through voice, such as marking an object and tracking and displaying the target location on an electronic map in real time, such as accessing nearby radio stations, broadcasts and other public channels to obtain news, etc. It seems that the effect is limited, but B is quite satisfied. After all, he doesn't have a team behind him, so having an intelligent assistance system can save him a lot of trouble. There are mirrors in the changing room. After putting on his combat uniform, Peter stood in front of the full-length mirror and looked at himself. Found an unexpected fit, and it's handsome? In fact, he made a small mistake before. The suit was made too well, so it was very difficult for his figure. If it were in the past, with his figure, he would definitely not look good in this suit. But now, thanks to the strengthening of the spider gene, his abdomen has a few more abdominal muscles, and the overall body curve is also very well proportioned. He tried to squat down halfway, put one hand on the ground, and made a classic Spider-Man landing action. His strong muscles are neither too thick nor too thin, making him look like a vigorous cheetah at this moment, giving people a feeling that he is ready to go. After doing a few more moves in a row, B became more and more satisfied with himself and this suit. So perfect. After he admired it for a while, the shout of the shadow spider came from outside. Hey, handsome boy, aren't you too shy to come out? Only then did B realize that he seemed to have been narcissistic for a long time. He hurried out. Wow. Spider Pigman rushed over, tiptoed, reached out and tapped his ABS. It's very strong, it's a good material. Penny sat on the spider mecha, and JK's calf under the short skirt swayed. It seems that our cooperation is good. This suit is perfect. It is indeed me. Thank you, Penny, Beady bent down and touched Spider-Ham's hands, then waved to Penny with a smile. Then he thanked Aunt May again. After everyone frolicked for a while, the smile on Aunt May's face gradually faded. Children, actually I have something to ask of you. Bede was the first to stand up. Aunt May, just say what you want. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Whether it's because of Aunt May's generous funding of his spider suit, or because of the unexpected power on his body, and the sense of mission of becoming Spider-Man, Bede has no reason to refuse. The Shadow Spider and the others didn't speak, but they all looked at Aunt May, waiting for her next words. Aunt May reached out and clicked on the computer beside her, and a virtual screen was projected in the center of the underground space. Actually, I probably know how Peter died. Aunt May gritted her teeth, her eyes were slightly red. Penny hugged her waist sensibly. Aunt May lowered her head and touched Penny's hair and said, "My child, I'm fine." Afterwards, under the narration of Aunt May, Bede and the others finally figured out some things. It really has something to do with Jin Bing? Last Monday, an earthquake struck underground in Brooklyn. Because this earthquake was unusual and not caused by plate movement or anything like that, Spider-Man from this world went to investigate the cause of the earthquake. Soon, he found out that it was Jin Bin who did it. He built a huge particle collider underground in Brooklyn, trying to open the door to parallel universes, and find his late wife and son from other universes. Fortunately, Jin Bing was probably not prepared enough that time, and the experiment failed. But he was not discouraged, and planned to conduct the second collision experiment 11 days later, that is, today. The Spider-Man of this world certainly wouldn't let him get away with it, because opening a parallel world may cause some very serious consequences. So he goes to stop the Kingpin, preparing to destroy the particle collider. Unexpectedly, his blocking action was not successful, but he lost his life. So, it was Kim who killed him. Peter's eyes widened. He still remembered seeing Kim not long ago and tearfully saying how close he and Spider-Man were, how much he adored Spider-Man, how much he loved Spider-Man. It's all about acting. And the acting skills of this guy are too good. Even Bede, who has seen the plots of other worlds and knows him well, and the Shadow Spider who fought with Jin in his own world, were almost deceived by him. No wonder everyone else is convinced of Jin Bing's identity. If this guy doesn't become a gangster but acts in a movie, he won't be able to get an Oscar. The Shadow Spider's face was serious. It is necessary to let him feel how cold the cold wind from another world is. Spider-Ham also waved his little short hand. Let him see what a big pig's hooves call him. No, the most important thing is to prevent him from driving that collider again, Aunt May said with tears in her eyes. Penny looked up at Aunt May. Auntie, we will definitely stop him. Spider Mecha? End of this chapter. The next day, in the spider hole underground in the backyard of Aunt May's house, Penny and her Spider Mecha sat at the computer desk, fingers flying. She is trying to hack into Jinbin's information database to find information about the particle collider. It's a pity that the late Spider-Man of this world didn't leave much information here, otherwise it would make this a lot easier. As for Bede, Shadow Spider, and Spider-Pig, since they couldn't help Penny, they decided to find other things to do. For example, training Bee. This is because, among the 4 people here, only Pede is the weakest. A few others. Shadow Spider has been Spider-Man for 6 years. He has rich experience in all aspects, strong fighting skills, and a revolver as a weapon. Although Spider-Ham did not say how long he has been, but his speed is faster than the Shadow Spider, and his strength is estimated to be stronger than the Shadow Spider. As for Penny, she has only been a Spider Mecha girl for a year. But in the Spider Mecha, her father's previous combat experience was stored. With the blessing of the Spider Mech, her combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Only B. He traveled over just after acquiring the Spider ability, and his understanding of the Spider's ability was only at the level of what he knew from movies and games. At present, the only ability that is relatively proficient is climbing walls. Therefore, if you want him to contribute to the next mission against Jinbin, it is very necessary to train him. Bede also hopes to get the training of these mature Spider-Man and master his abilities as soon as possible. For this reason, he even did not hesitate to get up early in the morning and use his home cooking skills to cook them a decent breakfast. Of course, the effect is also excellent. Not only did she get praise from Penny's sweet and soft Sigoni sauce, but she also received all the compliments from Shadow Spider and Spider-Hammon. However, their training methods are also simple and crude. It's just to fight directly. And what they use is not any systematic fighting technique or the like, but a very simple and direct attack method, striving to defeat the enemy with one blow. This is not the same as the Spider-Man in B's impression, because he remembered that Toby Spider, Garfield Spider, and Dutch Spider were all going to fight the villain for a long time. Sometimes it is really hard to beat, but sometimes it feels soft-hearted. But he didn't feel this meaning from Shadow Spider and Spider-Pigman. To this, the Shadow Spider replied, "If the other party commits a lot of evil, we must seize the opportunity to thoroughly cleanse the other party's sins, so as to protect more innocent people. If the other party is small and evil, subdue him, bring him to justice, and let the law punish him. If you are kind to the wicked, who can speak out for the good when the wicked oppress the good?" According to D&D's 9-camp classification, he probably belongs to the neutral good type. In general, Spider-Man is a lawful and kind-hearted type, and he is the most law-abiding and peace-loving good neighbor Spider-Man among many superheroes. Don't you see, After being possessed by venom, Toby Spider activated the evil in his heart, and in the end he just went to ask for the salary increase he deserved, ruled the bar, and took revenge on the woman who betrayed him. That's all. If other people are blackened and don't want to rule the world, they will be sorry for the word blackened. The Shadow Spider's behavior probably has something to do with the era he lived in. During the Great Depression, capital oppression, official corruption, all kinds of darkness shrouded the ordinary people, making people breathless. And the Shadow Spider exists as a rebel. He fights against those cannibalistic capitalists, corrupt officials, and evil forces, and his methods are naturally more brutal. It is precisely because of the different times that they live in that the growth experience, responsibilities, beliefs, etc. of the Shadow Spider are also different from those that Bede knew. At this time, Bede is at the time when he has acquired abilities but has not yet created a matching character. Most of his thoughts are still at the stage of ordinary citizens in the past. The teaching of the Shadow Spider is undoubtedly to sprinkle a pot of water on his little seedling. Maybe it won't be obvious in a short time, but after a long time, it may have a subtle influence on him. Afterwards, Spider-Ham also told him some of his understanding while fighting Bede. Compared with the Shadow Spider, the concept of Spider-Ham is more peaceful, or much more chic. Although there are many villains in the cartoon animal universe he lives in, their behaviors and purposes are all strange. And Spider-Pigman fights against them more to pass the time and have some fun. Children, take a break first, come out and eat something before continuing. Aunt May's voice came from the speakers in the training room. Okay, Aunt May, we're coming. Shadow Spider responded, stretched out his hand, and pulled up Bede, who was resting on the ground. How do you feel? Peeta grinned, painful and happy. Spider-Pigman stretched out his hand and squeezed his calf, and said with a cheap smile, that afternoon will make you happier. Fuck. Peeta howled in pain, his body trembling. The Shadow Spider's training was very strict. After testing Bede's physical strength, he controlled his strength to a level that could just hurt Bede without hurting him. Where Bede doesn't defend well, it leaves a mark. The calf bone was kicked by the Shadow Spider just now, and it hurts a lot. However, the gains are also enormous. Under the careful guidance of the two, in just one morning, Bede changed from an ordinary person who knew nothing about fighting to a master of fighting with proficient fighting skills. If the combat power of an ordinary person is 1, then after he has acquired the spider ability, his combat power is 5. Now, with his relatively proficient fighting skills, his combat power can reach at least 10. He reckoned himself, if the current him was allowed to fight against the yesterday's him, then he would be able to deal with at least 3-5 of them at the same time. If you go through some actual combat baptism, this value can probably be doubled. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement. What are we going to practice in the afternoon? Peeta asked as he walked, rubbing the sore spot on his body. Shadow Spider glanced at him and said calmly, in the morning, I will teach you ground fighting skills. In the afternoon, I will teach you how to fight with spider silk. This is our real fighting method. Cooperate with the spider silk. Many skills flashed through Bee's mind in an instant. Spider silk swing, swing kick, spider web strike, and spider silk bomb are all commonly used skills in the game, but with his current ability, he should be able to reproduce them all. Thinking about it, Bede was full of confidence in the afternoon training. End of this chapter. Aunt May made lunch, of course. Considering that Spider-Ham is a pig, the lunch did not use any pork ingredients, but all beef instead. Aunt May's culinary skills are very good, and Spider-Pigman showed off 3 hot dogs stuffed with oversized beef strips in one breath, which was very enjoyable. During the meal, Penny also talked about her progress. The good news is that she found a plan in the files left by the late Spider-Man. The scheme is set for Jinbin's particle collider. He seemed to be working on something to completely destroy Kingpin's particle collider. But I don't know why. There is no specific information about the particle collider, only a design drawing is left, and the rest seems to be deleted artificially. They speculated that it might be that after the late Spider-Man finished researching Jinbin's particle collider and produced a corresponding destruction device, he destroyed all the data for safety reasons, so as to prevent others from obtaining the data. Then make a new collider. The starting point is good. But the late Spider-Man himself did not expect that he would die in this incident. And after destroying most of the materials, if there is only one blueprint left, even Penny will have a hard time figuring out how to make the destructive device in a short time. In the end, Penny said helplessly, I'll try again in the afternoon. If it still doesn't work, then I can only find a way to sneak into that guy named Jinbin's territory at night, and get another copy of the particle collider's detailed information. Well, just right. It can also be used as Bede's first battle. Shadow Spider nodded, but it made no sense to Penny's suggestion. Peeta was also secretly a little excited. The morning's intensive training made his strength surge. He was already a little eager to try, just considering that they still had to find a way to fulfill the legacy of the late Spider-Man in this world and find a way to return home. They didn't dare to go out. After all, judging from the situation last night, Jinbin must have been spying on Aunt May. Now they are in the dark, and the gold is in the light, which can make their next actions have a higher success rate. And once it is exposed, if Jinbin is prepared, it may only increase the number of accidents. Not worth the candle. Therefore, B can only forcefully suppress his excitement. But if it is a team activity that everyone agrees on, then you don't have to worry so much. Thinking about it, B couldn't wait to have a big fight. After eating, Pete took Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham to the training ground in the underground spider cave again. The original Spider-Man must also like to test some new abilities here, or exercise himself and the like. After a little manipulation on the wall, there are many more things in the training ground. There are obstacles hanging in all directions, and laser devices suddenly protruding from the walls. It can be used not only to exercise the flexibility of the body, but also to exercise the ability to respond. Although it has spider sense, the dodge of long-range damage is basically maxed out. But there is a very simple saying that goes well: the brain reacts, but the body does not. The same goes for spider sensing. If the body's reaction speed cannot keep up with the spider's induction, there is still the possibility of being injured. In addition, there are some times when the spider sense does not trigger. For example, Garfield's spiders were shot because they let down their guard. But in fact, even if he relaxed his vigilance because he was reassured by the police, the spider sense was not triggered at first, but when the bullet was about to hit him, the spider sense should have sensed the danger. If you react quickly enough at that time, you will still be able to dodge. This reflects the importance of training the body's reaction speed. However, the existence of such facilities in the base also shows how hard the late Spider-Man worked during his lifetime. Swinging flying kick, spider web slam, aerial combo, throwing in the air, stick to the wall and bend, ceiling suspension. First, Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham were taught separately, and then, after spending an hour doing all the skills they taught, Peter reproduced many skills one by one according to the appearance in the game in his memory. Out. Wow, boy, it seems that your fighting talent is very good. Spider Pigman praised. The Shadow Spider crossed her hands in front of her chest, and said, boy, that action just now was a little too exaggerated. You can be more decisive, don't swing your arms straight, but follow the direction in which the spider web swings. Have you studied geometry? The direction of your arm waving and the spider silk present a straight line, so that you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. What are you doing with that leg? Are you doing Latin dance? This move is too fancy and impractical. Are you planning to be thrown into the mud by the enemy in battle? The Shadow Spider pointed at Bede's movements, and his mouth was merciless, like an instructor during military training. However, under his strict guidance, Bede's progress has been much faster. After removing some of the dazzling effects in the game, he quickly mastered the combat skills of coordinating attacks with spider silk. Not just attacking, but also dodging, trapping enemies, lurking and so on. B is like a sponge, while Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham are two jugs. The latter keeps pouring its water outwards, while the former refuses no one who comes and keeps absorbing water. This allowed Bede's combat ability to continue to rise. It is undoubtedly Bede's luck to be able to receive the careful teaching of two senior Spider-Men when he first acquired his abilities. Think of Toby Spider and Garfield Spider. They are crossing the river by feeling the stones, relying on their own groping bit by bit, learning and verifying bit by bit, fighting villains one by one, and even facing danger. Finally they can slowly grow up. Bede, on the other hand, skipped these initial stages. There are pros and cons to this. The advantage is naturally that his starting point will be very high. Relying on the super memory and physical fitness endowed to him by the spider ability, he has almost absorbed all the experience of the two Shadow Spiders, which makes his combat effectiveness very high. But the disadvantages are also obvious. He is now like a flower cultivated in a greenhouse. Although the color is bright, it also looks healthy. But no one knows how it will behave when it comes outside the greenhouse and sees the real wind and rain. And this kind of xing problem, no one can help Bede. He can only adapt to it through real battles. But no matter what, he is grateful for the teachings of Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham. While Bede was exercising himself, 3 uninvited guests also arrived in front of Aunt May's house on the ground. A little black boy in a cheap spider t-shirt. A middle-aged man wearing a spider suit on the upper body, long johns on the lower body, and a big belly in the middle. And a slender girl in a black and white spider suit. Thanks to Brother Tao who opened a shop to sell rice cakes, Joke at the Annihilator, Hunyuan Shangxing Wajitianzun, and Book Friends 2020225223838917 for their rewards. Thank you for your support. Wow, guys, I really didn't expect that there would be so many companions. Spider-Ham yelled, bouncing buji on the ground. Spider Pigman walked all the way to the front of the 3 of them, and stretched out his wet hand. Oh, I'm sorry, I just washed my hands, so they are wet. If you mind, I can also wipe them off. Spider-Man in long johns bent down, stretched out his hand and shook it. Of course I don't mind, it's nice to meet you. But, can you tell me what's going on? Well, let's introduce myself again. PETA suggested. The Shadow Spider put his hands in his pockets. Okay, then start with me. Afterwards, several people introduced themselves again. Then it was the turn of the new 3. Hello, everyone. My name is Peter Parker. I'm a sunny, cheerful, and lively middle-aged uncle. Spider-Man in long johns, the middle-aged Peter Spider proudly said with his big belly straightened out. Next to him, the big black boy introduced himself shyly. Hi, everyone. My name is Miles Morales. You can just call me Miles. 2 people, one big and one small, stood in front of Bede and the others. But Bede's gaze mainly stayed on the girl behind them in the black and white spider suit. The other party's attire made him think of a person. But he wasn't so sure. Seemingly noticing Bede's gaze, the middle-aged Peter Spider waved over there. Hey, girl, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone first? The girl turned around. Her soft blonde hair was thrown behind her shoulders, revealing a delicate quiz. Well, hello everyone, my name is Gwen Stacy. Gwen? It really is Gwen. Peter suddenly realized. The reason why he knew the existence of Gwen Spider was because he once saw a video made by a netizen on the internet. After going back to her world, she didn't return to her own world, but accidentally went to Gwen Spider's world, and met Gwen Stacy, who became the Spider-Man in her world. At first, he thought it was a brain-opening work, but from the comments of netizens, he knew that among the many Spider-Man, there is indeed a Gwen Spider. Thinking of this, Pete looked at Gwen Spider with a slightly hot expression. Gwen Stacy, how many people are the white moonlight when watching Spider-Man? However, B soon shook his head and put some thoughts behind him. This Gwen is not Big Gwen. Moreover, looking at Gwen Spider's appearance, it seems a bit cold, and it doesn't seem like they want to talk too much with them. Only then did Bede turn his gaze back to Miles. Wait, you said your name was Miles? Miles Morales. Miles looked at B and nodded. What's the matter? Bede asked. Did you have an uncle named Alan Davis? You know my uncle? Miles asked in surprise. Then do you have two childhood sweethearts, Feeny and Lika Mason? Bede asked. Miles became more and more surprised. You actually know Feeny and Lika Mason? Did we meet when we were young? Bede smiled slightly and shook his head. I haven't met. By the way, you are from this world, right? Yes, Miles nodded, wondering, what's wrong? Bede said, it's nothing, I'm just confirming something, and now it's finally confirmed. What are you sure about? The Shadow Spider asked in confusion. Even Gwen Spider, who had been silently isolating herself from the crowd, cast a curious look at Pete. B opened his mouth to tell what he had found. He has played several Spider-Man-related games, one of which is called Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales. The main content of the game is, a black guy named Miles was bitten by a mutant spider by chance, so he gained the ability similar to Spider-Man. Then, Spider-Man took Mary Jane on an overseas trip, and Miles became the only Spider-Man in New York. That is, the character controlled by the player. Miles then fought the underground gang led by his childhood friend Feeny while receiving training from the course left by Spider-Man. By the way, he also found out that his uncle Aaron Davis is actually a prowler. In the end, go to the Osborn group and fall in love with Feeny, who is a tinkerer again. After defeating Feeny, in order to prevent the new state gold from exploding, Miles used his ability to absorb the energy in the new state gold. Then, Feeny sent Miles aloft. The energy inside Miles exploded, killing Feeny. Wait. Miles stared at Pete with wide eyes. Are you kidding? How could Uncle Alan be a prowler? And Feeny, I haven't seen her for 5 or 6 years, how could she become a gang leader? And, in your world, there will be a game with me as the main character. Miles had a real black question mark on his face. Bede frowned. There are indeed some discrepancies. According to the information we have collected, the current leader of the New York underground gang should still be Jin Bin, not a tinkerer. And, as he said that, Bede subconsciously glanced at Aunt May on the other side. The Shadow Spider and the others immediately understood what he didn't say. And the Spider-Man in the game he mentioned is not dead, but the Spider-Man in this world is already dead. B hesitated for a moment, his mind turned quickly, and then suddenly realized. This Miles in front of him should be another one? Because the game he played was produced by Sony, and the plot was somewhat different from the original version. The one in front of him may be the one from the original version. That is, the difference between Miles and PS4 Miles. Similar to a parallel spacetime isotope. And if it's the original Miles, then he knows the identity of the world and the dead Spider-Man. Earth 1610. Marvel Ultimate Universe? And the Spider-Man who died is the Ultimate Spider-Man. As for why he knew this, it was because after he played the game and found out that this Spider-Man was actually a black man, he searched for relevant information on Miles out of curiosity. The ability of this little black spider is different from that of most Spider-Man. He has a very unique bioelectric attack ability. After being blessed with bioelectricity, his attack power can be doubled. At the same time, it also has effects such as armor penetration and paralysis. It's a very good ability. In addition, he also has a unique talent skill, invisibility. This stealth ability can even evade infrared detectors in the game. As the parallel spacetime counterpart of PS4 Miles, the one in front of me should be able to do it too, right? Bede had no intention of hiding anything and told all the information he knew about the little black spider. After all, the little black spider is not only the game character he manipulated, but also one of their helpers to deal with Jin Bing. In terms of emotion and reason, I should help him. And it's just to reveal the information, and there is nothing to lose. On the contrary, several people were stunned after listening to Bede's description. After a long time, the middle-aged Peter Spider elbowed the little black spider's shoulder. Miles, did you hear that? You are so powerful. The little black spider nodded stupidly. Yes, it turns out that I am so powerful. The Gwen Spider on the side looked at the little black spider, then looked at Pete. Is he really invisible? Yes. B is actually a little uncertain. After all he knows is Baidu Encyclopedia and games, but now it is reality. The phrase pictures are for reference only is not just used on instant noodle buckets. At this moment, the middle-aged Peter Spider grabbed the little black spider's shoulders and said, I can prove this. He can really be invisible. The little black spider nodded ignorantly. Yes, I can really be invisible. The middle-aged Peter Spider urged. Quickly hide and show them. Okay, then I'll hide you. The little black spider seemed to be infected by the middle-aged Peter Spider's emotions, and was filled with pride for a moment. I saw him stretching out his hands, spreading his feet, doing a squatting stance. It looked a bit like the tragedy tower was accumulating energy to become a supervillain. The little black spider growled while making movements. Well, it's more like this time. Bede was a little speechless and wanted to complain, but he was afraid of interrupting the little black spider's passion, so he had to watch silently. After a while, the little black spider lowered his head dejectedly. I can't hide just yet. His voice was a little hoarse, which should be the after effect of the excessive force just now. Bede thoughtfully handed him a glass of water. Well, I think it's better to take a rest first, and tell you your story by the way. I didn't have time to tell you just now. Thank you. The little black spider took the cup and drank it down. Then, starting with him, the three talked about their experiences in turn. Little black spider is 17 years old and is a senior at Vision Middle School in New York City. A slight adjustment here. In the original book, he and Gwen were both set to be 15 years old. For some reason, they both added 2 years old and changed them to 17 years old. Last weekend, he went to play with his uncle Aaron, and accidentally got bitten by a spider. When he woke up the next day, he found that he had gained spider powers. After staying at school for a few days, he couldn't hold back his inner doubts, so he followed his memory and came to the subway track where he was bitten by a spider. But instead of finding the spider that bit him, he accidentally bumped into the ultimate spider and the Green Devil in a fierce battle, as well as the particle collider that was turned on. During the fierce battle, none of the ultimate spiders were checked, and was pushed into the particle stream ejected by the particle collider by the Green Goblin. At this time, the collider exploded violently, the Green Goblin was killed on the spot, and the ultimate spider was also seriously injured. After that, he was brutally killed by Jin Bing. The little black spider who was secretly observing accidentally exposed his traces and was chased by the prowler. After he escaped by chance, he learned about the death of the ultimate spider. Not long after, he met the middle-aged Peter Spider who had time traveled. But they didn't know each other's identity at first, and there were some conflicts. After resolving the misunderstanding, the two met and went to Jinbing's research institute in the southern suburbs, where they stole a computer containing the data of the particle collider. Later, they were chased by Kingpin's men and encountered Gwen Spider on the way. With the help of Gwen Spider, they successfully got rid of the pursuers and came here. Is this the computer you brought back? Great. With the information in it, I can research ways to deal with the particle collider faster. Penny came up. Beside her, the spider mech followed step by step. Yes, the middle-aged Peter Spider looked at Penny. I'm sorry, are you serious about finding a way to deal with that collider? Bede smiled and said, of course it's true, Penny is a talented girl. Penny raised her head and straightened her fair-skinned little Kying's nose. Ahaha, she is a beautiful genius girl. Okay, you're welcome, genius beautiful girl. The middle-aged Peter Spider shrugged, looking unconvinced. But this is normal. Anyone would think that a 14-year-old girl and high technology like a particle collider are not compatible. A normal 14-year-old child is still in junior high school and probably has only learned a few linear equations in 2 variables. Particle collider? What is that? Let alone a normal 14-year-old child, even a social animal like Bede who has graduated from college has black eyes? Penny didn't think it was disobedient either. She saw a lot of similar eyes. This is the trouble of a genius. She said she was used to it. Behind her, the spider Mecha helped her carry the case. I'll crack it first and take out the information inside. Penny couldn't wait to come to a computer and started to get busy. Bede patted the middle-aged Peter Spider and little black spider on the face of the subway man. Calm down, this is the world of geniuses, we mortals don't have to worry about it. Middle-aged Peter Spider, I thank you for comforting me so much. Little black spider, you are really good at comforting people? That's right. The little black spider suddenly called out, took out a USB flash drive from its body, walked to Penny's side, and put it on the table. Penny picked it up, wondering, what is this? The little black spider said, this is a gadget. Peter gave it to me. He said that it can completely shut down the particle collider. Penny's eyes lit up, that's great. Shadow Spider asked in confusion, why didn't you tell me about this good thing earlier? The little black spider scratched his head, well, actually it was damaged. What? Broken. Wang Defa. Shadow Spider, Spider Pigman, and Bede shouted. The little black spider lowered his head. Penny waved her hand, I'll fix it if it's broken. It's much easier than making another one. Miles, you've done a good job. The little black spider was even more embarrassed, because he accidentally broke it. Gwen Spider came near them at some point and asked, do you have any plans? Spider-Ham said, the plan is simple, make a gadget, find a particle collider, insert the gadget, and destroy it. Then how do we return to our world? Shadow Spider asked. Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, screams sounded in the spider cave. Except for PETA and the little black spider, colorful distortions appeared on the bodies of the others present. This feeling, as if the world is rejecting them? End of this chapter. After a while, everyone recovered. Bede helped up the Shadow Spider, Gwen Spider, and Spider-Ham who were closer to him in turn, and on the other side, the little black spider also helped up Penny and the middle-aged Peter Spider. Bede said with a serious expression, "This is the second time. It seems that this is not something that can be explained simply by acclimatization." Penny nodded, "I have learned about quantum physics. In our current situation, the explanation from the perspective of quantum physics is that we are composed of quanta in our own world, and these quanta should not be existing in this world. Therefore, this world will instinctively reject us outsiders." The Shadow Spider panted heavily, and said in a low voice, "Then what will happen to us? I will die." Penny said firmly, "As we stay in this world longer, the force of this squeeze will become stronger and stronger until it annihilates us." "Ah, what should we do then?" Spider Pigman's face changed. Although he is not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, this is not the way he wants to die. On the side, the middle-aged Peter Spider put one hand on the shoulder of the little black spider, and said, "As long as we find a way to return to our world, we can avoid this from happening, right?" The little black spider asked worriedly, "But how did you go back? We don't even know how you got here." "No, we already know it." Penny shook her head and said, "It's Kingpin's particle collider." Bede also nodded. The logic in his mind is quite clear now. I guess it has something to do with the particle collider. After all, we all appeared in this world after the particle collider conducted experiments. Penny said, "No, the main reason is that I have already found the evidence." As she spoke, she pointed to the computer screen in front of her, which displayed densely packed information. Bede and a few others leaned over to take a look. As they watched, Penny explained in case they didn't understand. This particle collider consists of a 30-kilometer-long ring of superconducting magnets and thousands of magnets of different types and models. For example, the 1,232 bipolar magnets used to confine the curved particle beam are 15 meters long, and the 392 quadrupole magnets used to concentrate the particle flow are also 5 to 7 meters long. To this end, Jin took advantage of his power to take down several abandoned subway stations in Brooklyn and opened them up to house this huge installation. And in this computer, there is also a plan document. After combining the clues left by the ultimate spider, they finally integrated the ins and outs of the matter. They finally knew what Jin had used a lot of manpower and material resources to build this huge machine. It turned out that Jin Bin of this world was accidentally bumped into by his wife and son when he was fighting the ultimate spider. His wife and son always thought he was a successful entrepreneur and philanthropist, and that was the first time they discovered his true colors. Unable to accept all this, Jin Bing and his wife took their son and left home as if fleeing, but because of panic, they encountered a car accident on the way and died on the spot. After losing his wife, Kim was not very upset. So, he found a mad scientist in the field of quantum physics Ms. Octopus Olivia Liv Octavius, who is the female version of Dr. Octopus in this world. Jin Bing contributed money, Ms. Octopus contributed, and the two worked together to build this particle collider. Jin Bin's purpose is to use this machine to open the quantum channel of the parallel universe, find the parallel spacetime counterparts of the two wives from other worlds, and bring them to this world. The accident happened in the fight between the ultimate spider and the Green Goblin. As the little black spider said, the ultimate spider was accidentally caught by the Green Goblin during the battle and stuffed into the particle stream ejected by the particle collider. And this particle collider needs to find the parallel spacetime isotope. It needs to put the gene sample of the target into it, and use it as a search condition for automatic search. The genetic samples of Jin Bing's wife and son were supposed to be put in, but they were put in the samples of Spider-Man, so they brought over Spider-Man from parallel time and space. However, it can also be seen from this that Jin Bin's particle collider should have great flaws. Gene sample retrieval method obviously not reliable, otherwise, the Spider-Man brought here, let alone the genetic match between them and the ultimate spider, there are males and females, old and young. Few, some white and some yellow. Is this span too big? This thing can successfully open the quantum channel of the parallel universe. It can only be said that a blind cat has encountered a dead mouse. And they are all victims? Spider-Ham rolled his eyes, and his nose arched. Emotionally, we were all accidentally involved in this accident. Can I ask Jin and ask if he will provide after-sales service? The Shadow Spider thought about it seriously. He should provide after-sales service, such as arresting you and taking slices to study the differences between things in the parallel universe and this universe. The middle-aged Peter Spider suddenly trembled all over. What's wrong with you? PETA asked. The middle-aged Peter Spider showed a blunt smile. No, nothing. Will he tell them that he and Miles went to Jin Bin's laboratory to steal information not long ago, but they were almost caught and sliced by Ms. Octopus? Everyone continued to look at the information while listening to Penny's explanation. At this moment, PETA suddenly felt a bunch of eyes stay on him. That angle belongs to Gwen Spider. At first, he thought it was just an illusion, but in fact Gwen Spider was looking at the computer screen, but it just happened to be in that position. But now, he discovered that this should not be an illusion. Gwen Spider was really watching him the whole time. Just why? He was not so narcissistic that he felt that Gwen Spider fell in love with him at first sight. Although there is a special connection between spiders, such as between Peter Parker and Spider Silk Cindy, once the distance is too close, a certain hormone will be automatically secreted, making them difficult to control themselves. but he's sure there's no such strange hormonal connection between him and the Gwen spider. However, when he turned his head, he immediately saw the face of Gwen spider. You, what's the matter? Peter touched his face, as if there was nothing on it. Gwen spider frowned, looked at Pete carefully, and said, I've been thinking about it just now, why didn't you have this phenomenon like ours? Don't you also come from another world? Peter was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. Yup, he is also from another world, but why didn't he show rejection? He and the shadow spider came to this world at the same time. The shadow spider had 2 rejection reactions, but he didn't even once. This is so weird too. End of this chapter. Spider Pigman walked around Bede and said, but you are not different from us in any way, are you? Bede complained, no, I may not be the same as them, but I must be very different from you. Spider-Ham? He suddenly jumped on Bede's shoulders, and touched his cheek with his nose. What do you mean? You mean I am a pig? Aren't you? The shadow spider spread its hands aside. Spider-Ham. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his hands loosened, sliding down Peter's hand. Bede quickly caught him. But Spider Pigman didn't react at all, and his 2 antenna-like pig ears drooped. Oh my god, do you know how much damage this will cause to a cute humanoid spider? I beg you, please stop playing tricks. Penny couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at Bede with burning eyes. If you think about it carefully, you seem to be really different from us. There is actually Miles game in your world. Bede nodded honestly. Yes, there are not only Miles games, but also Spider-Man themed PS4 games, series of movies, anime, and it is said that there are also comics. Shadow Spider, Penny Parker, Spider Mecha, Omega, Middle-aged Peter Spider, Little Black Spider, Gwen Spider, Spider Pigman, looking left and right. Am I being unsociable if I'm not shocked? Then I'll be one too. What's going on in your world? It sounds very special. Gwen Spider was surprised, with a curious light flashing in his eyes. Or, in your world, there are people who can travel through time and space, and have been to other worlds to do time and space travel, so you can know about other worlds. Judging from the tone of her words, it seems that she is very interested in time travel. But B didn't notice this, and just told them what he knew. For example, the Spider-Man trilogy of the original Tobey Spider, the Amazing Spider-Man biology of the second-generation Andrew Spider, and the Return of Heroes, Back to School season, of the third-generation Dutch Spider. The Far From Home and No Return trilogy, as well as the games of Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and the animated version released in 1994 Spider-Man. These are all things that he knows better. In addition, there are also some hearsay news through netizens' comments and the like. What Spider-Man and Spider-Silk, what Spider-Man and Black Cat and so on. This is so shocking. The middle-aged Peter Spider was the first to digest the information and said, the story about Tobey Spider you told is quite similar to mine, but it was more than 10 years ago. There are indeed many problems between Mary Jane and I. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and I don't know how she is now. As he spoke, there was a hint of memory in his eyes. His gaze drifted involuntarily to the table on the other side. There was a photo frame on the table. Inside was a picture of Mary Jane. That was the Mary Jane of this world, the wife of the ultimate spider, but she looked exactly the same as his Mary Jane. This is probably the same as the only difference between him and Spider-Man in this world is the color of his hair. Parallel universes are indeed amazing. The Shadow Spider suddenly realized, no wonder you called me Shadow Spider-Man when we first met, and you also said that some Spider-Mans have barbs on their hands. Bede smiled, thinking about the way he was startled when he first met the Shadow Spider last night. It was indeed a bit funny. The little black spider leaned forward, looking forward to it. Then can you help me train my abilities? Bede said helplessly, although I have played games, it doesn't mean I really know how to do it. The understanding of your abilities is what I told you before. You can try to develop in those directions. The little black spider nodded with some disappointment. Okay, I understand, but thank you anyway. It's better to have a direction than aimless. He looked at the middle-aged Peter Spider again. The middle-aged Peter Spider hesitated for a moment and said, although I really want to help you, Miles, there may not be enough time. The top priority is to go home, otherwise we will all die. Little black spider was disappointed again, but he also knew the priorities of the matter. Penny stretched out her hand and shook the gadget in her hand. Big guy, there is some good news now. What good news? Penny said, the real name of this gadget is actually the reload key. It can format the particle collider and restore everything to its original state. And then? Spider-Ham asked suspiciously. Penny rolled her eyes at him. Then we can go home. So this is our ticket home. Bede suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, the ticket home was always with them? Shadow Spider said, this is good news. Now I recognize your title of Genius Girl. Then, the next plan is, the Genius Girl repairs this reload key and gives it to me. Wait, why did I give it to you? Peter cut him off. Shadow Spider glanced at him, because I promised Aunt May that I would help Peter in this world destroy Kingpin's collider. Bede shook his head again and again. No, you didn't agree to that alone, leave it to me to do it. Spider Pigman on the side was about to say something. Bede glanced at him, then turned to look at Penny, and said, you can't do it either, and Penny, you can't do it either. Among all the people present, except me and Miles, there was a rejection reaction, so, in the next operation, you should all enter the particle collider? As for the task of shutting down and destroying it, I will give it to you, give it to me. The little black spider said. Why only you, what about me? Bede looked at him and shook his head slightly. Miles, I have understood your situation. Although I recognize your potential has not been realized yet. You, like this, rashly join this game. Fighting is too dangerous. The little black spider shouted, but didn't you say that you just activated your ability? I've had my ability for several days, and I'm not much stronger than you. Bede shrugged, but I have just received the rigorous training from the two of them, and I can still be regarded as a little combat power at present. Spider Pigman nodded, I can testify to this. Bede is basically a qualified warrior now. The shadow spider shook her head slightly and said, it's too early to say I'm qualified. Huh. Peeta looked at him in surprise, he didn't expect the shadow spider to tear him down. Shadow Spider said, if you have not experienced actual combat, how can you be considered a qualified warrior? When the little black spider heard this, he felt a little gloating. Haha, I told you to look down on me, I never thought that I was also a Karami. End of this chapter. At this time, Gwen Spider, who had been standing aside and listening silently, interjected, since this is the case, wouldn't it be good to test it in actual combat? Practice test? How to do it? Gwen Spider pointed to the top of his head, he will do what we usually do. You mean, let him go to the street, deal with some emergencies, and practice his skills? Shadow Spider said. This is the best way to check, isn't everyone here like this? Gwen Spider said. Well, what you said makes sense, but we shouldn't have time to do this, right? Shadow Spider frowned, but he still insisted that it would be safer for him to stay. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't think about committing suicide. It's just that someone has to do it. Penny said, there is still time. Since we want to destroy the collider, I am going to add something to the gadgets. Add something? What? Spider-Ham asked curiously. Penny explained, when the particle collider is turned on, two beams of high-energy particle streams will appear in the accelerator, respectively passing through different beam tubes, and propagating in opposite directions at a speed close to the speed of light. Under the action of the peripheral strong magnetic field, the two streams the beam of high-energy particles will be confined in this acceleration ring, accelerated step by step, and finally successfully complete the collision. To accelerate two beams of high-energy particle streams to close to the speed of light, the required conditions are very harsh. First, the environment inside the beam tube needs to reach an ultravacuum state, and the material in it should be reduced as much as possible to reduce the loss of particles during motion as much as possible. Secondly, the strong magnetic field used to confine the particle flow also requires a large number of superconducting electromagnets to obtain, and to make the electromagnet enter the superconducting state, the magnet needs to be cooled to -271 degrees Celsius. So they need a very large and advanced cooling device to cool it down, which is this liquid helium split system. Penny spoke with great interest, but the others were dizzy when they heard it. Are you begging for nothing? The shadow spider couldn't help but said, okay, beautiful genius girl, why don't you just tell us what you are going to do and how long it will take? Oh, Penny sighed, as if she was lamenting the natural generation gap between the scumbag and the top student, but she sorted out the language and said, I plan to add another Trojan virus, used to invade and destroy the liquid helium shunt system. At that time, the superconducting electromagnet cannot be cooled, and the accumulated heat will become a bomb, and then boom, you can destroy the collider with one click. It will probably take me a day to make this thing. The middle-aged Peter Spider stretched out 2 fingers, so there are actually 2 points. First, you need to make a full-style detonator so that Bede can use it more worry-free. Second, we have half a day to train and prove your strength. Ah, you're right. Penny pouted her little mouth like a cute inflatable fish. Bede resisted the urge to stretch out his hand to Rua, and said, in other words, until tomorrow afternoon, I can use it to prove my strength, right? Yes, Penny nodded, and then said, don't worry, everyone, I just calculated that according to the degree of rejection, our bodies can last at least 2 weeks. Go back within a week, otherwise it may cause some bad effects on the body. Everyone nodded their heads to express their understanding. Gwen Spider frowned slightly, and his face was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. No one else noticed what was wrong with her. The little black spider excitedly said, so, I can also receive training. Please, but don't bother me, I have to concentrate on making gadgets. Penny's face was tight, very serious, probably still angry at the behavior of these scumbags. To prevent rejection, the body has a bad effect, and the sooner we go back, the better. Well, let's set the action tomorrow night, the shadow spider said. We will gather here tomorrow afternoon. The middle-aged Peter Spider hugged the little black spider's shoulders. So, Miles, are you ready for special training? Really? The little black spider's eyes lit up. Of course, said the middle-aged Peter. Spider Pigman jumped off Bede's hand and said, if you don't mind, I can help too. The shadow spider looked between the little black spider and Pede, as if hesitating for something. Just as she was about to speak, Gwen Spider said, then, let me supervise Bede's actual combat training assessment. The shadow spider breathed a sigh of relief. That's really troublesome for you. To be honest, I don't like going out during the day, especially in this colorful world. Pede gave Gwen Spider a strange look. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. However, although the plan has been made, it is already late at night, and there is no rush for this moment. And so came the next morning. Spider-Man is all about action. Now that the plan is made, it is natural to start acting on their own. After having breakfast, Penny and her Spider-Mech stay in the underground spider cave to make enhanced gadgets. Middle-aged Peter Spider, Spider Pigman, and Shadow Spider train Little Black Spider in the training ground in the underground spider cave. And Pete put on his spider suit, left Aunt May's house with Gwen Spider, and headed for the bustling urban area. Although Queens Hill is also within the scope of New York City, it is still a little far away from the busiest city center. So they planned to go to the nearby subway station first and take the subway there. Along the way, Peter would glance at Gwen Spider from time to time, and until now, he was still a little confused about what Gwen Spider wanted to do. Although he does eat the face of the Gwen Spider Gwen, who doesn't love it? But his skin is not thick enough to strike up a conversation if he likes it. Nor would he be so narcissistic as to think that Gwen Spider took the initiative to create such an opportunity for the two of them to be alone because they liked him. Yes, judging from everything before, Gwen Spider took the initiative to create the opportunity for the two of them to be alone now. It is estimated that even if Shadow Spider didn't say anything at that time, she would try to get him away. Just, why? Peter was puzzled. He thought Gwen Spider would tell him when he came out. However, until the two found the subway station, entered the station, and found a seat to sit down, Gwen Spider still didn't say a word. So Bede couldn't bear it anymore. He first looked around. It's not the time to commute to get off work, and there are not too many people on the subway. The two closest to them were about 7 or 8 meters away from them. Well, Gwen, can I call you that? Do you have something to tell me? Bede asked straightforwardly. He always felt that there was a touch of worry in Gwen Spider, which was very different from the lively and cheerful girl in his impression. There is a story. However, in the face of Bede's inquiry, Gwen Spider was still hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Bede had no choice but to shrug his shoulders helplessly. Just like that, in the strange silence, the two sat on the same chair, about half a meter apart, and walked all the way to the city. End of this chapter. There is a beautiful woman beside her, but she doesn't want to talk to him, she just wants to be quiet, and she doesn't tell him who Jing Jing is. Bede, who was bored, was quickly attracted by the picture on the LCD screen opposite. The person on the screen was Mary Jane, whom he and Shadow Spider had met from afar when they arrived near Aunt May's house the night before. This should be the picture from her interview yesterday. Mary Jane still had a faint sadness on her face, obviously not recovering from the shadow of losing Peter. Still looking tired. According to Aunt May, ever since the Ultimate Spider's identity was revealed and news of his death spread, Mary Jane has been stalked by various people. Some fans of Ultimate Spider came to express their concern and greetings, and some villains that Ultimate Spider dealt with tried to retaliate. Fortunately, the New York police arranged for someone to protect her, which avoided a lot of trouble. And more are media reporters from various TV stations, newspapers, etc. After all, in the past 2 days, Spider-Man's death is the traffic code. In fact, even Aunt May's house often gathers a lot of people, which is why the Shadow Spider and the others have been staying in the underground spider cave. Even Bede and Gwen Spider could sneak out quietly early in the morning when no one was around. In fact, if Mary Jane hadn't attracted most of the firepower, the number of people on Aunt May's side would probably have doubled. At this time, Mary Jane's voice sounded in the picture. My husband, Peter Parker. He used to be a normal guy. He always said that anyone can be the man behind the mask. He just happened to be bitten by a spider. That's not what he meant. But he chose to be Spider-Man. What I love most about Peter is that he empowers us all. Each of us has our own power. We're Spider-Man in our own way. We need you. For some reason, when he heard these few words, Bede's heart was touched a little. Unconsciously, he thought of the line that often appeared with Spider-Man. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is what Uncle Ben, as an elder, taught the younger generation he cared about before he died. Before traveling through time, he had seen many people's self-righteous so-called understanding of this sentence. Some people say that this is actually the greater the power, the greater the responsibility, but is this Uncle Ben's character design? Is this what an elder should say to a younger generation? If that were the case, Uncle Ben wouldn't be Uncle Ben, and Peter Parker wouldn't be the Spider-Man that so many people love. Without contacting the context, out of the context, and making wild guesses, you are playing hooligans. Of course, Bede doesn't have Uncle Ben, and the education he received since he was a child is very different from that of Spider-Man. But this does not prevent him from pursuing the meaning behind ability. Is it because of the ability to become what kind of person, or is it because of what kind of person you want to be that you study hard and improve yourself? Anyone can be the person behind the mask. Peter repeated in a low voice, feeling as if he had found the direction of his efforts. Whether to become a spider monster whose power loses his heart, or a Spider-Man who uses his heart to drive his power, the choice is in his hands. He doesn't have Uncle Ben, but the Ultimate Spider may be his Uncle Ben, guiding him to tame his own power, so as not to go astray. Anyone can be the man behind the mask. At this time, another murmur came from his ears, breaking Bede's thoughts. It's the voice of Gwen Spider? Bede turned his head sideways in surprise. This was the first sentence Gwen Spider said after sitting here for so long. Do you know, actually, I also know a Peter. He and I are childhood sweethearts. We grew up together. I have a relatively withdrawn personality, and he is my best and only friend. But I didn't know him well enough. I just kept immersed in my own world until everything was irreversible. Gwen Spider's voice was very low, and the sadness revealed in his tone made people feel distressed. In fact, after hearing this, B probably knew what was going on. Just like Garfield lost his Gwen in The Amazing Spider-Man, Gwen apparently lost her Peter. Sure enough, what Gwen Spider said next proved Bede's guess. In the world of Gwen Spider, it was Gwen who was bitten by the spider and gained the ability to mutate, and Peter Parker continued to be his ordinary little transparent because of this. Sometimes he was bullied by Ned and asked Gwen Spider to help him out. The original intention of Gwen Spider is to protect her good friend from being bullied by others. But sometimes this kind of kindness can also turn into a psychological burden. Peter Parker was not reconciled to his mediocrity, and he was not reconciled to being protected by Gwen all the time. So he researched a kind of biological medicine, the mutated lizard potion. After drinking the mutated lizard potion, his body underwent a huge mutation, which even affected his sanity. He turned into a monster? A huge lizard? Lizard Peter? The Lizard Peter, who has lost his sanity, has only revenge in his mind. So he broke into the reunion of his classmates, grabbed Ned who often bullied him, and prepared to revenge. Gwen Spider stopped him just in time. But at that time, she didn't know that the big lizard in front of her was her best friend. After a hard fight, she defeated Peter the Lizard. At this time, the mutant lizard potion expired, revealing Peter's figure. Peter's frail body was completely destroyed by the mutated lizard potion, and finally died in her arms. From then on, she stopped trying to make friends and became a loner completely. Hearing this, Bee suddenly realized. It's no wonder that from the moment she saw the Gwen Spider, she acted like no one should enter. I thought it was cold, but it turned out to be a psychological shadow, so I closed myself. Peter stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Gwen Spider. Gwen Spider regained consciousness from the memory, turned to look at him with surprise in his eyes. Neither of them are wearing masks now, purely showing their true colors. They are not from this world anyway, so there is nothing to hide. As for why no one came to them, it was because with the death of the Ultimate Spider, there has been an upsurge of cosplaying Spider-Man in many places recently. Especially in New York City, where the Ultimate Spider lives. Walking on the street, within 10 steps, you can bump into 3 or 4 people wearing Spider-Man clothes, and the remaining 6 or 7 are either wearing hoods or wearing hoods, with some other peripheral items. Whether they are fans or not, everyone seems to have tacitly brought something related to Spider-Man in the past few days to express their condolences to this superhero who has been silently guarding him. Even in the subway car they were sitting in, there were several similar ones. Before showing the spider ability, others probably thought they were just 2 cosplayers. Facing the gaze cast by Gwen Spider, Bede said seriously, I'm sorry for what happened to your friend. But we have an old saying in Hangzhou, which is this person has passed away, but the living is like this, which means we will make up for the irreparable regrets of the deceased on the living. The living should live well. When saying that old saying, Bede used Chinese. Gwen Spider was a little dazed, and subconsciously repeated in very poor Chinese, this person is dead, and the living is like this. A bright smile appeared on Peeta's face, if you don't mind, can I be your friend? End of this chapter, have you reached the city yet? As the subway began to slow down and was about to reach the city, the voice of the Shadow Spider came from the suit's built-in headset. B also took his gaze away from Gwen Spider. It is a pity that Gwen Spider did not respond to his active overtures. But B can see that she is really thinking about this issue very seriously. So he wasn't in a hurry and let the Gwen Spider take care of himself first. Shadow, we've arrived, Beatty replied. Shadow is the code name of the Shadow Spider, because there are too many Peters here, so everyone changed the nicknames for several Peters. Shadow Spider is Shadow. The middle-aged Peter Spider is Mr. Parker actually. Bede wanted to call him Long Johns, but the middle-aged Peter sternly refused by threatening to eat a delicious hamburger for lunch, which is a pity. Spider-Ham is called Ham, because his code name is Spider-Ham, and Ham means ham, so in fact his real name is Spider-Ham, and it doesn't matter if he is called Ham. Well, it was Spider-Ham himself who protested. He felt that although he was bitten by a pig and mutated, he was still a humanoid spider in essence. It is a pity that the minority obeys the majority, and the protest is invalid. As for the hunger strike, he was reluctant. If you call a foodie on a hunger strike, you might as well call him Ham. These are the words of Ham, no, Spider-Ham. As for Bide, it is still more like Bide, but the tone is more Chinese, that is, Bide, which is different from Peter. Before coming out, the Shadow Spider said that he would help the middle-aged Peter Spider train Miles in the underground spider cave, and at the same time help Bede to find out what happened. Did a case happen? So early? Bede was a little surprised. Shadow Spider complained, breakfast? Do people who do bad things give you a share of morning and night? Well, you're right, so where do I need the help of my good neighbor, Spider-Man? Bede asked, wearing a battlesuit, and after gaining some awareness, he automatically substituted himself into Spider-Man's the role is in. Well, there was a robbery at a gold store on 16th Street in Flushing. Now the robbers have taken hostages and are blocked in the store by the police. They have been in a standoff for a while. Maybe you can go and help, the Shadow Spider said. How many people, how many guns, how many hostages are there? Bede asked. Unfortunately, I don't know. The other party didn't show up. They tried to get the police to prepare a car for them so that they could escape successfully. Now the police are discussing whether to storm in or temporarily stabilize them. In short, they are currently in a stalemate. The shadow spider said. Okay, I see. I wonder if these police officers are willing to let a poor cute little spider help. Pete shrugged, and put the spider headgear that he had been holding on his hand all the time on his head. The field of vision immediately became a little narrow. In fact, it is like a person who does not wear glasses suddenly puts on glasses, and there will be a little discomfort. In addition, after the entire face is covered by the mask, breathing will also change slightly. Fortunately, the materials used were breathable enough, and Penny had taken breathability into consideration when she helped him make this suit, and used mask-like materials for the mouth and nose. Not only can it filter out some larger particles of dust to a certain extent, but it also has good air permeability. Of course, there are still some unaccustomed. But he quickly got used to the feeling. Afterwards, he looked at Gwen Spider, who was also carrying a communicator, and they were both on the same communication channel, so she naturally heard the shadow spider's voice. I won't make a move, but once I make a move, it means that your assessment task has failed. Gwen Spider said. Her tone was so flat that it was difficult to distinguish her current emotions. Peeta nodded. The subway also slowly stopped at this time. The two stood up at the same time and walked out. When going up the escalator, someone came up to strike up a conversation. A blonde-haired white man asked BD, "Man, the texture of this spider costume on you is very good. It is almost as good as that of Spider-Man. Where did you buy it?" Bede thought for a moment. Gwen Spider beside him said, "Don't waste time, let's go directly." As she spoke, she jumped directly to the ceiling above the escalator and ran up quickly. Bede could only shrug his shoulders when he saw this, and said to the blonde white man, "Tell me, is there a possibility that my suit is not a costume, but a battle suit?" As he spoke, he exerted a little force on his feet, rose up from the ground, and landed on the ceiling with both hands and feet at the same time. But he hasn't reached the level where the Gwen Spider can run backwards at will, so he can only use his hands and feet to cling to keep up. Before leaving, he stretched out a hand and gestured to the young man below. The blonde-white young man couldn't help but say a shocking word he learned from his gaming friends. Fuck. Spider-Man, it's Spider-Man. Impossible, Spider-Man has passed away. I attended his memorial service yesterday. Then who was that just now? That's really not the original Spider-Man, the voice and shape are different. Great, is that the new Spider-Man? Did you notice that there was a girl in a spider suit before him? Is the new Spider-Man a team? Similar to a male and female Spider-Man combination. What kind of crappy name is that? It's better to call them Spider-Hero couple. Your name is also inferior, I think it's better to call it. The actions of Gwen Spider and Bede caused an uproar in the subway station. But at this moment, Peeta had already crossed several streets with Gwen and arrived near the destination. Climbing on the wall of a building more than 20 meters high, Bee looked down. On the street not far across, several police cars were parked. 2 cars were blocked on both sides of the street, one on the left and the other on the right, to prevent people who eat melons from breaking in and being accidentally injured, or the gang of robbers inside mixed in to cause chaos. The location of the incident was a shop called Kelkin Store. There had probably been a firefight here before Peeta and Gwen Spider arrived. The glass windows of the Kirkin store facing the street were broken in several places, and deformed bullets were still stuck on them. However, because it is bulletproof glass, the glass window still stands firmly there, separating the inside and outside of the store into 2 worlds. The only thing that was seriously damaged at the scene was the door of the store. The material of the 2 glass doors at the first end seemed to be unqualified, and most of one side was broken. There were several bullet holes in the 2 police cars parked obliquely in front of the store as a shelter, and there was still some blood on the ground. Facing this situation for the first time, Bede was stunned. He thought a lot on the way here, and even designed a set of moves on how to appear handsome, but now, he felt like he couldn't start. End of this chapter. A soft palm suddenly rested on his shoulder. The warmth from his hands spread to his skin through the thin close-fitting suit. At the same time, Gwen Spider's voice sounded beside her ears. "Don't worry, just do what you can." "Yeah." Peeta nodded. He took a deep breath, leaped without hesitation, and jumped off the tall building. When he was about to reach the ground, he stretched out his right hand and pressed the trigger of the spider silk launcher. A strand of spider silk shot out from the port, and quickly condensed into a solid state. At the same time, he released the trigger and grabbed the spider silk with his back hand. A pendulum was formed between the man and the spider silk, and in this state, his arm was actually the same as the spider silk, and both temporarily became part of the pendulum. Due to the pendulum effect, the actual pulling force that the spider silk needs to withstand is not very large. In the same way, the burden on his arms is much smaller than imagined. This is the insight he has gained from studying with Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham, as well as his own training in the past 2 days. If you just look at the superficial actions, he is no different from the other Spider-Mans. And his actions quickly attracted the attention of some passers-by. During the time when Pete and Gwen Spider came by subway, many people had already appeared on the street. New York City, where people go to work, go to school, and open shops, is worthy of being called one of the 3 major financial centers in the world. There are really many people. Hey, look, is that Spider-Man? No way, it seems like it's really Spider-Man. The suit seems to be different. Is it the new Spider-Man? Mr. Parker's successor. Hey, new Mr. Spider, what's your name? The voices of people greeting him continued to be heard from below. It's a pity that our rookie Mr. P doesn't have time to pay attention to all this right now. He was calculating the landing point, and then found that it seemed to be a little bit different from his original estimate. Really, just a little. Boom! A loud bang. Peter fell from the sky and smashed on the door of a police car, knocking the police car sideways a little. A police officer who noticed Bede's arrival through the shouts of the crowd in the distance stopped the hand that was about to say hello to Bede, and the expression on his face froze. Hiss. Bede shook his head, nudged the police car in front of him with both hands, and stood up. I feel like there is an extra horn on my head. Is this considered a horned horn? It seems to be a good one. It's strange that it started. It hurts like hell. The police officer had just finished his mental preparation, and Bede's words were blocked again by Peter's soliloquy. Always feel that this new Spider-Man doesn't seem very smart. Officer, do you need some help from a good neighbor? Peter asked, rubbing his head. Actually, I want to ask you, does it matter if you want me? The police officer looked at Bede and replied seriously. Bede, oh, then what? To tell you the truth, I told you that it was just a joke, do you believe it? Peter put his hands down and said solemnly, what do you think? Hey, I think you should like this kind of humor. Bede felt that he couldn't stay on the topic of his death for too long, so he decided to change the subject. Officer, what's your name? My last name is Orlando, what's yours? Spider-Boy. Officer Orlando said. You can call me Spider-Man, but don't call me Spider-Boy, it sounds small, Bede said. Police Officer Orlando shook his head, that's not okay. In my heart, Spider-Man is Mr. Parker. So, if we want to deal with each other, I hope we can change the name. When B heard it, he suddenly realized that the Orlando police officer in front of him was also a die-hard fan of the Ultimate Spider, and he respected him very much. In this case, he naturally has to make a distinction. What is it called? Spider spirit? An image of a navel spinning silk unconsciously appeared in B's mind. No. Countless thoughts quickly turned in my mind, and finally, Peter said, in this case, call me Spacetime Spider-Man, Spider Spacetime. Time and space does not mean that Bede has the ability to control time and space. It's because he comes from a special time and space, a real world, different from any known Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe. In fact, he still doesn't understand why he is here. He even had a vague feeling that even if he entered the particle collider like the Shadow Spider and activated the reload key, he might not be able to return to his world. Perhaps this is also the reason why he won't have the same rejection reaction as the Shadow Spider and others. If this is the case, then he is a wanderer in different time and space wandering in Marvel time and space. Therefore, the word time and space not only shows his unique identity, but also expresses his remembrance of his past world. Spider-Man in time and space. Police Officer Orlando repeated, seemingly a little surprised by the term Bede gave, but he quickly relieved. After all, Spider-Man itself is a very magical superhero. In this case, why not call you St. Mr. Spider? How is it? Mr. St. Spider? It sounds like Mr. Special Handling. Bede knew that this was the abbreviation of space-time. He was a little speechless, but it didn't matter. Well, I am indeed here to deal with special events. ST is just ST. So, Orlando officer, can you tell Mr. St. Spider what is going on inside now? It seems the atmosphere is a bit strange. From superficial observation, there was a shootout and someone was injured, so it should be quite tense. But judging from the fact that Officer Orlando could still talk to him so much, it seemed that he was not as nervous as expected, which made Bede a little confused and increasingly confused about the situation. Or are these people so nervous because they are used to it? When it comes to business, Orlando police officer has no intention of continuing to chat with B. He looked serious, and said, the situation inside is indeed a bit complicated. Yeah, Peter responded seriously, but he didn't think it was too much trouble. He had already prepared himself mentally. Anyway, he just had to find a way to solve the problem. The Orlando police officer said, there were 3 robbers inside, each with a pistol. They took a hostage, Ms. Kirkreevy, the owner of this gold shop. Bede looked around and asked puzzledly, I think it seems that a gun battle broke out here just now? It seems that there are still casualties. The Orlando police officer's face was a bit embarrassed, and he seemed a little embarrassed to say, it wasn't actually a gun battle. When we tried to storm in, the bullets fired hit the bulletproof glass, and the stray bullets bounced back. One police officer was accidentally injured. Bede, subway elderly mobile phone? End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Faced with this situation, the Orlando police officer was obviously quite depressed. Who knew that the bulletproof glass used in this gold shop was so strong? Normal bulletproof glass, although it is also bulletproof, actually still has an upper limit, and it is not high. Generally speaking, with their police Glock pistols and 9x19mm parabellum pistol bullets, if you find the right position and shoot a few more shots, the bulletproof glass will be shattered and the kinetic energy in the bullets will not be able to continue to be transmitted to the rear, thus losing the effect of bulletproof. In the past, this method was also invaluable to them. But this time, the bulletproof glass installed in this store is surprisingly thick, and the bulletproof effect is better than ordinary ones. Caught off guard, a police officer responsible for breaking the window was injured by a stray bullet that bounced back. Of course, the New York police are not vegetarian. After paying the price of a police officer being injured, they finally found the weakest point, which was the gate of the gold shop. But unfortunately, due to being blocked by bulletproof glass, the meaning of raid has been lost. After the robbers inside discovered this situation, they immediately threatened them, saying that if similar things happened again, they would kill the hostages without hesitation. In desperation, the stalemate has continued until now. Then what should I do? Bede asked humbly. If there were just a group of robbers inside, even if they had guns, he would still dare to go in and try. During the previous training, the Shadow Spider also used his revolver to train Pede on the coordination of spider perception and body response. In this regard, the Shadow Spiders agreed that B had qualified. So, he wasn't particularly afraid of guns. The spider's sensory dodge effect is full, it's not just talk. But with hostages in it, he's a bit of a muggle. If the hostage is injured, wouldn't he become the second generation of men bias? What are you protecting? 23,333. Cough, just kidding. It's just that Bede was really worried that if he stormed in, these guys would kill the hostages without stopping. As far as he knew, there should be no death penalty in Eagle Country. In other words, even if these robbers killed someone, they would be sentenced to a few more years at most. It is best to find a more suitable method, so as to prevent the other party from jumping over the wall in a hurry and getting to this point. Orlando police officer said, "We were still hesitating, but since you are here, maybe there is no need to hesitate." Huh? What do you mean? Peter wondered. We decided to do what the robbers said and provide them with a vehicle so they could leave the Kelkin store. At that time, we could take the opportunity to kill them, said Orlando police officer. Wait, you said kill. Bede was a little surprised. The Orlando police officer nodded solemnly. The other party is a gunman who may pose a threat to the lives of the police officers. Unless they put down their weapons, the only way to go is to kill them. Bede was speechless for a moment. He suddenly remembered that this was the Eagle Country, not a country he was familiar with. The laws here are different from what he is familiar with. Officer Orlando ignored his strange behavior and continued, "At that time, you will need to stop their vehicles as much as possible. This is Spider-Man's specialty, right?" Right. Bede nodded slowly, thinking about when he would stop the vehicle. Yet Sergeant Orlando seemed to have more confidence in him than Bede himself. After communicating with B, he used the walkie-talkie to report the situation here. Not long after, a car was parked at the door of Kelkin's store, and at the same time, the police cars that were blocking the road also gave way symbolically. At least judging from this neighborhood, it was indeed cleared out of an escape route. But farther away, several police cars and a lot of police officers had already hidden, waiting for an order, and opened fire to kill the robbers. This kind of coquettish operation opened B's eyes and called him a good guy. The robbers in the gold store didn't know what they were thinking. After checking the situation outside, they actually walked out of the gold store. Bede finally saw the appearance of the three robbers. 2 black and 1 white. The 3 of them don't look very old, probably around 27 or years old. Each of the 3 held a pistol in their hands. In addition, the leading black man had one arm around a middle-aged woman's neck, and pointed a pistol at her with the other hand. The middle-aged woman was apparently Ms. Kirkreevy, the owner of the gold shop. The robber who hijacked Ms. Creevy obviously still had some awareness of protection, and intentionally or unintentionally hid herself behind Ms. Creevy. Walking behind were 2 young robbers, 1 black and 1 white, holding a pistol in one hand and a heavy package in the other. It's probably the gold jewelry they just robbed inside. After all, this is a gold shop? The 3 carefully looked at the police car and police officers in the distance, and then quickly got into the car. "Madam, thank you for your generosity." The leading black robber got into the car and pushed Ms. Creevy away. At the same time, the engine was started quickly, and the vehicle began to run quickly. "Ah!" Ms. Creevy exclaimed, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Pede shot out a spider web, grabbed her, and then quickly came to her side and held her up. Thank you, thank you." Ms. Creevy thanked her in shock. "Spider-Man." "Ah, it's Spider-Man, but not the one you know," Peeta explained casually. "Okay, ma'am, I'll teach those guys a lesson for you now, see you later." As he said that, he exerted a little force on his feet and jumped more than 10 meters high. At the same time, spider threads shot out one after another, and his figure began to swing forward rapidly. Below, the actions of the robbers kicked off a day full of energy in New York. As if agreed upon, police sirens rang out in the streets and alleys in all directions. These stupid gangsters just happened to catch up with the time when the police officers in this area had just started work. No other cases have been received at this moment, and all police officers are idle. 1, 2, 3, 6, I'll go, catch 3 robbers, dispatched at least 20 police officers, a lot of martial arts, Bede sighed as he followed quickly. Swinging spider silk on the street is much more complicated than indoors, because some emergencies need to be taken into account. In addition, in order to escape the pursuit, the robber's car raced wildly and made turns in the city, which made the pursuit even more difficult. After a while, Bede felt that the distance between himself and the robber's car seemed to be widened. This made Bede involuntarily think of the feeling when he first played the Spider-Man game. There will always be some pursuit missions in the game, and he needs to seize some opportunities and jump directly into the car. Well, this method is good, try it. End of this chapter. Bede suddenly stopped and pressed his body against the outer wall of a building. Not far behind, The Gwen spider that had been following him also stopped. What is he going to do? Why did he stop? Is he going to give up? Gwen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in Bid, and some thoughts in her heart faded away. At this moment, Peter suddenly moved. I saw him suddenly change direction and quickly climb towards the roof of the building where he was. When he was more than 20 meters away from the top of the building, Bede shot out a thread of spider silk with both hands at the same time, and then pulled it sharply. With a classic move spider silk ejection, Bede's speed suddenly increased a lot. He quickly climbed up to the top of the building, then jumped several times in a row to reach a building at the other end of the street. In the street below, the robber's car also drove towards this side quickly. 3, 2, 1 surprise. Peter jumped straight from the roof, and then hit the roof of the high-speed robber's car squarely. Of course it was all planned by him. When he was on the roof of the building just now, he found that there were police cars coming on both sides of the next few road sections that the robber's car passed, so he concluded that they would not dare to drive in the direction of the police car, and would only choose the current road. So, he simply took a shortcut directly from the roof. Walking from the sky does not need to consider road conditions, turns, etc., but it is faster than driving below. Damn it, what is it? There was an angry curse in the car, but no one dared to look out. After all, they were still chasing the police car behind them, and no one could guarantee whether they would be shot if they stuck their heads out. Peter reached out and grabbed himself firmly on the roof of the car, then poked his head down and knocked on the car window. Hey, can you open the window? I have something to say to you. Fack. The black robber sitting here was taking out a big gold ring from his pocket and slapping it on his hand. He was immediately taken aback. Then when he saw Peter's appearance clearly, he was taken aback even more. Spider-Man. Aren't you dead? I'm not the Spider-Man you know. Well, it's a long story, or you can stop the car first, and we can talk slowly, Bede suggested sincerely. Bah, even if you are the real Spider-Man, we won't get out of the car, the black robber cursed. The white robber beside him whispered, this is Spider-Man, why don't we surrender? The black robber said angrily, surrender? Didn't you hear what he said? He is not the Spider-Man we know, why should you surrender? Very good, you deserve to be a robber, you just have spirit, Bede said in admiration, and then raised his fist. Since this is the case, I can only convince people with reason. Bang! A crisp sound. The car window was smashed by Peter's fist. The momentum of the fist caused broken glass to fill the back seat of the car, and the two robbers sitting in the back seat were scratched and screamed repeatedly. At this time, the vehicle suddenly came to a sudden stop. It turned out that the black robber who was driving found out what was going on behind him and tried to throw Pete away. Bede's body was indeed lifted up due to inertia. But the power of biostatic electricity is not covered. Now he is quite proficient in the use of this ability, and has reached the point where he can retract and release it freely. Not to mention just a small break, even if the car overturned, he didn't want to get off, and he still couldn't get off. However, the effect is still there. He just stuck one hand to the car, and the rest of his body was free. Caught off guard, his body was slightly turned over, and his back slammed heavily on the corner between the door on one side and the roof of the car, directly denting the corner. Oh, my back, Peter yelled. His scream made the black robber driving the car unconsciously smile. He accelerated the car again, and did not forget to turn around and show off to his two companions who had suffered a loss. Look, this rookie Spider-Man appeared out of nowhere. It's pretty easy to deal with. Dong dong dong. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a knock on the driver's window. Bede's head appeared in the driver's seat window this time. My back, do you think I would say that? In fact, it doesn't hurt very much. It's not as painful as Mr. Shadow's punch during training. But dude, your behavior is not only impolite, but also suspected of dangerous driving. I think I should not only lock you up, but also revoke your driver's license. Damn it, you're going to die. The black robber who was driving was obviously very irritable, picked up the pistol that was set aside, and shot B in the face twice. This car is just an ordinary car, and the car glass used is also very ordinary, and it shatters after a dozen. But that damned spider's head was only a little off twice, and it dodged the two bullets, looking very relaxed and comfortable. Fake, the black robber driving the car roared, pulling the trigger repeatedly, trying to empty the magazine in one go. It's too dangerous, buddy, Peter said unaccustomed to him. A spider thread shot on his wrist, directly knocked off the pistol, and stuck his hand to the seat at the same time. Then, he shot another ball of spider silk, which stuck to the steering wheel. Damn it, why don't you beat him to death? The black robber driving the car yelled at his two companions in the back seat. You're going to kill me every now and then. It's so scary. Peter moved his body, and directly reached out to press on the rear door, activated by biological static electricity, and then pulled it hard. Bang! The car door was torn off abruptly. Well, are you going to get out of the car obediently, or should I come? Pete shook the car door in his hand and asked with his head. Get off, we surrender. Mom, I don't dare anymore. This move of his completely broke the psychological defense of the three naive gangsters. Tear the car door with your hands, who can resist it? They were afraid that if they would not agree, the next moment the hand would be placed on their bodies, and then they would be torn in half. The robber's car braked suddenly, leaving a long brake mark on the ground, and stopped. The three robbers got out of the car one by one, looking very well behaved. Bede let go of his hand, and with a clang, the car door slammed on the ground, causing the three of them to tremble again. Hold your head in your hands and squat on the ground. Squat down, Peter ordered. Under physical deterrence, the 3 robbers obeyed obediently. Soon, Orlando police officers were chasing him from behind. B made no intention of continuing the conversation this time. He looked up, and soon found the figure of Gwen Spider on the roof of a nearby building. How is my performance? Is it considered qualified? Bede asked with some expectation. This was the first time in his life that he had done such a thing, so he was inevitably a little excited. But it was strange to say that he felt that after the matter was settled, he was more excited than when he was dealing with the incident just now. Then he thought about it carefully. Is mouth cannon really a passive skill of Spider-Man? Has the effect of relieving tension? Gwen Spider looked at him and said lightly, not bad, out of points, I can score points. Solo. Bede was a little unconvinced. He felt that he had done a good job. Gwen Spider said, in fact, at the gate of the gold shop, when the robbers get on the car, you can stop them. There is no need to chase them all the way, and you almost lost them. Peter thought for a while, and it seemed to make sense. When he was at the entrance of the gold store, he was actually hiding behind a signboard obliquely in front of the gold store. But when he saw that Miss Creevy was about to fall, he subconsciously wanted to help her first. If he shot directly at the robbers at that time, he should be able to subdue them in a few seconds. No, if you shot at that time, the other party might still hurt Miss Creevy, Bede argued. At that time, the robber's car was still in front of the gold shop, and the back seat was in line with Miss Creevy. From that point of view, the possibility of the robbers shooting Miss Creevy in desperation cannot be ruled out. You can overturn the car, Gwen Spider said lightly. In this operation, Bede suddenly realized that the car was actually only about 2 tons, and with his strength, it was more than enough to lift the whole car, not to mention overturning it. And once the car is overturned, the robbers in the car will naturally lose the ability to shoot. But such a violent method, proposed by a delicate girl, is it really reasonable? Thinking about it, Bede gave Gwen Spider a strange look in his eyes. Gwen Spider seemed to sense the meaning in Bede's eyes, and said, isn't it good to use the most direct and effective method to solve the problem? That's great, you taught me a lot. Thank you Gwen, it's great to have a friend like you. Bede looked into Gwen Spider's eyes and said seriously. Gwen Spider looked at him for a moment, then quickly turned her head. Okay, you take a rest, and then continue to find the next target. Bede nodded, feeling a little regretful. He could feel that Gwen Spider should have something else to say. What she really wanted to tell him was probably not the stories she told in the subway. But she didn't want to say it, and Peter couldn't force it. To put it bluntly, they were not familiar enough to talk about everything before. It's just that he was a little puzzled. What was more unspeakable than the stories she told? The stories that Gwen Spider told earlier actually treated him as a companion. But this partner should only be brought because they have similar abilities, belong to the kind, and have all fallen into foreign lands. There is still a lot of difference between this and a real friend. Peter was waiting for the day when Gwen Spider would speak out on his own initiative. In fact, Bede did not consume much energy in his actions just now. After a few minutes of rest, he was back to normal. Then, he said hello to the Gwen Spider and started moving again. There have been no similar cases since then. In the whole morning, he just saved a child who was almost hit by a car, helped an old lady to cross the road, and then helped a delivery boy who was almost overtime because of a traffic jam. There are also gains. The grandmother who was helped across the road insisted on buying him something to thank him for his contributions to the community. Bede knew it was Granny who thought he was the ultimate spider. But the kindness was hard to come by. In the end, Bede thanked the ultimate spider silently in his heart, and accepted the meat pie invited by the grandmother. Flushing is an Asian immigrant district in New York, and this meat pie shop is from Hangzhou. Open, based on the original meatloaf, it incorporates Western flavors and is very popular with the locals. Mr. Spider, our whole family really likes you. While the meatloaf was baking, the old woman held Bede's hand and talked to him with a smile. Haha, that's great, Bede laughed, feeling warm in his heart. Being able to be recognized for one's efforts is the greatest affirmation and the best reward. After saying a few words, the old lady changed the topic and said angrily, yesterday it was said on TV that Spider-Man is dead. I asked Jalad, and Jalad said that was just what those unscrupulous reporters said. I was so angry. We didn't even eat much dinner? How could they talk nonsense about such things? They are really unscrupulous journalists. Hearing this, Bede didn't know how to reply. Because what the news said was true, the ultimate spider was really dead. But he could tell that the old lady really liked Spider-Man. That Gerard was supposed to be the family that lived with her. Probably because of this, so I didn't tell the old man the truth. For some reason, he thought of Aunt May when she was sad. Thinking about it, Bede smiled, and put his other hand on the hand that the old grandma was holding him, and said with a smile, Grandma, don't you think I'm doing well here? It doesn't matter what they say. Yeah, it's great that you're doing well. The old woman laughed heartily. After a while, the meatloaf was ready. After thanking the granny, Peter took the meatloaf back to the rooftop, where Gwen Spider was waiting for him. Gwen Spider didn't wear a mask, probably because wearing a mask was uncomfortable. In fact, Bede didn't like wearing a mask when he was fine. But for some reason, he felt that Gwen Spider looked at him with envy now. What are you envious of? Meatloaf? Bede was a little puzzled, but he was not a stingy person, and stretched out his hand. Hey, do you want to eat it? It smells delicious. I won't eat it. You can eat it. Gwen Spider hesitated, shook his head, and added, Grandma bought this for you. But this meatloaf is very big. I ate too much for breakfast, and I can't eat it. Bede said with a bitter face, wasting food is a very shameful act. Gwen, you don't want me to become a bad guy who wastes food, do you? Gwen Spider didn't expect this to be related to the villain. She said angrily, do you think I'm a child? What do you mean by your coaxing tone like a child? Hey, Peter smiled, without any embarrassment. He just saw Gwen Spider's closed self, a look that no strangers should enter, so he couldn't help but want to tease her. But he really didn't talk about it. Stretching out his hand to tear it, Pete tore the meatloaf and the wrapping paper in half, and handed half of it to Gwen Spider. It's your reward for helping me complete the assessment. Then I reluctantly accepted it. Gwen Spider hesitated for a moment, then took half of the meat pie and took a bite. Looking at her, she seemed a little excited. Strange, is it so delicious? Pete muttered to himself, and also took a bite of the meatloaf in his hand. End of this chapter. To be fair, this meatloaf does taste pretty good. It not only retains certain elements of Hangzhia, but also makes adjustments to better suit the tastes of Yingguo people. It is not unreasonable to be able to sell so hot. However, to say that it is delicious in the world, it is not considered. Anyway, Bede feels that it has reached the level of delicious. He couldn't understand what Gwen Spider was getting excited about. However, what he didn't know was that what Gwen Spider was excited about was not the taste of the meatloaf itself, but the meaning it symbolized. This meatloaf is actually not big. In fact, it is only the size of a palm. Half a patty and it was gone in no time. After crumpling up the wrapping paper that wrapped the patty, Gwen Spider seemed to have made some sort of decision. Would you like to hear my story? Gwen Spider said. Peter was taken aback for a moment, and then he felt slightly happy. He had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Speak, and listen carefully. Later, Gwen Spider told her story. In her world, becoming Spider-Man is actually not a pleasant thing. Before gaining the ability, her life was not good. Her father is the chief of the New York City Police Department and has a high position, but he has little time to take care of her. So she fell in love with music, formed a band with a few friends, and became the drummer of the band. Her grades can be said to be a mess, and her interpersonal relationships are pitifully miserable. And after gaining the ability, the actual situation didn't get much better. It even got worse. She uses her abilities to help others, but those people think she is a masked person and don't want to see her. Sometimes she destroys something by fighting the bad guys, and they put it on her head, thinking she is also a destroyer. Gradually, Spider-Woman became an unpopular existence in her world. But so far, it's been fine. What really broke Gwen Spider was what happened later. Her childhood sweetheart Peter Parker, because of being bullied all the year round, has the psychology of revenge. So he made a mutated lizard potion and became a lizardman after injection. In order to prevent the lizard man from hurting others, she resolutely stopped him, and then discovered the other party's true identity. Peter Parker, on the other hand, died in her arms due to severe physical trauma after the effects of the potion wore off. This scene happened to be seen by her father. Her father preconceived that it was Spider-Woman who killed Peter Parker and issued a warrant for her. Since then, Spider-Woman has completely become an existence that everyone shouts and beats. A suspected murderer? No one recognizes her anymore? No one understands her? No one likes her? Even she herself felt that she was an ominous person. But she did not give up. From the death of her friend Peter, she realized the truth that with great power comes great responsibility, and convinced herself to become a night-knight with a double life. For this, she paid a lot. Due to her crime-fighting activities, she was often late to her band's rehearsals. So she fell out with her bandmates and quit the band. At this time, she seemed to be abandoned by the whole world, becoming the loneliest person. Even if he was injured, he could only silently lick the wound in a dark corner. The two-sided life gradually seems to have become one-sided. Both Gwen Stacy and Spider-Woman have become forgotten by the world. Loneliness is like a huge palm, closing her in the palm, oppressing her so that she can't breathe. Until she accidentally came to this world. In this world, she met a group of similar with the same ability as her. This allowed her to rediscover the feeling of having a companion. But the shadow of past experiences made her afraid of this feeling. She is afraid that her unknownness will bring disaster to these companions who have finally met. So she kept Bede and the others at arm's length. Watching them laugh, she laughed together in her heart from a distance. Seeing them making trouble, she was also envious in her heart, but she didn't dare to come forward to join them. Suddenly Bede realized. No wonder Gwen Spider has been acting so strange before. However, he understands the feeling. It's not that he feels the same way, but when he watched the 1994 Spider-Man anime, the 94 Spider-Man in it had a similar situation. 94 Spider-Man is always inexplicably blamed for various coincidences. For example, it was clear that Mobius stole his blood samples for experiments and turned into a vampire, but he was framed as the one who kidnapped Mobius, and was even hunted down by the Punisher for this. Just thinking about it, you can feel the difficulty of that situation and the torment in your heart. 94 Spider-Man is at least an adult man with rich social experience, and he has relatives and friends such as Aunt May, Mary Jane, Dr. Connors, and Dr. Maria to help him. As for Gwen Spider, there is only herself. And she is only 17 years old this year. Thinking of this, Bede's heart was filled with pity for the Gwen Spider. He looked at the profile of Gwen Spider. Gwen Spider also looked at him at this moment. The four eyes met, as if there were slight ripples in a calm pond. Gwen Spider moved closer to Bede. Can you lend me a shoulder? Bede hesitated, then nodded, of course. There seemed to be a faint fragrance coming from the nostrils, but there was no distraction in Bede's heart. Gwen. Okay. I will be your friend from now on. From now on, first friend. Why the first one? Because I will take you to see more worlds, more beautiful scenery, and make more friends. Gwen Spider's face turned slightly red and she smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Seeing the girl's shy look, Bede's heart beat violently. Oops, it's a heart-wrenching feeling. And at this moment, as if sensing Bede's strangeness, Gwen Spider's face also turned red visibly to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, a sentence emerged in Bede's mind unconsciously. There are not many truths in the world, and a woman's blush is worth a long paragraph of dialogue. Neither of them spoke, just stared at each other for a long time. Eventually, Peter felt he couldn't take it any longer. If this stalemate continues, he may really be about to make some rude move. Cough, have you rested yet? How about I continue to patrol? Peter withdrew his hand and said with some embarrassment. Well, go ahead, I'll always be by your side and watch over you. Although Gwen blushed, she seemed much more frank. This has something to do with the personality of the individual, and it is also affected by the environment to a certain extent. However, the throbbing just now made Bede feel a strange feeling towards the Gwen Spider in his heart, and he can feel that the same is true for Gwen Spider. End of this chapter. In fact, by now, even though Gwen Spider didn't say it clearly, Bede already knew the reason why she approached him. Escape? From Gwen Spider's description, it is easy to guess that her life in her world was not pleasant, even very bad. He even had some doubts that if the Gwen Spider was allowed to continue like this, one day she would suddenly be unable to bear it anymore and Gwen Spider should also know her own situation. Originally, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, she couldn't really fight against the whole world. But this unexpected event brought her from her dark world to this strange world. And it was a week ago. During this week, while Gwen Spider was investigating what happened to him, he was greedily enjoying a rare peaceful life. Here, even if she occasionally goes out wearing her spider suit and is seen by others, she is not greeted with abuse and slander. Compared with the original world, she found that this place was like heaven, so beautiful. This made her fall in love with this place unconsciously. Perhaps this is why. She obviously came a week earlier than Pete and the others, but she waited until Pete and the others were together before looking for a way to go back. Because subconsciously she doesn't want to go back at all. But it's a pity that these visitors from another world were instinctively rejected by this world. So, she had to go back again. So, when she accidentally discovered that Peta seemed to have some kind of ability to avoid this kind of rejection, she was deeply moved. However, Gwen Spider obviously didn't know how to talk about it. And Bede himself was confused about his current situation. How does he know why he is not affected by rejection? The only thing he can think of is that he is from the real world, and this is the Marvel Universe. Maybe he himself is a unique individual. Therefore, his existence cannot be copied for the time being. But it cannot be copied is not equal to he is unwilling to try. Even out of a deep understanding of his own situation, he had to find a way to figure out what happened to him. For example, why he traveled through time, where did the spider that bit him in the real world come from, why was he given the ability of Spider-Man, etc. Besides, if his existence is really extremely special, it means that he will not be rejected by any world. At that time, the nickname Spacetime Spider-Man that he gave himself in order to deal with the Orlando police officer will have another meaning. A Spider-Man who can travel through different time and space and different parallel universes. The Marvel Universe is so big, he doesn't believe that he can't find a way to take people to travel freely together. Therefore, he boldly made a promise to Gwen Spider to show her more worlds, more beautiful scenery, and make more friends. As for purpose, on the one hand, I feel sorry for Gwen Spider. A person who originally wanted to treat the world with light should not be repaid by the world with darkness. On the other hand, he has a showdown, he is greedy for others, he is lowly. Maybe he didn't mean it at first, but after talking to the Gwen Spider, he was really interested. It's not easy for a person to meet someone in his life who he likes, who doesn't dislike him, and who may even like him. Now that I have encountered it, I naturally have to find a way to try and work hard. He secretly made a decision in his heart. If he was sure that he really couldn't return to his own world, he might as well go directly to her world with Gwen Spider. It doesn't matter which world he stays in. It's also nice to go to the world of Gwen Spider. After having a more in-depth communication with the Gwen Spider, the atmosphere between the two became much better. The most intuitive thing is that the smile on Gwen Spider's face has become more. The girl's smile is like a bend of clear spring, just one glance, it's sweet in my heart. Bede was full of energy. In the next few hours, Bede dealt with some daily incidents one after another, but never encountered the same thing as in the morning. It feels like New York City today is quieter than ever. Lunch was settled at a burger joint on the side of the road. When going out in the morning, Aunt May stuffed two people with a $10 bill, which was enough for them to have a lunch. It's just taking the old man's money, which is quite embarrassing. But they had to take it. After all, they had no money. Gwen Spider used the money brought from his own world in the past week, but it was almost enough. This embarrassing situation made Bede think, if he plans to live in any world for a long time, he should find a way to find a stable job, or start his own business. In short, at least you need to be financially independent and take care of yourself. While being Spider-Man, you also have to take care of your personal life. You can't be like Toby Spider, who can't coordinate the affairs between the two identities and make your life a mess. It's not until you lose it that you start to regret it. And, although this happened to Toby Spider, it was a wake-up call for Bede. By the way, if I join the Avengers, will I get a salary? Bede suddenly thought of a question. However, he quickly shook his head and gave up the idea. To join the Avengers, it is inevitable to deal with SHIELD, but he doesn't like this stuff. It's better to figure out a way to solve the economic problem by yourself. Bede was making plans silently in his mind while walking quickly through the city. Gwen Spider followed him. It is already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Not long ago, after confirmation from Gwen Spider and approval from Shadow Spider, Spider-Pigman, and others, it was confirmed that Bede had completed his actual combat assessment mission. At the same time, the Shadow Spider also informed them that Penny and the Spider Mecha had finished the gadgets. So, he and Gwen Spider are now on their way back to Aunt May's house in Queen's Mountain. What are you thinking? When sitting on the subway, Gwen Spider would glance at Bede from time to time, seeing his pensive look, and finally couldn't help asking curiously. As soon as Bede saw her expression, he couldn't help but want to tease her again. He turned his head to look into Gwen Spider's eyes, and said seriously, I'm thinking about our future. Gwen Spider? Her face suddenly turned into a burning cloud again, and she turned her head back, not daring to look at Peeta again. Bede smiled secretly, and said, cough, well, just kidding. Actually, I was thinking about another question. What's the problem? Gwen Spider asked. Bede analyzed carefully. New York can be said to be Jinbin's base camp. We have been busy around here all morning. Do you think Jinbin has noticed us? End of this chapter. Seeing that Bede was really talking about business, the blush on Gwen Spider's face quietly dissipated a little, nodded, and said, when Miles and Mr. Parker broke into the laboratory outside Kingpin, they should have already know we exist. Then why haven't they been bothering us? Peeta asked. Gwen Spider was stunned by Bede's question. Yes. Why didn't Kingpin come to trouble them? Logically speaking, Jinbin and Spider-Man are deadly enemies, and the middle-aged Peter Spider and Little Black Spider lurk into his laboratory and steal the computer that stores the data of the Collider. Even Gwen Spider beats up Lady Octopus. Counting new and old hatred together, the value of this hatred must be full, right? In addition, Kingpin's purpose in building the Collider was to find his wife and son in the parallel world. But judging from his experiments again and again, the Collider technology is obviously not mature yet. And now, there are several mature experimental subjects here, who were successfully brought into this world by the Particle Collider. If he can catch them, maybe he can get inspiration from them, so as to perfect the Particle Collider and achieve his goal. But Kingpin didn't do that. Even until now, there is no intention of coming to them at all. What do you mean? Gwen Spider had some guesses in her mind and turned to look at Bede again. Bede also looked at her and said seriously, I wasn't sure before, but after this morning's activities and thinking about it carefully just now, I think Kingpin should have completely mastered the Particle Collider. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, he will conduct the next Particle Collider experiment. Gwen Spider also nodded, and Bede's thoughts coincided with hers. That's why he has no time to take care of us. Firstly, he is busy with experiments and does not want to spend extra energy to find us. Secondly, he has been able to. If you achieve your goal, there will be no need to worry about us anymore. Bede grinned. He doesn't want to come to us, but it's a pity that we have to go to him. After all, we still have a big debt to settle with him. Yeah. Gwen Spider nodded heavily. At the same time, Queen Hill. Aunt May's house. Spider-Man is enjoying the tranquility before the big war. The Shadow Spider lay reclined on the sofa, holding a third-order Rubik's Cube in his hand, and was trying to restore it. There was a smiley face on the screen of the Spider Mecha, standing behind the sofa and watching the movements of the Shadow Spider. Spider-Pigman is eating. This foodie spends his time shopping and eating every day. The middle-aged Peter Spider held a cup of tea in his hand, and was also drinking it slowly, looking at the coffee table in the living room, as if he was thinking about something. In fact, he emptied his mind and was in a daze. Penny was sitting alone on the small sofa, rubbing her shoulders like a little grown-up. Aunt May was carrying a tray with some freshly baked biscuits on it, and walked up to Penny. Little Penny, it's really hard work, come and taste it. Thank you, Auntie. Penny picked up a biscuit and showed a lovely smile. Aunt May responded with a kind smile, and then called the others to eat cookies. Looking at the little spiders in this room, she felt that her whole body was healed. Bang! A figure ran in panic from the street, ran all the way into Aunt May's house, and then rushed into the house through the door. The middle-aged Peter Spider was taken aback and almost knocked over the teacup in his hand. He turned to look at the little black spider who was holding the door frame with one hand and gasping for air, and complained, Miles, what are you doing in this sudden surprise? Shadow Spider and others also stopped what they were doing and looked at Miles. Uncle. Little black spider gasped for air, with a very anxious expression on his face, but he couldn't say it at once. Uncle. The middle-aged Peter Spider was a little surprised. Well, I am indeed old enough to be your uncle. Although I personally don't want children, it's not impossible to find a cheap nephew. Aunt May put the tray on the coffee table, picked up another glass of water, and walked towards the little black spider. Myers, don't worry, sit down and talk slowly. Little black spider took the water from Aunt May and drank it in one gulp, then she felt better. He said eagerly, my uncle, he turned out to be a prowler. Didn't Bede tell you about this? Shadow Spider asked doubtfully. When Bede introduced the game version of Miles he knew before, he had already said this. Ugh. The little black spider was momentarily at a loss for words, and he just remembered this. It turned out that after a whole morning of training, he had basically mastered his abilities. At least he was able to stably launch spider silk, and coordinate the spider silk with his body to move quickly and become invisible. After feeling the same, the little black spider gave up the plan to continue training in the afternoon. He asked for a leave from his head coach, the middle-aged Peter Spider, and wanted to take advantage of this time to go home and have a look. After all, I was still a child, and it was my first time to participate in such a battle, so I was very nervous. Moreover, seeing the death of the ultimate spider with his own eyes still caused a certain psychological shadow on him. Besides, Bede was still the main person responsible for shutting down and destroying the collider, and training the little black spider was just a precaution. With these thoughts in mind, the middle-aged Peter Spider approved his leave note. So, little black spider left Aunt May's house and went back to Brooklyn. He first went back home and secretly looked at his mother. Then I wanted to go see my father at the police station, but unfortunately his father was on duty and I couldn't find him. So he went to the house of his uncle Aaron Davis. The relationship between him and his uncle Aaron is very good. It can be said that they can talk about everything. Of course, he wouldn't really tell his uncle that he had acquired the spider ability. He just wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with his uncle before the upcoming battle to ease his tension. However, at his uncle's house, he meets the prowler. And the prowler is his uncle Aaron? Panicked, the little black spider escaped from his uncle's house. However, even though he was invisible at that time, the sound of wind when he left alerted the battle-hardened prowler immediately. The prowler immediately gave chase. The two started a fierce chasing battle in the street, and staged a war between uncle and nephew that was not much different from father's kindness and son's filial piety. In the end, the little black spider managed to get rid of the prowler's pursuit, and dared not stay outside any longer, and ran all the way to Aunt May's house. After listening to the little black spider's narration, the middle-aged Peter Spider's expression changed. You just came here directly. Penny called out, idiot, have you ever considered that he let you go on purpose so that he could follow you all the way to us? The shadow spider was even more decisive. She put the Rubik's Cube into her arms and stood up straight away. Pede, Gwen, where have you been? Something happened here, so you should be careful over there. Spider Pigman glanced at the bewildered little black spider, jumped off the sofa, and walked to the kitchen. I'm going to wash the handle. This is combat etiquette. After all, I am a well-mannered spider. Thanks to Wande Ozayobewen for the 6,100 starting coin reward. Seeing that Bede was really talking about business, the blush on Gwen Spider's face quietly dissipated a little, nodded, and said, when Miles and Mr. Parker broke into the laboratory outside Kingpin, they should have already know we exist. Then why haven't they been bothering us? Peeta asked. Gwen Spider was stunned by Bede's question. Yes. Why didn't Kingpin come to trouble them? Logically speaking, Jin Bin and Spider-Man are deadly enemies, and the middle-aged Peter Spider and Little Black Spider lurk into his laboratory and steal the computer that stores the data of the collider. Even Gwen Spider beats up Lady Octopus. Counting new and old hatred together, the value of this hatred must be full, right? In addition, Kingpin's purpose in building the collider was to find his wife and son in the parallel world. But judging from his experiments again and again, the collider technology is obviously not mature yet. And now, there are several mature experimental subjects here, who were successfully brought into this world by the particle collider. If he can catch them, maybe he can get inspiration from them, so as to perfect the particle collider and achieve his goal. But Kingpin didn't do that. Even until now, there is no intention of coming to them at all. What do you mean? Gwen Spider had some guesses in her mind and turned to look at Bede again. Bede also looked at her and said seriously, I wasn't sure before, but after this morning's activities and thinking about it carefully just now, I think Kingpin should have completely mastered the particle collider. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, he will conduct the next particle collider experiment. Gwen Spider also nodded, and Bede's thoughts coincided with hers. That's why he has no time to take care of us. Firstly, he is busy with experiments and does not want to spend extra energy to find us. Secondly, he has been able to. If you achieve your goal, there will be no need to worry about us anymore. Bede grinned. He doesn't want to come to us, but it's a pity that we have to go to him. After all, we still have a big debt to settle with him. Yeah, Gwen Spider nodded heavily. At the same time, Queen Hill, Aunt May's house. Spider-Man is enjoying the tranquility before the big war. The shadow spider lay reclined on the sofa, holding a third-order Rubik's Cube in his hand, and was trying to restore it. There was a smiley face on the screen of the spider mecha, standing behind the sofa and watching the movements of the shadow spider. Spider Pigman is eating. This foodie spends his time shopping and eating every day. The middle-aged Peter Spider held a cup of tea in his hand, and was also drinking it slowly, looking at the coffee table in the living room, as if he was thinking about something. In fact, he emptied his mind and was in a daze. Penny was sitting alone on the small sofa, rubbing her shoulders like a little grown-up. Aunt May was carrying a tray with some freshly baked biscuits on it, and walked up to Penny. "Little Penny, it's really hard work, come and taste it." "Thank you, Auntie." Penny picked up a biscuit and showed a lovely smile. Aunt May responded with a kind smile, and then called the others to eat cookies. Looking at the little spiders in this room, she felt that her whole body was healed. Bang! A figure ran in panic from the street, ran all the way into Aunt May's house, and then rushed into the house through the door. The middle-aged Peter Spider was taken aback and almost knocked over the teacup in his hand. He turned to look at the little black spider who was holding the door frame with one hand and gasping for air, and complained, "Miles, what are you doing in this sudden surprise?" Shadow Spider and others also stopped what they were doing and looked at Miles. "Uncle." Little black spider gasped for air, with a very anxious expression on his face, but he couldn't say it at once. "Uncle." The middle-aged Peter Spider was a little surprised. "Well, I am indeed old enough to be your uncle. Although I personally don't want children, it's not impossible to find a cheap nephew." Aunt May put the tray on the coffee table, picked up another glass of water, and walked towards the little black spider. "Myers, don't worry, sit down and talk slowly." Little black spider took the water from Aunt May and drank it in one gulp, then she felt better. He said eagerly, "My uncle, he turned out to be a prowler." "Ah, didn't Bede tell you about this?" Shadow Spider asked doubtfully. When Bede introduced the game version of Miles he knew before, he had already said this. Ugh. The little black spider was momentarily at a loss for words, and he just remembered this. It turned out that after a whole morning of training, he had basically mastered his abilities. At least he was able to stably launch spider silk, and coordinate the spider silk with his body to move quickly and become invisible. After feeling the same, the little black spider gave up the plan to continue training in the afternoon. He asked for a leave from his head coach, the middle-aged Peter Spider, and wanted to take advantage of this time to go home and have a look. "After all, I was still a child, and it was my first time to participate in such a battle, so I was very nervous. Moreover, seeing the death of the ultimate spider with his own eyes still caused a certain psychological shadow on him. Besides, Bede was still the main person responsible for shutting down and destroying the collider, and training the little black spider was just a precaution." With these thoughts in mind, the middle-aged Peter Spider approved his leave note. So, little black spider left Aunt May's house and went back to Brooklyn. He first went back home and secretly looked at his mother. "Then I wanted to go see my father at the police station, but unfortunately his father was on duty and I couldn't find him. So he went to the house of his uncle Aaron Davis. The relationship between him and his uncle Aaron is very good. It can be said that they can talk about everything. Of course, he wouldn't really tell his uncle that he had acquired the spider ability. He just wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with his uncle before the upcoming battle to ease his tension. However, at his uncle's house, he meets the prowler. And the prowler is his uncle Aaron? Panicked, the little black spider escaped from his uncle's house. However, even though he was invisible at that time, the sound of wind when he left alerted the battle-hardened prowler immediately. The prowler immediately gave chase. The two started a fierce chasing battle in the street, and staged a war between uncle and nephew that was not much different from father's kindness and son's filial piety. In the end, the little black spider managed to get rid of the prowler's pursuit, and dared not stay outside any longer, and ran all the way to Aunt May's house. After listening to the little black spider's narration, the middle-aged Peter Spider's expression changed. "You just came here directly." Penny called out, "Idiot, have you ever considered that he let you go on purpose so that he could follow you all the way to us?" The shadow spider was even more decisive. She put the Rubik's Cube into her arms and stood up straight away. "Pete, Gwen, where have you been? Something happened here, so you should be careful over there." Spider Pigman glanced at the bewildered little black spider, jumped off the sofa, and walked to the kitchen. "I'm going to wash the handle. This is combat etiquette. After all, I am a well-mannered spider." Thanks to Wande Oziobewen for the 6,100 starting coin reward. Chapter 28 New Skills Get Square Root. Generally, there are 2 tubes in the spider silk launcher for the left and right hands, and 4 or 5 tubes in the belt on the body, so that it can last for a long time. But if it is further compressed to the subatomic level, not only can it be reduced in size and packed into a small coin-shaped container, which is convenient for carrying, it can also increase the reusability rate and prolong the use time. Frequent replacement of silk solution, etc. There are many advantages. The Spider-Man who have mastered this technology include Spider Mecha Girl Penny, the late Ultimate Spider-Man, the blonde Peter Parker, and the Dutch Spider that Bede saw in the movie. The Dutch Spider won the title of Iron Man. After receiving the support, the liquid spider silk solution originally prepared in a small beaker was replaced by a coin-shaped spider silk container. In fact, that was what contained the subatomic spider silk solution. It's only the size of a coin, but it's as effective as 4 or 5 tubes of liquid atomic level spider silk solution. Bede's suit was made in the Ultimate Spider's secret base using Ultimate Spider's equipment, and was made by Penny. So the spider silk launcher and spider silk solution he used are naturally high-tech versions. Theoretically speaking, the spider silk formed rapidly from the subatomic level should be safer, non-toxic, and sterile than the spider silk formed from the atomic level used by Garfield spiders. It's perfect for dressing up wounds temporarily. Bede then sprayed a few globs of spider silk on the Gwen spider's wound, and the effect was immediate. The wound was quickly blocked, and the blood stopped flowing. But he knew it was just a stopgap measure. After all, the wound was not sterilized, and now it is just to keep it from bleeding. Thinking about it, Bede picked up the Gwen spider, jumped to the ceiling, and quickly used spider silk to weave a large web between the ceiling and the load-bearing column, and placed the Gwen spider on it. Roughly estimated, a total of more than 30 punks came. He and Gwen spider had just solved 15 of them. There was about half left. Gwen spider's injury made Pete a little annoyed. The strength in his hands also increased a bit. The previous strength probably only caused these people to temporarily lose their combat effectiveness, and left some minor and serious injuries along the way, so that they could learn a lesson and behave well in the future. But now, every time he punches, these people can lose a few teeth or break their ribs. I estimate that I will have to stay in the hospital for several months after the incident. Anyway, dealing with these people are just gang members. Even if the attacks are occasionally more severe, Bede doesn't have much psychological burden. Obviously, while he was being trained by the Shadow Spider, he was also influenced to a certain extent by his envious character. Shadow Spider's title of the Punisher in Spider-Man is not for nothing, which is enough to explain his behavior style. Fortunately, Bede wasn't as vicious as the Shadow Spider. After all, he didn't have the growth environment like the Shadow Spider, let alone the awareness of the Shadow Spider. Under Bede's almost full firepower, the remaining dozen or so people were dealt with by him within a few minutes. Bede tied them all together with spider silk and threw them on the ground. I believe that the news of Spider-Man subway station fighting gangs has already spread in New York City, and soon, police officers will come to take over these guys. Although these people did not hold guns, they fought with weapons and tried to hurt innocent citizens, and jail time is inevitable. Bede didn't care about them anymore. He came to the cobweb he had made again, and as soon as he got up, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. "Gwen, how are you?" Bede asked concerned. Gwen Spider blinked and said, "It's completely healed. Can't you tell, you are very good at dealing with wounds. Also, your combat level has also been greatly improved." As he spoke, he swung his arms as if showing off. Pete probed to check the wound on Gwen Spider's arm, and it was true that there was no more bleeding. He frowned, not sure whether this was good news or bad news. In terms of the recovery ability of spider genes, if the wound is not deep, it is normal to recover quickly. But the wound was a knife wound, but it had not been disinfected. If it continues like this, I really can't say whether I will get tetanus or something. Gwen, wait here for a while, I'll get some alcohol and disinfect it. Hey. Gwen Spider wanted to stop him, but after Peeta finished speaking, he jumped out of the spider web and left here. Looking at the back of Bede disappearing on the escalator, for some reason, Gwen Spider felt his heart was enveloped by a huge mass of warmth. Then, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's such a great feeling to be cared about. Bede came back not long after he went out. An emergency medical kit was also brought back. This is from the staff in the service area of the subway station. Originally, what he meant was that he only needed some disinfectant, iodine, alcohol, etc., and added some bandages. But when the other party saw that Spider-Man wanted it, he knew that he was using it to save people, so he didn't say anything, and just gave him the whole bag. The other party even asked him if he wanted to help. The staff here have learned some training in emergency treatment of trauma. After thinking about it for a while, Bede still politely refused. He wasn't sure if Gwen Spider would let someone else handle it. Although accepting more help from others and feeling the kindness of others may bring some healing effects to Gwen Spider's mind. But Bede also knew that some things should not be rushed. Now, let Gwen Spider come out of the self-enclosed world bit by bit. Moreover, when he checked the wound just now, he found that the wound was actually not as deep as he imagined. I was just worried that tetanus would cause wound infection, so I needed to disinfect it. Besides, they were still in the subway station. If they really needed help, it would be fine to take Gwen Spider there. Bede returned to the web around the corner again and collided with the Gwen Spider's eyes again. There seems to be some faint pink breath in the air, and the source seems to be from the slightly flushed pretty face of Gwen Spider. At this moment, if you look carefully, you will find that those blue pupils are all Bede's figure. Bede didn't notice this. He asked the Gwen Spider to straighten out the arm on the injured side, and carefully fastened the spider silk on it. It is difficult for normal people to deal with this kind of spider silk. However, Spider-Man can use biostatic electricity to absorb spider silk in their hands. The power of biostatic electricity is much greater than the adhesive force of spider silk. Bede was a little worried that the Gwen Spider would be in pain, so he just stuck a finger on the spider silk and peeled it off bit by bit. "Gwen, does it hurt?" Peeta suddenly raised his head and asked. Gwen Spider's eyes moved away subconsciously, like a frightened deer. But she quickly regained her composure, and said, "No, it's okay, just come here. Oops." End of this chapter. While the Gwen Spider was talking, Bede suddenly pulled out the entire spider silk with a strong force. It turned out that a part of the spider silk was bound together with the blood, and if it was buckled little by little, it would undoubtedly increase the duration of the pain. He could only be cruel. The long-term pain would be worse than the short-term pain. Gwen Spider gave him a resentful look, but didn't blame him or say anything. She has closed herself for a long time and is not good at dealing with people, but it doesn't mean she is stupid. On the contrary, Binxiu, who was smart, guessed Bede's intention at once. So far, Peeta has completely stripped off all the spider threads. Following that, the wound below was also completely exposed. The first thing he saw was some clotted blood. Bede took out a sterile gauze from the medical bag, moistened it with some povidone iodine, and gently wiped off all the blood. The skins of the two are only tightly attached to each other through a thin layer of gauze, and they can feel each other's temperature. Feeling the warm fingers brushing against his skin again and again, Gwen Spider's face became increasingly rosy. She looked down at the man who was cleaning his wound seriously, with clumsy techniques, but carefully controlled his strength, for fear that she would suffer more pain. Her heart seemed to be soaked in a honeypot, from top to bottom, from left to right, it was all sweet. An unprecedented sense of happiness hugged her tightly, and even made her forget her physical pain. During this period, Pete was actually involved in the wound a few times because he accidentally used too much force. But apart from the involuntary exclamation just now, the Gwen Spider never made any painful sound. Let Bede blame himself while lamenting Gwen Spider's strength. In fact, he felt that the state of Gwen Spider was a bit strange at this time, but he couldn't tell what was so strange. How could he have known that his act of caring had quietly opened a heart door on the girl's shell that had originally wrapped him up layer by layer? At this moment, this heart door is the connection between the girl and the world. And his figure is standing on this heart door? Just like what was said in the 2003 movie Too Little No Guess directed by Yang Samuel, good love is when you see the whole world through one person, and bad love is when you give up the world for one person. At this moment, Gwen Spider was absolutely convinced that what she met was a good love. It was the boy in front of me who suddenly came to him, lit a lamp for himself in the dark, and then he smiled and said to himself, I will show you more worlds, more beautiful scenery, make more friends. Thus, the world lights up. It's because he is bright. After cleaning up all the blood that was flowing nearby and had begun to become sticky, Pete threw aside the few pieces of dirty gauze in his hand, and then took out the normal saline. You can use iodophor or alcohol to disinfect near the wound, but you cannot pour these disinfectants directly on the wound. He still understands this. As for where he got it from, before time traveling, he had seen a movie called The Unknown. In it, when the naively Hagen was disinfecting his elder brother's glasses, he used alcohol and almost sent him away. At that time, he felt strange when he saw it, because he had heard that alcohol had a sterilizing and disinfecting effect before, but he had never heard anyone say it was so painful. After doing some research, I found out that normal disinfectants are only used to inhibit bacteria on the skin around the incision, but the inside of the wound still needs to be cleaned with saline. He's not sure, though, whether washing a wound with saline is much of an irritant. Gwen Spider had been watching him, and immediately understood what he was worried about from the movement of his sudden pause. Don't worry about me. Treat the wound as soon as possible. We still have to go to Aunt May's house to help everyone. Peter nodded, and his heart tightened. Since just now, there has been no news from there in the headset, making Bede feel very anxious. However, the combat power over there is not weak. There are experienced middle-aged Peter Spider and Shadow Spider, the powerful Spider-Ham, and the clever Spider-Girl Penny. It stands to reason that there will be no accidents. To put it bluntly, Jin Bing is just a street boss. Compared with those really fierce purple sweet potato spirits, Goddess of Death, Uncle Tun, and so on, that's not Mao. However, he still sped up his movements a little. He first patted it with a piece of gauze to prevent the saline solution from leaking everywhere in the suit. Then, he looked up and saw that the Gwen Spider was getting ready, and Peter began to clean the wound. When saline was poured on the wound, he could feel the muscles in the Gwen Spider trembling unconsciously. Obviously, there is still a lot of excitement in this. But she insisted on not saying a word, not wanting to add unnecessary psychological burden to Bede. But every muscle twitch made him feel distressed. Fortunately, although the wound looked deep and long, it shouldn't be too serious. It was cleaned up in a short while, and bright red blood came out again. This is a good thing. It can bring out some bacteria that may have been produced when it was not treated just now. Bede quickly wiped those all off, too, after cleaning the wound. At this moment, he could finally see the original appearance of the wound. There is a gap about 1 finger long and 2 centimeters wide on the arm of the battlesuit, which is the hideous wound inside. The wound is about 5 millimeters deep, which is the result of being pushed a lot by B. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if it had been cut down at that time. Although I have known her experience over the years from the description of Gwen Spider, it is still hard to imagine how cruel the environment made a 17-year-old girl become so strong and brave. A normal girl would cry for a long time with a cut on her hand. But she remained silent and just watched him treat the wound without crying or complaining. Just endured everything silently. Pity for the girl in front of him subconsciously rose in Bede's heart. The blood-red granulation was particularly eye-catching against the fair skin. But probably Spider-Man's enhanced physique is at work, and some of the inside have been glued together. After taking a closer look, he breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head and said with a smile, "It seems that the injury is not as serious as imagined." "Yeah." Gwen Spider nodded and smiled. Peter took out another piece of clean gauze from the medical kit and quickly covered the wound. Then I wrapped it with a bandage again. Because it is not very good at knotting. Knotting is also a matter of knowledge. If the knot is too tight, it will affect blood circulation, and if it is too loose, it may continue to bleed. So Bede simply sprayed a few strands of spider silk on it. The spider silk is grid-like, breathable, and tight, which should be just right. "How is it?" Pete looked at Gwen Spider expectantly and asked. Gwen Spider's face was as red as a red-hot cloud, and she swung her arms pretending to be relaxed, and said, "It's handled well, thank you Bid." Seeing this, Bede also showed a happy smile unconsciously. "As long as there is help, then I will rush back first, why don't you rest here for a while?" End of this chapter. By the time everything was packed up, nearly 10 minutes had passed since they got off the bus. He was also a little worried about the situation over there. "We should have given everyone a communicator in the first place, so there is no need to be like this now." As for the previous communication, it was directly connected to the computer in the underground spider hole of the Ultimate Spider, and the only 2 communicators were given to Pete and Gwen Spider for the convenience of communication. That is to say, if no one is at the computer, they will not be able to communicate with it. Including the time before, a total of nearly 10 minutes have passed, and there has been no news from there. They don't know what is going on there at this time. Now that Gwen Spider's condition has stabilized here, he naturally wants to rush back to help as soon as possible. Gwen Spider shook his head, rejected Bede's proposal, and said that he would go with him. The reason is that she has been Spider-Woman in her own world for so many years, and she has been alone in the wind and rain. It's not uncommon to get some injuries. She doesn't think she is a delicate lady, it's just a wound. Now that it's been taken care of, it's nothing. Besides, I'm still your senior. Don't underestimate me. Gwen Spider jumped off the web, looked up at Pete and said, from Bede's point of view, it is condescending, and it happens to have a clear view of the scale of Gwen Spider. He quickly said in his heart, "See no evil," and then jumped off the spider's web with a medical bag. In that case, let's go. He is also not hypocritical. Gwen Spider was right. She's been Spider-Woman many times longer than Bede. Such a small injury would not make her lose her fighting ability. I'm squirming, but it's a bit of a look. The big deal is to pay more attention to his side after joining the battle. After returning the medical kit to the staff in the subway station and thanking them, Pete and Gwen Spider left the subway station. The entrance of this subway station is less than 1,000 meters from Aunt May's house. At the speed of 2 people swinging spider silk and running at full speed, it only takes tens of seconds. In fact, when they came out, they saw a thin figure in a black spider suit being chased and killed by a figure in a purple suit. "It's Miles." Gwen Spider shouted. "I know, I'll save him." Bede responded and quickly flew out. At the same time, it shot a thread at the little black spider, and then pulled it hard. At this time, bang, a shot went off. Someone has been shot. But it wasn't the little black spider that was shot, but the prowler. By mistake, Bede pulled, but seemed to have saved the prowler. He immediately turned his head to look at the place where the gunshots came from, but saw a burly man with 2 doors and a white suit standing beside an elongated car. Gold End? Prowler was not Kingpin's subordinate. Why did he kill Prowler? Bede was puzzled. The time returned to more than 10 minutes ago. Aunt May's door. Bang! A slender figure fell from the sky and hit the cement floor in front of Aunt May's house, causing cracks in the ground. Looking carefully, what stood on the ground was not human legs, but a pair of soft tentacles that looked like octopus limbs. As the soft tentacles slowly contracted, the figure gradually landed on its feet and landed on the ground. It was a woman with an afro. She was wearing a green high-tech steel protective suit. Probably for the convenience of movement, her hair was tied back with a hair tie. She wore a pair of goggles on the bridge of her thin nose. It's hard to see her eyes clearly. Ms. Octopus. Olivia Liv Octavius? That is, Dr. Octopus of this world? In most of the worlds, Dr. Octopus appears as a man, but in this world, it is an original woman. But whether it's a man or a woman, Dr. Octopus is Dr. Octopus. A mad scientist with high technology and high intelligence? It's a nice place, let's have a good meal. Ms. Octopus looked inside the house through her goggles, and saw the middle-aged Peter Spider and several others through the window. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, like a cat playing with a mouse. Wow, there are so many Spider-Man. Sorry, did I disturb you? The appearance of Ms. Octopus makes the middle-aged Peter Spider and others feel threatened. Especially the middle-aged Peter Spider and the little black spider. When they went to the company on the outskirts of Kingpin to steal data, they met the octopus lady and were chased by her. Guys, it's time to live. Spider Pigman shouted as he walked out of the kitchen with wet hands. His spider sense was indeed very sensitive, and in the kitchen he was well aware of the arrival of the octopus lady outside. Pete, how long will it take for you to arrive? The guests are coming, asked the shadow spider. On the other side, Pete and Gwen Spider, who were still in the subway, also had a general understanding of the situation here. But the subway is already the fastest mode of transportation they can use. Other than that, there is no other way. Bede looked up at the site above, silently calculating. At this time, Gwen Spider said, there are about 10 to 13 minutes left. Bede looked at her in surprise. He heard Gwen Spider herself say that after the death of his good friend Peter, she didn't put much thought into studying. She was very bad at studying and thought she was a scumbag. I didn't expect it to be her so-called student, which is a humble way of saying it. Gwen Spider didn't pay attention to this. His eyes flashed and he said, it seems there is a third point. The screen returns to Aunt May's house. After hearing this, the middle-aged Peter Spider said, there is only one person on the other side, how about we go out directly? Before he could finish speaking, he heard the whirring of a helicopter overhead. The spider sense naturally appeared again. Directly above Aunt May's house, a helicopter slowly approached the ground from the air. Apparently, Ms. Octopus jumped from this helicopter earlier, and there should be more than just her inside. Sure enough, as the height of the helicopter dropped, a figure appeared again in the open door on one side. A man wearing a black suit with silver-gray skin like steel appeared among them. His name was Lonnie Thompson Lincoln, and he was one of the biggest underworld leaders in New York, and Kim Bin's right-hand man. He was originally a black man, but because he suffered from albinism since he was a child, he was often ridiculed by the people around him. The cold growth environment shaped his cold personality. First, he used his strong body to blackmail his classmates in school. Later, his behavior was discovered by classmate Robbie Robertson. Robbie Robertson wanted to expose him, but was intimidated by him and had to give up. After that, he went further and further on the road of crime, named himself Tombstone, and continued his criminal activities for nearly 30 years. End of this chapter. The unbearable Robbie Robertson collected a lot of evidence and sent him to prison. But Robbie Robertson himself was implicated in prison for some reasons. Later, Tombstone was locked in a room filled with an antiseptic gas called Diox-3 to protect Robbie Robertson. This special chemical mutated his body, giving him indestructible skin, extremely high speed, and the ability to withstand extreme temperatures, huge impacts, and even large-caliber bullets. The originally albino skin also turned into a metallic silver gray. Boom! Relying on his invulnerable body, the Tombstone jumped straight down from a height of more than 20 meters, and he made a big hole in the ground. But he seemed to be okay, patted the dust on the suit, walked out of the pit, looked at the Spider-Man in the room, and showed a cruel smile on his face. A group of spiders. I really want to pinch you one by one. Crush it and bury it in the ground. This is not finished. Immediately after the Tombstone, another green figure jumped off the helicopter. It was a strange man wearing a set of emerald green scorpion armor. His lower body was transformed into 4 mechanical feet like a scorpion, and a long mechanical scorpion tail followed behind him. From the cold light on the needle tip, it is not difficult to see that this mechanical scorpion tail needle is not only sharp, but also highly poisonous. The guy's name was McDonald Gargan. Originally, he was a private detective hired by JJJ, the boss of the Daily Bugle, to investigate Spider-Man's true identity, but he was repeatedly frustrated. This not only disappointed JJJ, but also made McDonald Gargan more competitive. So, JJJ used his contacts to buy him a high-tech scorpion combat suit from a certain laboratory. But I didn't expect this battle suit to be the same as Dr. Octopus's tentacles. They all have a shortcoming. They are directly connected to the central nervous system of the human spinal cord, so once something goes wrong, it will directly affect people. The scorpion suit directly affected McDonald Gargan's mind, turning him from a private detective into a criminal. His nickname is Scorpion Man. In nature, scorpions are regarded as one of the natural enemies of spiders. For Spider-Man, Scorpion is also considered a more difficult opponent. Boom! There was the roar of a motorcycle in the distance, and a purple motorcycle roared towards it from a distance with a dazzling purple light. A weirdo with his own BGM and wearing a purple high-tech battle suit also appeared in front of everyone. This person is naturally the uncle of the little black spider, Prowler Aaron Davis. At this point, Kingpin's 4 major battles are about to begin. Looking at this posture, it seems that he wants to catch all the Spider-Mans in one fell swoop. Huh? What do you think about us? The Shadow Spider looked at the enemies outside the house, then turned to look at the middle-aged Peter Spider, and asked very darkly. Middle-aged Peter Spider, how about I go have a friendly talk with Liv? I'm still very confident about my masculinity. The Shadow Spider nodded. The two looked at each other tacitly. The middle-aged Peter Spider opened the door and walked out on his own initiative. Mr. Peter Parker. The little black spider reached out to pull the middle-aged Peter Spider. The middle-aged Peter Spider stretched out his hand to block it, and then touched his head. Miles, you stay in the room, I will be back soon. After that, he walked out. In fact, he came out to stall for time. Although there are 4.5 fighting forces in the room now, middle-aged Peter Spider, Shadow Spider, Spider Pigman, Spider Mecha Girl, and half a little black spider, based on their understanding of Kingpin, since the opponent if they are dispatched, they must have a plan. So just in case, they prepared to procrastinate as long as possible, waiting for Gwen Spider and Pete to come back. But there is no other good way to delay time. There was no choice but to sacrifice the appearance of the middle-aged Peter Spider. After a few steps down the steps, the middle-aged Peter Spider didn't get too close to Jinbing's 4 generals. He reached out and said hello to Ms. Octopus. Hi, Liv, how are you? Ms. Octopus looked at him with a half-smile. Liv is a name that can only be called my friend. Do you think you are familiar with me, Mr. Spider with a big belly? The middle-aged Peter Spider covered his heart with one hand and made an exaggerated heartache gesture. Oh, how could you say that? Have you forgotten that we are still in your laboratory? Wow, times 9. Upon hearing this, both the spiders and Aunt May in the house, as well as the other 3 Jinbin generals outside the house, all showed expressions of wonder. At this moment, there is no distinction between the enemy and the enemy. Because everyone is a melon eater? A vein popped up on Ms. Octopus's face. It seems that you miss it very much? Then why did you run away then? Why don't we go for a careful physical examination now? The middle-aged Peter Spider shook his head vigorously. Forget it, but if you don't mind, I can invite you to have a meal, watch a movie or something. Are you going on a date with me? Ms. Octopus had a shy look on her face. Yes, middle-aged Peter nodded matter-of-factly. Is that so? Ms. Octopus lowered her head slightly, as if she was really thinking about this question seriously. The next moment, her head suddenly lifted up, and the 4 white mechanical soft tentacles behind her moved accordingly. Her face was extremely gloomy, but I don't want to. I just want to catch you, tie you up in my laboratory, and study the secrets of you bit by bit. Ha ha ha. Call out. An octopus tentacle shot towards the middle-aged Peter Spider. The material of Ms. Octopus's mechanical soft tentacles is very unusual. At its shortest, it can be fully retracted into the armored container on her back, making her look completely normal from the outside. When stretched, it can extend more than 20 meters. This is an active nanometal synthesized by Ms. Octopus after studying the octopus in the sea. This metal has the ability to deform quickly in a short period of time, allowing equipment to be quickly shaped. But at the same time, it is a genuine metal with many metal properties such as toughness and solidity. Not to mention it is a cold weapon, even bullets cannot penetrate it. Ms. Octopus's sudden attack can be described as menacing. But for Spider-Man, it seems commonplace. The middle-aged Peter Spider turned sideways slightly, avoiding the blow. Regardless of the wall beside it that was scratched by the mechanical tentacles, it turned its head leisurely to greet the Shadow Spider and the others. It seems that the talk has collapsed. Everyone is ready to fight. The Shadow Spider was a little speechless. Your conversation skills are really top-notch. You're welcome, you're welcome. Although the middle-aged Peter Spider was embarrassed, he still responded bravely. This one is overnight code. Thank you for your rewards, monthly tickets and recommendation tickets support. By the way, ask for another wave of tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 The Battle of the Spiders. At this time, the mechanical tentacles beside him suddenly retracted and rolled towards him, as if they wanted to roll him over. The middle-aged Peter Spider stretched out both hands, and at the same time grasped the fork at the end of the mechanical tentacles. I saw that the bifurcation of the mechanical tentacles actually looked like real octopus tentacles, soft and still moving. Hey, the middle-aged Peter Spider said with goosebumps, this thing is much more disgusting than the Dr. Octopus I know. As soon as this remark came out, Ms. Octopus was so angry that she wanted to kill her. Although she is a science geek, she is also a woman. How could she stand being called disgusting, and disgusted? Call out. Another mechanical tentacle shot over. The middle-aged Peter Spider did not dare to take it lightly this time. After all, in his world, Dr. Octopus was a very difficult opponent. He also paid great attention to the person in front of him. The middle-aged Peter Spider jumped several meters away, avoiding the attack of the 2 tentacles. Afterwards, the 2 quickly started fighting. On the other side, after Ms. Octopus took the lead, several others also took action. The tombstone crossed his hands in front of him, and crashed into the wall facing the street with a bang. Dude, don't you think of yourself as a tank? Spider Pigman appeared next to the tombstone in a flash, raised his pig's trotters, and kicked him out with one kick. Fuck, my hoof, phew, my feet seem to be swollen. This guy is too hard. As he spoke, Spider Pigman's movements were not slow. He directly shot out a spider thread, quickly pulling his body closer to the tombstone. Humph, you still have to look at me. The Scorpion Man shook his head, and the mechanical scorpion tail needle behind him was raised high. A ball of yellow-green venom sprayed out from the mechanical scorpion tail needle. The venom ball hit the wall, instantly melting a big hole, and at the same time, the pungent smell spread into the entire room. The Shadow Spider's nose twitched slightly, and its face sank. Be careful, this venom ball contains aqua regia, which is extremely corrosive. You're quite knowledgeable. The Scorpion Man looked at the Shadow Spider and said proudly, this contains not only aqua regia, but also the Scorpion King's special neurotoxin, which is my exclusive secret recipe. Neurotoxin. The Shadow Spider was startled, and quickly grabbed Aunt May behind her, and ran to the backyard. Leave this to me, take this with you. After transforming into a spider mecha girl, Penny controlled the spider mecha, picked up the gadgets on the coffee table, and threw them to the little black spider. The little black spider quickly followed the Shadow Spider and ran towards the backyard. The spider mecha girl assumed a fighting stance, one hand turned into a sharp cutting disc, and attacked the Scorpion Man. Backyard. Boom! Shadow Spider held Aunt May's hand, and just as she was about to step out of the backyard door, her spider sense reacted violently. He stopped immediately. Immediately afterwards, 2 gunshots rang out. 2 bullet holes appeared in front of them. Aunt May, you stay here. The Shadow Spider let go of Aunt May's hand, and then said to the little black spider following behind, Miles, protect Aunt May well. Okay. The little black spider replied nervously holding the gadget. Shadow Spider nodded, took out his revolver, ducked, and left the house. To be honest, fighting Spider-Man is like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. Shadow Spider relied on the guidance of its spider sense to immediately discover the location of the 2 gunmen. He rolled out of the courtyard gate, and shot twice in the air. Snapped, snapped. 2 bullets were fired from the revolver. Probably not even Kingpin, who arranged the 2 gunmen, would have guessed that there was actually a Spider-Man who could use firearms as weapons. The Spider-Man activities in the Ultimate World have been active for a long time, but they have always relied on spider silk and fists. It is amazing to move some hands and feet on the spider silk, and there has never been a time when he has a gun. How to say after all? In the modern Eagle country, there are 2 ways to treat thugs with guns and thugs without guns. If you are a thug with a gun, the police will first consider your threat level and then choose to kill you or persuade you to surrender. As for the extent of the threat, probably it's the skin color. The darker the skin tone, the darker the threat. As hell as this joke is, it's true. Of course, this is a bit of a stretch here. Other than that, it's masked. The level of threat from the masked one is not much different from the former one. Therefore, in order to avoid conflicts with the police, Spider-Man generally does not carry dangerous weapons. The 20-ton fist is actually dangerous. Moreover, as a good neighbor to everyone, Spider-Man also tries his best not to do something scary. A masked maniac with a gun and a masked man with bare hands. Think about it and know which one will be friendlier. However, the situation with Shadow Spider is different. His understanding of this world is not deep, so he had no scruples. The two gunmen were killed on the spot. However, the danger warning of the spider sensor did not dissipate. Shadow Spider immediately realized that Kingpin should have more than two gunmen nearby. In order to avoid involving Aunt May in the fighting, the Shadow Spider did not hesitate and ran away along the street. Sure enough, those threats followed him all the time. Aunt May's backyard. At this moment, only Little Black Spider and Aunt May are left. Aunt May looked at the trembling legs of the Little Black Spider, and shook her head slightly. She picked up a baseball bat from the side and put it on her shoulder, and said boldly, "I want to see who dares to break into my home. This is a serious violation of the law. If he dares to come, I will beat him to death." BGM suddenly sounded. A low humming sound came from above the two of them. The next moment, a big hole was torn open in the roof suddenly, and a purple figure rushed down. Look at his target, it is the Little Black Spider. Ah, the Little Black Spider screamed in fright. However, Aunt May had quick eyesight and quick hands. She pushed the Little Black Spider away with one hand and slammed the baseball bat on her shoulder with the other hand. Bang! The baseball bat and the metal uniform slammed together, making a loud thud. The figure didn't know if it was hit by a baseball bat, or if it suddenly changed its mind, and shifted slightly to the side in the air. Aunt May, who was originally exposed to the attack by pushing away the Little Black Spider, narrowly escaped the attack. However, the floor suffered. Boom! The prowler slammed into the floor, creating a large crater. But he stood up quickly as if nothing was wrong. The ferocious cloak-like costume, the oppressive purple color, and the low roar of the engine in the uniform during action make the prowler look like a demon crawling out of hell, which is extremely terrifying. "Get out of the way, I don't want to fight with the old lady," a deep voice came from under the prowler's mask. But who is Aunt May? She is silently supporting her nephew Peter Parker, who has been Spider-Man for more than 10 years and has repeatedly confronted villains. How could she be frightened by a prowler? Without saying a word, she picked up the baseball bat and hit the prowler again. Prowler frowned, stretched out his left hand, and held the baseball bat firmly in his hand with the steel claw. "If you insist on learning a lesson, then I don't mind letting you taste it." As he spoke, he yanked the baseball bat. "Run." Aunt May still clenched the baseball bat with both hands, allowing herself to be pulled by the power of the prowler, as if accepting her own death calmly. This scene deeply touched Little Black Spider's heart. He suddenly jumped up, and came to the prowler in a flash, clenched his fist and punched him in the face. Release. The prowler was directly beaten out, but he did obediently let go of the baseball bat in his hand. Aunt May fell to the ground. The prowler stood up again. He felt that the voice just now was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he heard it. But he didn't care too much, but looked at the Little Black Spider, and said, "Isn't that all right? You know, my target is you, only you." Little Black Spider didn't reply. He was actually a little conflicted. On the one hand he wanted to recognize Uncle Aaron, on the other hand he was afraid that Uncle Aaron would know his hidden identity. He helped Aunt May up, glanced at the prowler, made a provocative gesture, and broke through the glass to escape. "Ha!" The prowler sneered, and followed him out of the broken window. Uncle CI and nephew filial piety. The second round begins. The screen returns to the main battlefield. "Hey, Liv, seriously, how about we stop and rest for a while? Aren't you tired? Liv, did you make these tentacles yourself? How? I mean they look really good, awesome. Wow, Liv, that move just now was really powerful, but it doesn't quite fit your image. I think you can be more gentle." While the middle-aged Peter Spider nimbly moved back and forth nearby, he continued to stimulate Ms. Octopus with flirtatious words, firmly attracting Ms. Octopus's hatred to him. His verbal harassment made the originally calm and composed octopus lady's face become increasingly gloomy. She said nothing, but the tentacle attack behind her became more and more fierce. It could almost be said that every move was powerful and deadly. Any object hit by her tentacles will be destroyed instantly. She even grabbed a street lamp with slates, stone bricks, green belts, and swung it at the middle-aged Peter Spider. In fact, there is also some discomfort in the middle-aged Peter Spider's actions. The discomfort mainly comes from his big belly. After separating from Mary Jane, he fell into a long period of decadence. Overeating and lack of exercise caused a significant decline in his physical fitness, and he seemed to be less agile in his actions. This put him in danger. Fortunately, the middle-aged Peter Spider has extremely rich combat experience. He was much older than the late Ultimate Spider in this world, and he had been Spider-Man for 22 years. In his life, he had faced countless enemies, but the one in front of him was a bit tricky at best. It's just that the middle-aged Peter Spider actually doesn't have much desire to do anything with Ms. Octopus. It's not that he covets the octopus lady's beauty or anything. It's because he thinks that he is a visitor from a parallel universe and cannot interfere with things in this world. It's not like he hasn't encountered such a thing as traveling through parallel universes before. When he was young, he also visited a universe in 2099, where he saw a stinky Spider-Man called Spider-Man 2099. Oh, that guy is really badass. The battlesuit is made of anti-gravity material, and it can still fly. None of his materials can fly? No, he doesn't care whether it flies or not. Spider-Man can fly, is that plausible? Damn, I'm so envious. The middle-aged Peter Spider thought about it, with tears of envy shed from the corner of his mouth. The experience of traveling through parallel universes many times taught him that if it is not necessary, the impact on the original universe should be reduced as much as possible. Because of the impact caused by some visitors from different time and space, it may affect the stability of the original universe in severe cases, causing some very serious consequences. Therefore, the middle-aged Peter Spider's attitude towards Ms. Octopus is to procrastinate as long as she can, and never make a move. Lady Octopus couldn't hurt him anyway. The two seemed to be fighting fiercely, but in fact the injuries were to nearby ground, buildings, etc., and the actual damage suffered by both parties in the battle was approximately zero. The other side. Spider-Ham did not think as much as the middle-aged Peter Spider. However, from his fight with Tombstone, it is also obvious that he is absent-minded. Maybe it's because Tombstone's body is too hard. Every time Spider-Pigman hits him, he grins and jumps for a while, as if he's in pain. But at the same time, the movements of his hands and feet were not slow at all. He beat the Tombstone so hard that he was so angry and helpless that he had no power to fight back. He even had time to stuff his mouth with something to eat. I don't know where the pockets on its battlesuit came from, and where it took out so many things. The battle between the Spider-Mech girl and the Scorpion Man seemed to be evenly matched. The main reason is that the Scorpion Man is very insignificant. After he found that he couldn't seem to defeat the strange mecha opposite him in close combat, he stayed away and used the venom stored in the mechanical scorpion tail needle to attack them. Penny has not been a Spider-Mech girl for long, and is still in the learning stage. For a while, he was beaten in style by the Scorpion Man. While the Scorpion was hitting, his eyeballs were rolling around. He was wondering whether to continue as is, or wait for those guys to make a fool of themselves so that they could show off in front of the boss. The former is more stable because he knows why the boss asked them to come here. Dealing with these Spider-Man is not the intention is just to warn them not to cause trouble on their heads. As for the latter, you have to bear certain risks. He took the time to take a look during the battle and found that the other opponents seemed to be quite powerful, but the one in front of him seemed a little timid in the fight. I just don't know what this bulging mech is, but it still has a girlish voice, tisk tisk. Gargan, what are you doing? Hurry up and destroy your opponent and help Dr. Octavius. Just as the Scorpion was hesitating, the voice of his boss, Jin Bin, came from the headset. Hearing Jin Bing's displeasure, the Scorpion said cleverly, okay, good boss. He promised, and after spitting out a ball of venom again, he suddenly changed his target and attacked the middle-aged Peter Spider not far away. Thanks to Kutauchuo Beebold for the 10,000 starting coin reward, allow me to work overtime and I should be able to issue one in the morning. Chapter 34. The middle-aged Peter Spider was chatting comfortably with Ms. Octopus, but suddenly the spider felt a violent tremor. He immediately dodged to the side instinctively. However, Ms. Octopus had already received the news of the Scorpion's sneak attack from the headset. She suddenly stretched out two mechanical tentacles, one swept over fiercely, blocking the way of the middle-aged Peter Spider, and the other grabbed his ankle. The yellow-green venom ball passed over the back of the middle-aged Peter Spider, and the highly corrosive aqua regia inside quickly dissolved his suit. Fortunately, he had just dodged and avoided most of the attacks, otherwise he would have suffered a big loss this time. However, after the neurotoxin in the venom ball touched the skin of the middle-aged Peter Spider, it began to penetrate into his body, making his body slightly sluggish. Snapped. The mechanical tentacles were raised high and hit the ground hard. Ow! The middle-aged Peter Spider screamed, and came into close contact with the ground. Hearing his voice, Ms. Octopus suddenly had both new and old hatred in her heart, and then slammed him on the ground a few times until the middle-aged Peter had spider eyes staring at him. Let him go. The Spider Mecha girl blamed herself immensely in her heart. If she hadn't been negligent and gave the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of, Mr. Parker would not have been injured. She rushed over desperately, the metal gear in her hand spun at a high speed, cutting on the mechanical tentacles, bursting into clusters of flames. Just you? Ms. Octopus sneered, stretched out another mechanical tentacle, and attacked the Spider Mecha. Wow, isn't this good? A strange cry suddenly came from not far away. Then, a silver-gray figure was smashed over, sending the Scorpion Man behind the Spider Mecha who was about to launch another sneak attack directly flying away. At the same time, Spider-Ham rushed over, grabbed the mechanical tentacles, pulled back, and kicked Ms. Octopus in the face. Ah! Ms. Octopus screamed and flew backwards. Her mechanical tentacles maintained a neuron connection with her, and affected by this, they also loosened. The Spider Mecha girl caught the middle-aged Peter Spider and said anxiously, Mr. Parker, how are you? The middle-aged Peter Spider covered his waist with his backhand and shouted, oh, my back, my back? This guy is really poisonous, my back is burning hot. Spider-Ham checked the middle-aged Peter Spider's injury, then turned to look at the scorpion. You guy, your shots are not as vicious as usual, and you are also vicious. If this is the case, don't blame me for calling you with a big pig's hoof. Blind. After all, Spider-Ham jumped up. This time, he looked extremely serious. At the same time, the other side. The little black spider has been hunted down and is almost in dire straits. This is not surprising. He had just mastered the ability, and hadn't experienced any actual combat. And the other person is still his closest uncle, and he doesn't want to be an enemy of his uncle at all. Coupled with the Prowler's rich combat experience, he can often predict his actions. Soon, the little black spider was chased by the Prowlers to a rooftop. After a few more moves, he was grabbed by the neck by the Prowler and lifted up high. Prowler looked at this young man who was similar to his nephew, and said indifferently, originally these things have nothing to do with you, but the boss ordered to kill you, and he must kill you? If you want to blame, it's because you know too much bar. Looking at the ferocious Prowler mask, little black spider seemed to see the cold eyes of his Uncle Aaron. His heart was extremely flustered. He wanted to keep concealing his identity, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. He barely raised his hand, placed it on his head, and pulled the mask over his head. Click! The Prowler slowly raised his hand, and the hand he was about to kill the little black spider suddenly stopped in midair. Mimirs. Even through the mask, he could feel the shock in the Wanderer's heart, and the hand pinching the little black spider's throat unconsciously loosened a little. Uncle Aaron. It's me, the little black spider said with difficulty. The Prowler pulled off his mask and said in shock, but this Myers, no, how could it be you? How could this be? Why are you? Looking at the familiar and kind face, the little black spider unconsciously relaxed, and said, it's a long story, but Uncle Aaron, can you let me go first? Okay, the Prowler agreed. Just as he was about to put down the little black spider, Jinbin's voice came from the headset again. Prowler, what are you doing? Kill that brat. Mr. Fisk, The Prowler froze, and his expression changed rapidly. What's wrong with you? Jinbing's tone was cold. This kid has seen everything. If he tells it, he will destroy me. He must be killed. Otherwise, I will kill you, and then kill him myself. You know, I always do what I say. Yes, the Prowler is still hesitating. After working for Jinbing for so many years, he knows Jinbing's cruelty. Once, he was not the king of the dark underground organization in New York. At that time, the New York underground world was full of heroes. And gold turned out. With his extraordinary mind and a pair of iron fists, he forcibly integrated the entire underground world of New York. It's not that there were no people who opposed him, but some of them were beaten into a puddle of mud by him on the spot, and some were thrown directly into the sea to feed the fish. Since then, there has been only one storyteller left in the New York underground world. Gold, and he is truly the new underground king of York? No one can refuse him? No one can ignore his threats? The Prowler knew that if he dared to refuse Kingpin's request at this moment, then tomorrow, he might see the bodies of his brother Jefferson Davis, sister-in L'Oreal Morales, and eldest nephew Miles. Don't doubt it, this is what the Kingpin can do. But how could he attack the person in front of him? The person in front of him is his nephew Miles, whom he regards as his own son. The Prowler was extremely entangled in his heart, and he remained in place in a daze. In the shadows in the distance, a car was parked. Although it is also an extended version, it is not the extended version of Lincoln that Kingpin usually drives. Mainly because the extended Lincoln was well known to the public, and there was going to be a murder here today, and he didn't want his apparent identity to be related to the murder. As for why the extended version is needed, he has fought all his life, so he can't enjoy it? Well, it's mainly because he has built his body up so much that he can't fit in an ordinary car, so only the extended version can fit him in. At this moment, through the car window, Jinbin looked at the figure of the Prowler and the little black spider on the roof in the distance, his face sinking like water. He never expected that the Prowler, who used to listen to his words very much, would actually disobey his orders at this moment. Could it be that the brat has something to do with him? I was planning to post it in the morning, but I stayed up until 7 o'clock and didn't write much. Jinbin thought in his mind, but his hand movements were not slow at all. He casually took out a pistol from the cabinet on the side, opened the car window, and aimed at the roof in the distance. Since that guy doesn't dare to make a move, let me do it. Deal with you first, then kill him. Kingpin is very decisive and full of contempt for the little black spider. This is not surprising. He had watched the battle between the little black spider and the Prowler just now, and the other party's combat reaction, approach to the enemy, etc. were no different from those of a rookie. Such an existence is completely unworthy of Jin and giving him much attention. Just find a few gunmen to have a cold shot secretly and that will solve the problem. In fact, judging from the other party's size, he was probably only a 16 or 17-year-old child. If the other party hadn't seen the scene of him executing Spider-Man, Jinbin would not even bother to kill him for fear that he would reveal his true colors. The specially made pistol in Kingpin's hand was pointed at the Prowler. This pistol is a specially made high-tech pistol that has been modified on the basis of the Desert Eagle, which has improved its power and accuracy to a certain extent. But correspondingly, its recoil was further increased. If it was an ordinary person, after firing a shot, his wrist would be shattered instead. But Kim is different. As a superhuman with 90% of his muscles, he can not only easily hold this super pistol called hand cannon with one hand, but even shoot it with one hand. Not only that, its bullets are also specially made armor-piercing bullets. It was specially made by Jin Bing when he was fighting Spider-Man before, in order to target this bug who was wearing a mask and looking for him everywhere. During production, factors such as the raw materials of the suit left over from the opponent's battle and the protection level of the suit revealed in some surveillance images were taken into consideration. It can be said that the special armor-piercing projectile fired by this gun is enough to be penetrated by a single shot even if it is some high-quality body armor. Even Spider-Man would never feel bad about being shot. On the roof, after a short period of hesitation, the Prowler has made a decision. He decided to take it all by himself. Maybe he can choose to completely surrender to Jin Bin after this operation is over, so as to get his understanding or something. Thinking about it, the Prowler pulled down the headband on the little black spider's head, completely covering his face. His expression was extremely complicated, and he didn't even know what to say to his nephew. They used to be very close, but now they belonged to two hostile camps, light and darkness. Bang! At this time, there was a loud noise, and a ball of fire lit up from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a specially made armor-piercing projectile sprayed out from the muzzle and shot towards this side. The target was one of the two on the roof. The little black spider heard the noise and turned his head to look over there. At this moment, he only felt that the world slowed down countless times. He could clearly see a long-pointed bullet flying towards Uncle Aaron. But there was nothing he could do. Move. Little black spider roared in his heart, struggling to control his body. But this shot was not aimed at him. The spider sense did not trigger the instinctive level, making his body's reaction speed much slower than his senses. He could only watch helplessly as the bullet kept bullying his Uncle Aaron. At this time, call out. A ray of spider silk suddenly shot from somewhere and hit the little black spider. A strong force came along the spider silk, pulling the little black spider a little further. The little black spider was caught in the hands of the Prowler, and under the influence of this force, it was also shifted an inch to the side. Snapped. The armor on the Prowler's chest was shattered, and the special armor-piercing rounds spun into his body. At the same time, a ball of blood burst out, instantly staining his chest red, adding a layer of bright red to the purple. The Prowler's mind was in chaos. In fact, the first reaction when a person is shot is no reaction, because the speed of the bullet is so fast that it has already entered another place before the body's own pain nerves transmit the pain in the corresponding part to the brain. Therefore, after being shot, it is actually like being bitten by a mosquito. I don't know if it's true or not. I checked the popular science video. It seems to be like this. It's just this bite, which will cause the muscles of the human body to trigger a self-reaction, causing people to experience stiffness and other effects unconsciously. A few seconds after being shot, those pains will quickly flood into my mind in an instant. If the willpower is weaker, you may even faint from the pain on the spot. That's exactly what the Prowler is doing at this time. His will was already very strong, but the special armor-piercing bullet fired by this special sand eagle almost instantly tore apart not only his armor protection, but also his body protection, breaking his chest and ribs. Maybe it penetrated the left lung or something. At this time, the Prowler was almost hit by this shot and lost the ability to stand up again. His limbs were limp on the roof, sliding down the slope of the roof. On the other side, the little black spider was stuck to the spider silk. After being pulled a short distance away, because the Prowler no longer held him, he was directly pulled off the roof. After he fell to the ground, he grabbed the spider silk behind him with his backhand, pulled it off, and then quickly ran towards the roof. Uncle Aaron, the little black spider panicked. Before falling from the roof, he saw his uncle get shot. On a rooftop in the distance, two figures suddenly jumped out. One was a man in a red and blue battlesuit with a big white spider mark on his chest. The other is a slim and fit woman wearing a black and white battlesuit. It is Pete and Gwen Spider who have returned from the wilderness. After the two had seen the situation clearly, Bede quickly moved towards the little black spider. Bede rolled over into the house and sighed inwardly as he watched the little black spider holding Prowler's head in his arms, pressing his injured chest with both hands and crying. Regardless of whether this Prowler is good or bad, but the other party is the uncle of the little black spider. Bede learned how to use it flexibly, pulled the little black spider's hands apart, and sprayed a few lines of spider silk on the wound, temporarily blocking the wound. At least on the surface, the blood will not continue to gush out. As for what's going on inside and whether he can be revived, it all depends on God's will. Bede reminded, Miles, call an ambulance quickly. The bleeding has stopped temporarily. Maybe it can be saved. But if it's late, it's really too late. The little black spider suddenly woke up. Yes, Ratchet? Thank you, Bede. He quickly turned downstairs and asked Aunt May to borrow the phone. Bede actually also has a mobile phone on his body, which he brought from his own world when he traveled. But the phone cards in the two worlds are not compatible, not to mention that they don't even have emergency calling authority. So there was nothing he could do about it. Cough, cough, cough. The Prowler lying on the roof suddenly coughed violently. P noticed that his eyes seemed to open a little. The Prowler opened his mouth and spit out a simple letter pronunciation. Bede understood instantly. He squatted down and said, Don't worry, Miles is fine. He has already called an ambulance. If you don't want him to be sad, just stay alive until the ambulance comes to pick you up. Prowler looked at Bede through the gap between his eyelids. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. But Bede had already stood up and didn't want to care about him anymore. It was for the sake of little black spider that he stayed and said a few more words. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to this guy. He walked quickly to the edge of the roof. On the street below, Gwen Spider had been engaged in a fierce battle with Jinbing at some point. End of this chapter. Jin is worthy of his title of the physically strongest man in the world, non-mutated. His iron fists can be wielded with great force. He punched the lamppost, and even bent the lamppost. Although the street light pole is hollow, it is also made of metal. How can a normal person bend it with a punch? Looking at Kingpin's unusual body shape, Bede doubted whether he was some sort of physically mutated mutant. After all, mutants are theoretically part of the Marvel worldview, and they also appeared in Spider-Man 94. Jin is not a mutant, but it is not impossible. If this is the case, it can also explain the problem that he can exercise his body into 2 doors. Although Gwen Spider said it was fine, she said it was fine. But the injured arm still had some impact on her actions, causing her to lose a lot of flexibility. After all, shooting spider silk relies on her hands, and spider silk is one of the main combat methods of Spider-Man. Now she is not so much fighting against Jin, as she is being beaten by Jin. Fortunately, even without spider silk, her flexibility is still very high. Moreover, her rich combat experience made her like a nimble kitten. Jinbing's operation seemed to be going downhill, but in fact, besides destroying a lot of terrain, he was also lonely. Seeing this, Bede no longer hesitated. Seeing the opportunity, he suddenly shot out 2 spider threads, which happened to catch Jinbing's raised fist on the left and right. With a sudden force, Kingpin's huge body was directly overturned. Bede doesn't know if he has reached the normal strength of 15 to 20 tons of most Spider-Man, but even if this number is selected as the minimum value, minus half, it has reached 7.5 tons. Although Jinji looks strong, he is just an ordinary person in the end. His strength, at best, is only 700 kilograms, which is 0.7 tons. The power gap between them is like a gap. With this huge power gap, Kingpin could only be dragged towards him by Bede. But he didn't delay for long. Bede's figure shot out, his right leg was slightly bent, and he slammed into Jin, who was lying on the ground with his knee. Kingpin was so strong that he could bend a light pole. So Bede's strength has also increased a lot. It was directly added to more than twice the amount of dealing with those little gangsters before. He estimated that even Kingpin would suffer considerable injuries if he succeeded. However, just when his knee was about to hit Jinbin's chest, Kingpin's hands suddenly stretched out and grabbed Bede's legs in the air. "Boy, you didn't fight like this." Jinbin let out a smirk, and his huge body sat up all of a sudden, and at the same time smashed Pete hard to the ground. "Pete!" The Gwen Spider not far away screamed and rushed to this side. "No need to come here. I'm fine, Pete yelled, and then he was hit hard twice by Jinbing. Kingpin's power is indeed very powerful. The damage caused to Bede by these few blows even exceeded the combined value of the damage suffered in the actions this morning. However, honestly, so be it. Jinping grabbed Bede's feet and lifted him upside down, as if he wanted to see his miserable state. Bede stretched out his hand to Jinbing and put up 2 middle fingers. "Is that the only way, Jinbing? It seems that you are much weaker than I imagined. I think you might as well stop being a gangster. Go open a massage parlor. Your strength is only good enough to tickle people. Humph. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn." Jinbin snorted coldly, grabbed Bede's legs, and smashed to the ground again. Bang! But the sound this time is a little different from before. It was Pete's upper body that hit the ground before, and the sound was dull, like a ripe melon. But now, it's just a very slight sound, like a slap in the face. As we all know, raw melon eggs can kill people. It turned out that this time, Peter put his hands on the ground to stop the attack. Then, before he could get the gold and react, he used the strength of his hands to straighten his body instantly after bowing, and kicked his feet fiercely. Bang! Jinbin's figure flew far away, smashing the wooden fence of a nearby house to pieces. Bede stepped forward again and came to Kingpin, ready to beat him. Even if he is not killed, he must be paralyzed and unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life in order to avenge the death of the ultimate spider in this world. At this time, Jinbin got up from the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said with a sneer, "You want to kill me? Then you will never want to go back." Bede's hand stopped suddenly in midair. It doesn't matter if he doesn't go back by himself. After all, there is a high probability that he will not be able to return to his world. He had expected this. But Gwen Spider, Shadow Spider, Penny, Spider Pigman, and middle-aged Peter Spider will all be rejected. Among them, the Gwen Spider is the most serious. Peter had only just realized this. Everyone else has only traveled through time for a few days. As for Gwen Spider, she traveled to a week ago. According to Penny, rejection will not cause much harm to the body within 2 weeks, but after 2 weeks, the rejection will intensify and even cause death. That said, the Gwen Spider is only a week away. Just when Bede hesitated, Gwen Spider suddenly shouted, "Bede, don't listen to him, don't forget what you promised her." Because Kingpin was present, she didn't tell Aunt May directly. But Bede knew that Gwen Spider was referring to his previous promise to Aunt May to defeat Jinbin. But Bede hesitated. His decision affects the lives of 5 friends. Kingpin saw Bede's hesitation and laughed. This Mr. Spider from another world, how about we make a bet? Peter narrowed his eyes slightly. How do you want to bet against each other? A flash of light flashed in Kingpin's eyes, and he said, the current battle ends here. I will take my people and leave. At 9 o'clock tonight, I will start my collider again under the Fisk building. By then, I will set up a dragnet. It depends on whether you dare to come. Bede understood what he meant by the bet. The bargaining chips paid by Jinbing are the time when the collider is turned on and let Bede and others go in. And Bede's bet is the way home. Risk is the net that Jinbin said. This means that the competition between the two sides will be brought to the light from the dark. How do I know that you will keep your promise? Bede sneered. I know who you are, Wilson Fisk. Oh. Kingpin was a little surprised. Bede cheated. In my world, there is also Wilson Fisk, whose father was a small gang leader, who died on the street because of the fire. The death of his father did not make Wilson feel sad, but made him realize that the weak and the strong social law. Listening to Bede's words, Jinbin's face darkened visibly to the naked eye. End of this chapter. In fact, Bede was talking about the story of Kim Bin in the 94 version of Spider-Man he had seen. In fact, he is also betting the gold of the two worlds is not the same in the general direction. After all, the achievements of the two seem to be similar now. A person's growth environment will shape a person's character, and character will achieve a person's career. And conversely, one can also deduce a person's character and his growth environment from his career. Of course, this only applies to this special case. Bede knew the whole story of the other Kingpin and his achievements, so he worked backwards from the achievements of this Kingpin. Judging from Jinbing's expression, the result is obviously close. At this time, Jinbing's heart also set off a stormy sea. Many of the past events that Bede said in his mouth, some even he himself may not remember again. But at this moment, he said it all. While Jinbin was shocked by the wonders of the parallel universe, he also firmly believed in the fact that the Spider-Man in front of me defeated a Jinbin. When it comes to others, how can a normal person understand so many things about him, except for his opponent whom he attaches great importance to? It was precisely because of this that Jinbing suppressed some small thoughts in his heart. He originally wanted to reach this bet with Bede on the surface, but actually do some tricks in other places. For example, relying on some personal connections, the police in New York City found trouble with these spiders. These spiders all come from parallel universes, and obviously they all have identity issues. It's really easy to find trouble with them from this aspect. But now it seems that the other party's understanding of him is far beyond his imagination. It would be better to do it openly and generously. He Jinbing, as a generation of heroes who ruled the underground world of New York, still has some courage. Kingpin reached into his pocket. This action made Pete and Gwen Spider vigilant. However, the next moment, Jinbin took out a bronzing invitation card from it. With a flick of his hand, he threw the invitation over like a boomerang. Peter stretched out his hand unhurriedly and grabbed it in his hand. When I opened it, I saw that it read, Dear Mr./Madam XXX, hello, we are honored to invite you to our favorite Spider-Man memorial service on December 12th at the Fisk Tower. The date below is yesterday, signed by Wilson Fisk. Obviously, this is an invitation letter issued by Kingpin's apparent identity as a big entrepreneur. And the content was exactly the memorial service that Bede and the Shadow Spider had mentioned when they saw Jinbing when they arrived a few days ago. Click. Bede held the invitation tightly in his hands, and said with a gloomy face, Are you provoking us? Send Spider-Man to Spider-Man's memorial service? And this memorial service was held by the real murderer of Jinbing? Provocation? No, of course not. Kingpin said loudly, as if he was greatly insulted. In fact, whether you believe it or not, personally, I really like Mr. Spider-Man. Oh, then you killed him yourself? Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Bede said coldly. Jinbing's words even aroused his killing intent. Looking at Jinbing's pretentious fat face, he wished he could hit it hard with his fist. It is the lives of his friends that are hanging on his rationality. Kingpin laughed and said, I like him and appreciate him, but that does not mean that I will tolerate his repeated sabotage of my actions. All people and things that stand in my way will be crushed under my iron fist, Kingpin. There was even some sarcasm in his laugh, as if mocking Peter's innocence. Bede looked at him coldly. At this time, Gwen Spider came to his side and put her hand on Bede's clenched fist. Bede was taken aback for a moment, looked at her, and relaxed his hands. Gwen Spider gently opened his fingers, took the invitation letter in his hand, looked at it, and then looked up at Jinbin. Well, Mr. Fisk, at 9 o'clock tonight, Fisk Tower, see you there scattered. Bede looked at her doubtfully, wondering why she agreed. You can't believe even a single punctuation mark in what Kingpin said. But Gwen Spider didn't say anything, just gestured with his eyes to tell him to be calm, and then continued to look at Jinbin. Haha, see you there at 9 o'clock tonight, Miss Spider-Man. Kingpin looked at Gwen Spider with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Gwen Spider ignored him, took Bede's hand, and walked straight to Aunt May's house. Behind him, Jinbin looked at the two figures, thoughts spinning rapidly in his mind, but he still couldn't figure out the purpose of Gwen Spider's sudden agreement. After a while, he took out his mobile phone and said lightly, Call work, let's go. With Jinbin's order, several other places where the fighting was fierce ceased in an instant. However, in this battle, Jin did not suffer a big loss. In terms of high-end combat power, the Prowler was shot and wounded by him himself, and he is still lying on the roof waiting for rescue. Even if he could get his life back, it would be impossible to work hard for gold. In addition, there were also losses on the battlefield of Spider Hogman, middle-aged Peter Spider and Spider Mech Girl vs Ms. Octopus, Scorpion, and Tombstone. The three Octopus Lady were severely beaten by Spider Pigman who was in full force. Among them, Scorpion was pulled out of his mechanical scorpion needle, and Ms. Octopus almost broke a mechanical tentacle. The Tombstone was directly beaten and lay on the ground, completely losing consciousness. Spider Pigman and the others are going to leave him on the road and hand him over to the New York police. Tombstone is a long-established gangster force, and has committed many things in his hands. If he is sent in now, he will have to peel off his skin even if he is not dead. Even if Jin Bing wants to get him out, it will probably take a lot of effort. At this point, one of the 4 generals brought by Kingpin was seriously injured and one was unconscious, and the remaining 2 escaped in embarrassment. And other aspects. Shadow Spider single-handedly eliminated 4 gunmen carrying sniper rifles and more than a dozen pistol gunners. He was ruthless in his attacks. Almost all of the sniper gunmen were killed with one shot. A few of the pistol gunmen were alive, but they were all injured to varying degrees. A trip to the hospital was unavoidable. In addition, there are the more than 30 gangsters Bede and Gwen Spider defeated in the subway station. Overall, the results were impressive. Of course, Spider-Man also suffered some damage. The most serious thing was the middle-aged Peter Spider, who was touched by the Scorpion Man's poison and had a piece of his back burned. The main component of Scorpion Man's venom is aqua regia, which is a mixture of concentrated hydrochloric acid and concentrated nitric acid in a volume ratio of 3:1. It can even melt metal, and its power is amazing. The middle-aged Peter Spider said that he had been injured on his back many years ago, leaving a hidden injury. Although he had noticed it, it was still a little too late and he was hit. The template of the middle-aged Peter Spider is similar to Toby Spider, and it is said in the play that his back was injured. Gwen Spider was cut in the arm. Fortunately, Peter handled it in a timely and effective manner. Under Spider-Man's strong recovery power, it only took a few hours, and by dinner time, he had almost recovered. However, Bede, who was worried, took off the bandage and took a closer look, and found that the scarring had not yet begun. Then I disinfected the area around the wound again and wrapped it back with a new bandage. Although Gwen Spider felt that Bede was making a fuss, she readily accepted the feeling of being cared for and even enjoyed it. This change between the two was noticed by other Spider-Man, but no one said anything. What worried Bede and the others the most was the little black spider. At this time, the little black spider was no longer in their small group. His uncle was taken to the hospital shortly after the fighting ended. The little black spider naturally followed. I don't know if he has been rescued now. However, everyone has already acquiesced that little black spider will be absent from the evening activities. Fortunately, in their original plan, the little black spider was positioned as Bede's assistant. Although there was one less assistant, based on Bede's performance that day, Shadow Spider and others unanimously recognized him and believed that he was able to complete this mission on his own. After some discussion, they worked out the final plan for tonight's operation. The plan is divided into 4 steps. In the first step, Peter, Gwen Spider, Penny, and the middle-aged Peter Spider went to the Fisk building to attend the memorial service of Ultimate Spider together with the invitation letter given by the gold medal. According to their, mainly Penny's, investigations in the past few days, the main control room of Jinbin's particle collider is right under the Fisk building. The invitation letter from Kingpin to Bede undoubtedly added some credibility to the findings. The second step is to find Kingpin and follow him closely. Jin did the particle collider experiment in order to find his wife and son from the parallel universe and make up for his empty heart. Therefore, on the occasion of opening the particle collider, Jin Bing will definitely be there. As long as you keep up with him, you can easily find the real location of the particle collider. There is no need to bother to find a way out. This is why Gwen Spider accepted the Kingpin's bet. The third step is the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham. One of the two is good at lurking, and the other is keen in action. They will enter from the subway track provided by Little Black Spider and enter near the main part of the particle collider. This is actually brought by the Little Black Spider's uncle, the Prowler. Before all this happened, Little Black Spider was just an ordinary little boy. Prowlers give gold and do things, so there's a place to hang out in an abandoned underground warehouse near a particle collider. Firstly, it is a temporary rest place after work, and secondly, it is also a place for guards to prevent outsiders from entering by mistake and discover Jinbin's secret. After all, if you discover the secret, you will die, which is very dangerous. As for who died, I won't say. Once, the Little Black Spider was brought here by a Prowler, because there was a large blank wall for him to graffiti on. It was also that time that the Little Black Spider was bitten by a spider, thus gaining the spider ability. Later, in order to find the spider that bit him, the Little Black Spider came here again. He walked along the subway tracks and heard the sounds of a fight. After following the sound of fighting, he accidentally stumbled upon a battle between Ultimate Spider-Man and the Ultimate Green Goblin. So that road can go directly to Jinbin's particle collider. After learning about these things, B asked the Little Black Spider to mark the route on the road map. Their original plan was to go directly this way, but there's a risk in going this route. That is, the little black spider was discovered by Jinbing and others at that time, and because of this, he was chased and killed by wanderers who didn't know his identity at the time. In the end, I was able to escape with the help of the subway that just started running. Therefore, Jin should take some necessary precautions on this road. The plan to combine the second step and the third step was born for this. The four bead went in openly, and then caused as much chaos as possible to attract more attention. The shadow spider and spider pigman took the opportunity to lurk in from another way, further weakening Jinbin's strength. In this way, they can keep the particle collider in their hands as much as possible. The last step, of course, is to go home and close the particle collider. The last step will be completed by Bead alone. Bead is also ready to stay in the ultimate spider world forever. Maybe it's not bad to inherit the mantle of ultimate spider and become the second ultimate Spider-Man. The idea came to Bee's mind, thinking of Sergeant Orlando, who was serious and funny, and the grandma who bought him a special meat pie. He was insignificant in the previous world, and if he went back, he might let this book be ruined. Better stay here. Of course, that's just what I thought. If the little black spider can hold up the girder and be the candidate to close the collider, PETA still doesn't mind entering it to try whether he can return to the original world. Unfortunately, just thinking about it, Bee knew that the little black spider must have no intention of participating in the battle now. No one will demand him at this time. However, considering that they might not see each other again after tonight, at the suggestion of the middle-aged Peter Spider, they decided to form a group to meet the little black spider. After all, we had known each other for only a few days, but it would have been a bit outrageous to say goodbye without saying goodbye. Brooklyn Community Hospital. The lights in the operating room were still on. On the bench at the door of the operating room, father and son Jefferson Davis and Miles Morales sat. Jefferson Davis hadn't taken off his police uniform yet, and when he heard Miles call, saying that Aaron Davis had been shot and was in critical condition, he rushed over immediately. Miles took off his spider suit, and he didn't want his identity to be exposed in front of his family. The expressions of the father and son were exactly the same at this time. Both of them were worried. The injury of Aaron Davis, Prowler, is obviously more serious than expected. This operation has been going on for 2 hours, but there is still no sign of it ending. Jefferson Davis had his elbows on his knees, his forehead in his hands. His forehead was covered with sweat, and the tension in his heart was almost to the extreme. Aaron Davis was already in the emergency room when he arrived, but he knew the location of the shooting from Miles' description. It is likely to hit the lungs, which is more ominous than good. And little black spider was filled with regret at this moment. He was thinking that if it hadn't been for him, Uncle Aaron would never have been shot. He even had a thought, if it wasn't for his accidental intrusion, wouldn't Spider-Man have to die? Did he kill Spider-Man? And now, will he kill Uncle Aaron the same way he killed Spider-Man? End of this chapter. Click. There was an unusual banging from the window at the end of the corridor. The sound is relatively subtle, and the window is more than 10 meters away from the seat. It is naturally impossible for ordinary people's ears to hear it, let alone Jefferson Davis, who was immersed in grief at this time. But the little black spider, which had been enhanced by spider genes, heard it clearly. He raised his head subconsciously and looked over there. Then I saw a hand flashing away. Red. There are also spider web-like grid points on it. It's Mr. Parker's hand. The little black spider glanced at its father, got up and walked towards the window. Behind him, Jefferson Davis noticed his son getting up and leaving, but he just thought he was going to the bathroom or something and said nothing. The little black spider walked to the window, and before he could look outside the window, he was pulled in by the hand stretched out from the side utility room. Then, the door was also gently closed. This is a hospital, no loud noises are allowed. This is cultivation. The middle-aged Peter Spider put his hand on the little black spider's shoulder. Hey, Miles, how is your uncle? The little black spider said dejectedly, it's still being rescued, maybe. Bede reached out and put his hand on his other shoulder, comforting. Don't think so, he will be fine. Well, thank you, Bede. The little black spider looked at Bede and said gratefully, if you hadn't pulled it at that time, and Uncle Aaron was shot in the heart, then it is impossible to be shot again then and now. Chance of rescue. Bede sighed slightly and said, if you want to thank me, wait until Uncle you gets better and ask him to buy me a drink. Although he said that, he was actually quite pessimistic in his heart. He was thinking, if he had used more force at that time, would the current situation be much better? It's a pity that money is hard to buy and I knew it earlier. Now, I can only do my best to obey the destiny. Before traveling through time, he had heard a fatalism about Spider-Man, which was that every Spider-Man would lose a close relative or someone close to him. For example, a few people present. What Shadow Spider lost was his uncle. The middle-aged Peter Spider also lost his uncle Ben. Gwen Spider lost her best friend Peter Parker. What Penny lost was her father. Her mecha, abilities, and responsibilities were all inherited from him. The only exceptions are Pete and Spider-Ham. Spider-Ham has nothing to lose, because he is a character in funny comics, and funny comics go in the direction of children, so there is no need for tragic embellishment. And B, he's from the real world. Perhaps this so-called fatalism cannot affect him. Or maybe it hasn't had time to influence him. In fact, whether it was before or after the time travel, B didn't believe in fatalism at all. This is not only because of Han Xia's idea of man can conquer nature passed down from generation to generation, but also because from the perspective of the real world, everything in the Marvel universe is just set by editors. This is called fate. So his existence, which comes from outside the destiny, is completely beyond the editor's setting range. Does this mean that he can ignore all this existence? At this moment, Peter hoped very much that the Prowler could be rescued. Because this means that there is no so-called fatalism in this world? At least, not in front of him? The little black spider forced a smile, seemed to regain its strength, and nodded, yes, I will tell him. Then, he looked at the others, this is what you are doing. The shadow spider said, let's come to see you and say goodbye to you by the way. After saying that, he jumped out of the window behind him. Spider-Ham and Penny also briefly said goodbye and left here. Little black spider said anxiously, what are you doing? Why do you have to say goodbye here? We can also say goodbye at the collider. Bede's hand used a little force and squeezed his shoulder. No, your uncle needs you more. As for that, I will take care of it. Right. Gwen Spider nodded. Don't worry, Bede is very reliable. Just stay here with peace of mind, Miles. Gwen. The little black spider hesitated, looking at the Gwen Spider with something wrong. Huh. Bede tightened his grip and turned to Gwen Spider. Gwen, please leave first. The Gwen Spider rolled her eyes at him, said goodbye to the little black spider, and jumped out of the window. Miles, I have to warn you, don't play Gwen's idea. Bede threatened. The little black spider looked at the direction where Gwen Spider left, then looked at Bee in a little bewilderment, and finally looked at the middle-aged Peter Spider, casting a look for help. The middle-aged Peter Spider shrugged. I don't care about the emotional problems between you young people, but I advise you to give up early, Miles. As he spoke, he patted the little black spider's shoulder comfortingly. Then Pete said, hey, P, let him go, he has suffered a double blow. Peter snorted softly, and let go of his hand. Although he and Gwen Spider only have a crush on each other and are still in an ambiguous period, it would be great if he could kill a love rival first. We can obviously go both ways, why should we make it more difficult for ourselves? Bede said he was not such a person. Okay, I understand. The little black spider lowered its head, looking a little frustrated. He did have a good impression of the Gwen Spider, but as soon as this small flame of goodwill ignited, it was extinguished by Bede. Bede grinned and stretched out his hand, give me the gadget. The little black spider subconsciously touched his pocket, but said stubbornly, the gadget is not on me. I put it in the pocket of the suit. I'm going to get it now. With that said, he made a gesture and was about to leave. Call out? A thread of spider silk shot out from Bede's hand, directly sticking to the little black spider. What are you doing? The little black spider screamed, and then it realized and reached out to pull the spider silk. However, Bede, who was not a martial artist, had already approached him and knocked him to the ground with a sweep. At the same time, the spider silk that stuck to his body made a large circle around the little black spider's body, tying up his hands. Bede leaned down, took out a gadget from little black spider's trouser pocket, and said, look, I'm telling you, you're not ready yet. After saying that, he jumped out of the window. He didn't have anything to say goodbye. After all, according to the plan, he would eventually stay in the Ultimate Universe. Although this was not what he wanted, since the matter had reached this point, he could only accept it. He had already thought about it. If he stayed here, he would inherit the mantle of Ultimate Spider and continue to be Spider-Man. As for the future path, he can look for it while being Spider-Man. End of this chapter. In the utility room, the middle-aged Peter Spider looked at the little black spider that was knocked to the ground in one fell swoop. He had to admit that although in terms of time, the little black spider took longer to acquire abilities, 7 days, Peter's the combat talent is much higher than that of little black spider. Especially after going through a morning of actual combat assessment, the performance of the two is very different. This gap made the middle-aged Peter Spider dim his thoughts. In fact, he originally wanted to suggest that he believed in the little black spider, so that Peter could also go home. But now it seems that the little black spider is obviously unable to bear the heavy responsibility. So I had to give up. He bent down and helped the little black spider uncover the spider silk on its body. The little black spider was a little angry, and was about to rush out of the window to catch up, but was held down by the middle-aged Peter Spider. That's enough, Miles, you're not ready yet, give up. The little black spider said angrily, what are you not prepared for? I'm completely prepared. I can do it. The middle-aged Peter Spider grabbed his clothes, pulled him in front of him, and said in a low voice, if you are really ready, use your electricity to stun me. Or you can hide and walk past me, just hide it. After all, he was also the first person he met in this world. If possible, he still wanted to give him another chance. The little black spider was stunned for a moment, clenched his fists, and started working hard. But it was obvious that it was just a morning of exercise, coupled with the fact that he was now suffering from mental trauma due to his uncle's injury. It even made him doubt himself. All of this caused him to lose the freedom to control his abilities. No matter how hard he tried, nothing happened. The current is also good. Be invisible. Nothing. Myers, please spend time with your uncle. I believe you also hope that you can get the news that he has successfully passed the life and death crisis as soon as possible. The middle-aged Peter Spider let go of his clothes and said. The little black spider's originally excited heart was calmed down by the middle-aged Peter Spider's words. The scene when Uncle Aaron was getting along with him once again resurfaced in his mind, and the scene where Uncle Aaron lay dying in his arms after being shot not long ago emerged. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared. The middle-aged Peter Spider became more and more disappointed, and his last thought was completely stifled by him. He gently patted the little black spider on the shoulder. "Goodbye, Miles. Goodbye." The little black spider raised his hand, only to find that the middle-aged Peter Spider had disappeared from the window. He ran to the window and asked aloud, "How will I know if I'm ready?" The figure wearing a red and blue spider suit paused on the wall and replied, "You will never know, this is a belief." Then, he moved again. The little black spider froze in place, looking at the street in the distance. He could vaguely see a figure wearing a red and blue spider suit, swaying with spider silk and gradually walking away, and finally disappeared around the corner. Finally, he whispered, "Goodbye, everyone." New York nights are multifaceted. For a civilian area, it's a haven for carnival and crime. For the rich area, this is the summary and ending of a good day. Today, in the towering Fisk building, a well-known hero is also making the final summary and ending of his life. Our beloved Spider-Man Memorial Service? The host is Mr. Wilson Fisk, a great philanthropist and entrepreneur in this city. The Fisk building is a skyscraper with more than 30 floors and a height of nearly 200 meters. Even in the city of New York where there are many high-rise buildings, it is one of the rare ones. But no one knows how much black money was used to build this building. Of course, few people care about this. People who know this won't talk about it, and people who don't know this may never know it in their lifetime. You can see this just by looking at the celebrities and ladies getting off the vehicles. They were dressed in gold and silver, elegantly dressed, and had friendly smiles on their faces. Obviously, for them, this so-called memorial service and charity dinner are just activities that they use to meet their social needs through the name of Spider-Man. It is no different from previous activities. Several figures suddenly appeared among the crowd. A man with a big belly, a man with a strong figure, a woman with a graceful figure, and a little girl sitting on a round mecha. The four of them were either wearing spider suits or had similar logos. These four people were incompatible with the crowd entering the building now. "Are these waiters too? I heard that tonight's waiters are all dressed as Spider-Man," a well-dressed man said. "Obviously, but these clothes are so ugly. Please don't come to my place then." The man's companion, a woman in an evening dress, looked at Bede and others with disgust and said. Another man, also wearing a crisp suit, must have just heard the conversation between the two people, and asked curiously, "Isn't there a memorial service for Mr. Spider-Man Parker tonight? Why did the waiter dress up as Spider-Man?" Giggle the woman laughed and replied, "Isn't Spider-Man our good neighbor? Isn't it normal to serve us? These bastards." Bede clenched his fists. Although he hadn't seen the ultimate spider with his own eyes, he had learned a little about fighting the villains for this city for more than 10 years in the past 2 days. It can be said that he has saved the city and even the world from danger several times. He was a true hero, yet he was treated like this after his death. At this moment, a gentle hand took Bede's arm. Gwen Spider said softly, "Don't pay attention to them, we have what we have to do." The middle-aged Peter Spider on the side also said, "We can't make everyone like us, and that's okay, Bede." "You're not angry at all?" Bede asked. Gwen Spider shook his head, "In my world, there are much worse things than this. If you get angry about this kind of thing every day, how can you get angry? That's right, if you're really overwhelmed, you can also think about those people and things that make you happy," the middle-aged Peter Spider patiently enlightened. For him, Peter and the little black spider are both juniors. They will all go their separate ways in the future. And as a senior, he naturally tried his best to let them go as smoothly as possible, and not to go through the things he went through. "Well, I see." Peter nodded. "Hey, Biden, eat a candy, it's sweet, and drive away all unhappiness." Penny threw a candy from the side. After Peter opened his mouth to eat, he really felt much better in his heart. "Thank you, let's have a big fight? Let Kingpin know the consequences of disrespecting the dead." End of this chapter. Please show me the invitation letter. Bede and the others were stopped at the entrance on the first floor of the Fisk building. They were stopped by 2 big security guards in black suits and black sunglasses. From the fierce temperament of the 2 people, it can be guessed that these 2 people obviously have some hidden identity, and they are probably the thugs of Jin Bin's underground dark organization. Bede took out the invitation letter and patted it on his hand. "Can I go in now?" The big security guard pointed at the spider mech and said, "People can enter, but this one can't." "Oh, why? We are Mr. Fisk's special guests. Are you sure you want to stop us?" Bede specially emphasized the word special guest and looked at the big security guard playfully. The big security guard didn't change his face, and replied in a blunt tone, "No vehicles are allowed." Bede laughed and said, "Then I'll talk to Mr. Fisk personally, and I'll send my greetings here, when the time comes. Let them in." Before Bede finished speaking, a somewhat familiar voice came from the headset of the big security guard. Gwen Spider sneered, leaned into Bede's ear and said, "This Kingpin is really small-minded." Bede nodded, convinced. "Now that you have invited them, let them in generously, and everyone will be done after a fight. Why bother to make small moves in this kind of place?" This actually made them underestimate Jin and a little bit. However, it cannot be ruled out that this was deliberately arranged by Kingpin in order to lower their psychological defense. Unfortunately, this is destined to be useless. Opening the door and walking into the hall, noisy sounds immediately flooded into their ears. The five senses enhanced by the spider gene even made Bee's brain buzz for a while. Take a deep breath, get rid of distracting thoughts, and you won't hear so many things. Gwen Spider's voice sounded in his ears. Bede took a deep breath, and the noisy voice was gradually suppressed. The other three did not appear in Bede's case. Obviously they have long been used to similar situations. As he looked around, he said with lingering fear, I never thought that one day I would be frightened by so many people and my heart would beat wildly. This is an experience I only had when I watched horror movies when I was a child. Haha, it's because you have less experience, and you will get used to it in the future, trust me, buddy. The middle-aged Peter Spider laughed. Penny whispered, Spider/Spider has scanned the stereoscopic image of this building. According to estimates, there is an elevator at the end of the corridor at the left rear of the hall leading to the underground, and that should be the passage to the particle collider. Her voice came from the headset. In view of what happened in the afternoon, at Bede's suggestion, Penny and the middle-aged Peter Spider rushed to work together and added a communicator to each person's suit to facilitate their communication. Although this function may only be used once at present, it can not only improve their linkage, but also be kept as a souvenir, which is quite meaningful. Then let's go directly, Gwen Spider suggested. Let's go straight there, and things will change later, Peter nodded, agreeing, but, Penny, can you scan this passage for any high-energy matter? Penny asked, do you suspect Jin and may have installed explosives in the tunnel? That's right, there are two kinds of people in the world who absolutely cannot believe what they say, and one is called Jin Bing. What's another one? Penny asked curiously. Half talk, Bede replied. Huh? Mr. Parker, what's wrong with you? The figure of the middle-aged Peter Spider suddenly moved when the three of them were talking, and walked towards a corner of the hall. However, the middle-aged Peter Spider didn't reply to him, but just kept walking forward in a daze. After looking at it, Gwen Spider pointed to a certain table. Look, that's Mary Jane, right? Mary Jane. Bede looked in the direction of Gwen Spider's finger and found a familiar figure. Tonight, she is wearing a black off-the-shoulder dress, with wine-red shawl and long hair, with a sad complexion and slightly red and swollen eyes, making her very cute. It is the Mary Jane of this world? The ultimate spider lover. Bede walked a few steps quickly, grabbed the middle-aged Peter Spider's hand, and said, Mr. Parker, she is not your Mary Jane. We have more important things to do now. The middle-aged Peter Spider was still walking forward, and the strength on his feet gradually increased, so Bede had no choice but to gradually increase his own strength. The two, one in front of the other, actually began to wrestle. Oh no, I don't think we're in a hurry, let me go over and have a look, just take a look. The middle-aged Peter Spider saw that he couldn't do anything to Bede in terms of strength, so he used mouth dodge instead, trying to persuade him. Bede shook his head straight, motioning for Gwen Spider to come and help him. Gwen Spider quickly walked up to the middle-aged Peter Spider. Hey, concentrate. Believe me, I have experienced it too, but you have to look forward. Just for a moment, really, I just want to be with her. The middle-aged Peter Spider said in a tone that was almost pleading. I'm sorry, what are you doing? A sexy voice sounded. The three of them turned their heads to look, only to find that Mary Jane had arrived beside them at some point. Probably because of the movements of the three of them, Mary Jane's attention was attracted. Hi, hello. The middle-aged Peter Spider looked at Mary Jane, knowing that she was not the person he was thinking about day and night, but he was still nervous and speechless. Seeing this, Bede and Gwen Spider had to take a step back silently, but still stayed relatively close to the middle-aged Peter Spider, so that they could control him in time if he had any overreaction. Mary Jane waited for a long time, but did not wait for the next step. She wondered, can you add some bread to table 12? It turned out that she regarded the middle-aged Peter Spider as a waiter because now the waiters in this hall are all dressed in Spider-Man's clothes. The middle-aged Peter Spider took a deep breath and said, I want to say that I am really sorry. Mary Jane was confused. Don't be sorry, it's just bread. When you needed me, I didn't show up, and I didn't even try my best. The middle-aged Peter Spider was immersed in his own miserable world and couldn't extricate himself. Mary Jane could only say awkwardly, it's okay, but I think I should go. I know I can do better. If I still have a chance, I will definitely give it to you, the middle-aged Peter Spider continued. At this time, a heavy cough sounded in his headset. He woke up with a start and changed his words, You deserve those breads. Are you okay? Mary Jane was a little numb, not knowing what the weird waiter was saying. At this time, Bede took a step forward, grabbed the middle-aged Peter and said, okay, go and get the bread. With that said, he pulled the middle-aged Peter Spider away without any explanation. This time, the middle-aged Peter Spider did not resist. End of this chapter. Behind her, Mary Jane looked at Peeta. In her eyes that were originally full of sadness, suddenly an obscure light flashed, and she became thoughtful. She always felt that she had seen this spider suit in her husband's basement. It's just that he doesn't wear it often, so most people don't have a deep impression of it. At this time, Gwen Spider leaned over and said, sorry ma'am, the bread will be delivered later. In the distance, the middle-aged Peter Spider, who was almost dragged away by Peter, was still muttering, for you, they should spread fresh bread here. Bede was speechless, and his pace quickened a bit. At this moment, Penny on the side said, Mina-san, I have finished the survey, and there is no abnormality found in the elevator. As she spoke, she also projected a picture onto Bede's battlesuit. This is the video module loaded in his battlesuit. It is together with the communication module. It can not only be used as a real-time video call, but also can transmit the image of the mini spider detector back. But now with Penny, naturally he doesn't need to operate these things. Then let's go. Bede let go of the middle-aged Peter Spider's hand. Mr. Parker, have you calmed down? I'm completely recovered, the middle-aged Peter Spider replied dejectedly, with his back hunched over. Peter, Gwen Spider, Penny, look at you now, you don't look good at all. But they didn't say anything. The middle-aged Peter Spider, as the most experienced senior among them, believes that he can still figure out what is right and what is wrong. Rumble. At this moment, a slight tremor came from the ground. Due to the official notification not long ago, there have been occasional earthquakes in Brooklyn recently, but the focal point is very deep and will not cause much impact on people. Therefore, the people in the hall did not look panicked at all. Drinking, chatting. Now, this is also the news that came out after Kingpin bought the TV station. However, Bede and others were all in awe. The back of the middle-aged Peter Spider, which had been hunched, straightened suddenly. They all realized a problem. The particle engine has started to start. Let's go. At the same time, the Fisk building is tens of meters deep underground. In a laboratory full of technology, countless workers are busy. Initialize primary ignition sequence. 2 huge particle jets began to slowly extend out. The vibration just now was generated precisely because of their movement. In the main control room, Kingpin stood in front of a large screen covered with grid-like surveillance video. And in several surveillance videos, it was Bede and others. Seeing this, Jinbing sneered, the lovely audience is here, so let's get started. Yes. Upload the genetic sequences of Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk. Start searching for space matches. In the computer room of the main control room, Ms. Octopus also received a notification from Jinbing. She multitasked, waving several mechanical software tentacles, and quickly adjusted the data preparation before the collider caught fire. The particle accelerator began to run rapidly. 2 streams of particles containing huge energy flew out from the extremely distant coil, and under the constraints of the surrounding strong magnets, they moved forward all the way, and finally came to the collider. The countdown to the secondary ignition starts. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown ended, 2 streams of bright particles shot out from the 2 accelerators, one left and one right, and collided together. The whole of Brooklyn was shocked. On the streets, streetlights, houses, high-rise buildings, bridges, all were distorted like a rejection reaction at this moment. Bede and others walked through the banquet hall in a grand manner, entered the passage that had been detected in advance, and found the elevator. Standing at the elevator entrance were 2 gangsters armed with weapons. Bede and the middle-aged Peter Spider took action without hesitation, killing them instantly, knocking them unconscious and tying them to the ceiling with spider silk. Afterwards, Penny, who had already got into the spider mecha and transformed into a girl in the spider mecha, raised her foot and kicked the elevator door into it. A scene of violent beautiful girls was staged. Normally, Bede and others would have teased her a bit. But now, the spiders in their minds sensed a frantic warning, which made several people lose their mind to make fun of it. Without saying a word, they jumped directly into the elevator shaft. Careful. After falling down tens of meters and about to reach the exit, the middle-aged Peter Spider suddenly yelled. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and weaved a huge spider web, covering the entire elevator shaft. At the same time, Bede's spider sense warning became more intense. Without thinking about it, he turned around and hugged Gwen Spider, and the 2 of them stuck to the wall on one side together. On the other side, the middle-aged Peter Spider, who had finished shooting the silk, also stuck its body against the wall. Only Spider Mecha Girl. She can't hide. After all, the Spider Mecha is huge. But she also has her own means. She stretched her hands and feet forward, and at the same time, several metal plates popped out, forming something like a shield. Clang clang clang. There was a burst of intensive beating sounds. In the elevator parked below, countless bullets gathered into a metal storm, raging towards this side. That's it, the Spider Mech Girl said disdainfully. The next moment, the Spider Mecha transformed again, its hands turned into 2 high-speed rotating gears, and it rushed into the elevator below. In a burst of fire, the elevator was cut into 2 halves. Bede and Gwen Spider looked at each other and followed without hesitation. In the elevator below, except for an unlucky guy who seemed to be killed on the spot when the Spider Mecha fell, there were no corpses left. Obviously, these men of Jinbin have good fighting qualities. When the 3 beads landed in the elevator, the Spider Mecha Girl had already killed them. There were also a lot of gangster gunmen ambushing at the door, and all of them were holding automatic rifles. For the underground emperor of New York and even the entire Eagle Kingdom, it couldn't be easier for Kingpin to obtain these things. However, even though these gunmen used automatic rifles and armor-piercing bullets, they were still a bit unsatisfactory in front of a mecha. The bullets hit the spider mecha, making a series of clanking sounds, and then the gunmen were knocked away by the spider mecha several times. In fact, everyone underestimated Penny. This girl who came out of the evil-like worldview not only has a genius mind, but also has enough strength, and has also seen a lot of cruelty. The only lack of determination was made up in the afternoon when the middle-aged Peter Spider was injured due to his own mistakes. and now she is completing her transformation and has become the real pilot of the spider/spider machine. The three of Bede were naturally not idle. The three of them quickly left the cramped elevator under the cover of the spider mecha girl, and then dispersed. The injuries of the middle-aged Peter Spider and Gwen Spider have basically recovered after several hours of recuperation, and their actions will not be affected. So Pete felt relieved to let Gwen Spider act alone. In fact, this is Bede's unclear positioning of himself. Facing such a big scene for the first time, Bede was actually very nervous. My family, who knows? 2 days ago, I was just a street rider, but now, I have to face the salvo of dozens of automatic rifles, and fight my way through the hail of bullets. Anyone else would be nervous to death. Even he himself didn't notice that his nervousness was directly exposed. There are pros and cons to this tension. The good thing is that his spider sense, body reaction, etc. seem to have been strengthened to a certain extent. For example, in the elevator shaft just now, the gunman fired in the elevator below. The bullet had just come out of the gun and hadn't pierced the iron sheet on the top of the elevator, but Peter had already reacted and started to dodge. The disadvantages are also obvious. He just overreacts and is even a bit neurotic. Therefore, among all the people involved in this operation, he is actually the one who needs to be worried the most. On the other side, Gwen Spider and the middle-aged Peter Spider paid attention to Bede's side from time to time while fighting. Little did Bede know that he had become the one being protected by his teammates for no apparent reason. With a sudden kick on his feet, his figure jumped out, and ran directly along the wall behind him to the ceiling. Behind him was a series of bullet holes. The guns aimed at him intended to predict his position, but his speed was so fast that it was impossible to predict it for a while. And Bede didn't stay idle when he was running. He kept throwing spider silk bombs blindly with both hands. The so-called spider silk bomb is a little trick to shoot out spider silk at an extremely fast speed. Because there is no traction and unloading force from Spider-Man behind it, it basically retains all its kinetic energy. Although it won't be fatal, if it is an ordinary person without any protection, if his face is covered with spider silk bullets, he will be smashed to pieces on the spot. At this time, there were a few unlucky ones who were unfortunately hit by Peter's blind bomb and fell to the ground without moving. After reaching the top of the ceiling, Bede kicked his legs again, jumped straight down, and jumped directly among the 4 or 5 gunmen. Hey, guys, is it fun to shoot guns? Can you add me? Peter started to say sassy words to ease his emotions when he was nervous. Oh, shit. A gunman yelled angrily, but he didn't dare to shoot, so he could only pick up the butt of his gun and hit Bede. Without dodging or evading, Peter reached out to catch the butt of the gun and pushed it forward. Snapped. The rifle slammed into the gunman's face, and the force that he couldn't control perfectly because of his nervousness pushed him several meters away, knocking him out of this small stronghold. Several other gunmen also reacted at this time. Some smashed with guns, and some drew knives. But in Bede's eyes, their speed is pitifully slow. Bede avoided their attacks with a few swipes, activated his hands, and tied the remaining few people into a ball in a short while. Afterwards, he gave each of them a headache and knocked them unconscious. Okay, since you guys are not willing to let me join, then I will go to the next group. Looking at this big meat dumpling, Bede shrugged. He bent down and picked up an automatic rifle. I wanted to try a real gun before, but I never had the chance. Now I finally have the chance. He tried to pull the trigger, and immediately a bunch of bullets shot out. His strong physical fitness made his hands as steady as a rock, and the recoil was suppressed to an extremely low level. Upon seeing this, he excitedly walked to the bunker and fired a round of bullets at another gunner's position not far away. Da-da-da. There were several screams immediately. Hearing the screams, Bede didn't feel any burden in his heart. He didn't kill people before because he used his fists to kill people, which was more or less irrational, but if he used a gun, he couldn't see whether he was dead or not anyway. And these guns originally belonged to the enemy. This is called reciprocity. Besides, everyone is holding a gun, whoever dies will be unlucky. You said I can dodge bullets? Then why can't you hide? If you don't dodge bullets, do you still want bullets to dodge you? Like a child who has found a new toy, P never let go of the trigger. The rate of fire of automatic rifles is extremely fast, and dozens of bullets are fired in a few seconds. Bede took the gun back and looked at it. Because he had never learned it before, he didn't understand how to change bullets. I don't have enough time to study it carefully now, but he didn't care. There are several guns here anyway. Then, he picked them up 2 by 2, held them in his hands, transformed into Rambo, and started shooting wildly at the gunner's position not far away. The bullets of several guns were quickly used up. Touching the warm gun body, Peter threw them on the ground with some unfinished business. It would be great if there was a storage space or something like that. If you take these away, you should be able to sell them for 800 yuan, right? Well, he is poor and crazy. And because of nervousness, his thoughts suddenly began to spread randomly. Afterwards, B turned out of this position and killed the other side again. Thanks to his ferocious fire suppression just now, the gunmen in the gunner positions near him were afraid to take the lead for a while. So he moved on to the next one smoothly. It was another simple operation, turning these people dry on the ground, bundled up, dizzy, and then another classic engraving. After Pete used a similar method to overturn the third position in a row, the voice of the middle-aged Peter Spider came from the headset, waking him up. Don't love to fight, our target is not them, just rush over. Bede sneered, and then realized that he seemed to be a little drunk. He quickly gave up the idea of attacking the next position and rushed to the side. There is a dazzling light shining there, which is obviously the result of the collision of particle streams ejected from the particle collider. Only then did Bede realize that besides himself, the 3 Gwen spiders were already here. "Phew, you're finally here. Gwen almost went back to find you," the middle-aged Peter Spider complained. Bede glanced at the Gwen spider and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I got stuck." "It's okay, we understand," said the middle-aged Peter Spider. "Shadow and Ham have already come out from there and are now looking for a place to put the gadgets. We are here. Are you here?" The Shadow Spider's voice came intermittently from the headset. The middle-aged Peter Spider's eyes lit up. "It seems they have found a location. Let's get there quickly." "It is good." Before the gunman behind them could catch up, after a brief exchange of words, a few people left here and headed deeper. From Penny's description before, they probably imagined that this particle collider would be very huge. But when you really stand here, you will feel its shock. Just a shelf next to the collider is hundreds of meters long, enough for a person to walk on. And similar roads are everywhere at a glance. Obviously, these are the channels provided to the staff during construction, daily maintenance, and other work. And the particle collider is even bigger. Just the protruding jet opening is more than 10 meters thick. The farther back, the larger the diameter is. At the very back, it even reaches hundreds of meters. And this is also the width of this underground space. I'm afraid those people living in Brooklyn above have never imagined that beneath the area where they live every day, someone has dug out such a big hole and installed a machine that can destroy the world. It wasn't until they came to this vicinity that they realized that things were more serious than they had imagined. A majestic stream of particles can be seen, which is constantly tearing apart the surrounding space, and some strange visions are constantly happening around. Those are all things from other parallel worlds. Penny shouted loudly, "We must close it as soon as possible, otherwise, these parallel worlds that are hollowed out by the collision of particle flows will all collide together and eventually be annihilated." "Rejection?" Bede asked aloud. All around are the roar of particle colliders. And due to the spatial fluctuations, the induced magnetic field disorder caused their communicators to completely fail. Now we can only rely on primitive communication roar. "No, it's quantum collapse," Penny yelled. "Where are Mr. Shadow and Mr. Ham?" Gwen Spider asked loudly. The middle-aged Peter Spider had been watching before, and said loudly, "There is movement of fighting over there, it should be over there, let's go there." As he spoke, he took the lead in stretching out the spider thread and swung it over. "It is good." Bede and others quickly followed. However, before they ran far, the spider sensor began to give an early warning. Buzzing. Several people quickly dispersed in the air. The next moment, countless bullets shot at the place they just passed. And on some roads and corners below, gunmen emerged one after another. "Damn Jin Bin, how many men did he call to deal with us?" the middle-aged Peter Spider yelled. Gwen Spider replied, 300? 500? Maybe 1,000. "What to do, do you want to fight?" PETA asked. "No, there's no need. We just need to find Mr. Shadow and Mr. Ham, cover you and insert the gadgets, and then we can leave," middle-aged Peter said. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. I don't think they will invite us to dinner." Bede pointed at the gunmen who were surrounding them from all directions. "Well, they shouldn't mind asking us to shoot them," Gwen Spider responded. The group of people spread out a little, each one about 4 or 5 meters apart, moving in the direction pointed by the middle-aged Peter Spider. The complex environment nearby helped them block many pursuers. After all, these pursuers don't have the ability to swing away directly with spider silk. To chase the spiders, they can only run along the passage. However, Jin Bing, who is wily and scheming, obviously does not have only these methods. When passing a certain corner, the spider mecha was suddenly attacked by something the opponent had planned for a long time, and the spider mech was a little late in dodging, and a large piece of the cockpit glass cover in front of it was melted away. Immediately afterwards, a green mechanical scorpion tail stabbed fiercely at it. "Call out?" Bede's figure flashed and rushed out. At the same time, both hands shot out spider silk, forcefully pulling the mechanical scorpion tail needle away. With such a pull by him, the attacker's figure was finally exposed in front of them. "It's a scorpion?" Apparently, with the help of Jin Bing's instrument, he reinstalled the mechanical scorpion needle that was pulled out by Spider Ham this afternoon. "It's you again, you insidious guy." The middle-aged Peter Spider shouted angrily, stepped forward, and punched him. "It's this thing that doesn't talk about martial arts, which sneaked up on him in the afternoon, and almost caused his old injury to relapse. Do you know how important the waist and back are to a middle-aged man?" The middle-aged Peter Spider grabbed the scorpion man, and bang bang punched him twice. The scorpions are dumbfounded? He just wanted to find the right opportunity to sneak attack, and ran away immediately. As a result, although the sneak attack was small and effective, it was caught and hammered by 2 burly men before it could expand the results. Spider/Spider. After Penny's nervous, slightly crying voice reached their ears, Bede and the middle-aged Peter Spider moved a little louder. "Tell me to bully our beautiful genius girl." PETA directly grabbed one of the scorpion's mechanical legs, snapped it at the joint, and broke it off. "You beat me too, little girl, I despise you." The middle-aged Peter Spider also broke one of his mechanical legs, and then took the mechanical leg and slapped him several times. Okay, he's about to be beaten to death by you." Gwen Spider couldn't stand it any longer. In just 20 seconds or so, only one of the scorpion's 4 legs was left, and the newly repaired mechanical scorpion tail needle was pulled out by the middle-aged Peter Spider. His face was also blue and purple, his eyes were white, and it seemed that he could not be saved. Mr. Parker, Brother Pete, let's go, the spider is fine. Penny also pulled the clothes of the two of them. Bede took a deep breath, then let him go first, but I'll tie him up first, and after I send you back, I'll hand him over to the police. Yeah. Penny nodded heavily. Then Bede and the middle-aged Peter Spider tied up the scorpion man with spider silk and attached it upside down to a pipe to avoid being discovered by the pursuers and rescued him. After doing all this, they set off again. When they turned the corner again, they finally saw the Shadow Spider and Spider-Ham. It's Mr. Ham? My god, who is he fighting? Is that Godzilla? Penny said in shock. On one of the nozzles of the particle collider, Spider-Ham was fighting a huge monster. This monster was 2 meters high, and made Spider-Ham, who was only half the size of an adult, even smaller. Its body is covered with granite-like muscles, and its skin is dark green. The most surprising thing is that this monster actually has a pair of wings. Wait, this image shouldn't be the Green Goblin, PETA exclaimed. Although the image of the monster in front of him has changed drastically, he can still vaguely see some similarities between him and the Green Goblin in his impression. In addition, the little black spider said before that the Green Goblin in this world is a big monster. It's just that the little black spider said that the Green Goblin was killed by the particle collider during the fight with the ultimate spider. He is still alive. Green Goblin? Norman Osborn. After Bede reminded him, the middle-aged Peter Spider also recognized some of his old enemy from the big Green Goblin in front of him. Yes, it's him. This picture, that long pointed shoehorn face, oh, and those goblin-like ears, that's the Green Goblin. The ultimate Green Goblin in the Ultimate Universe? So the physique also has to be so ultimate? There's no need to be so damn rigorous in this kind of place, right? Pete complained. It does look very ultimate. Gwen Spider thought deeply. I think we should help Mr. Ham. Penny suggested. No, I think Mr. Ham is more than enough to deal with him. Let's find out where to insert the gadget. The middle-aged Peter Spider shook his head and suggested, looking at the current situation, the collider will have more and more problems. Seriously, turning it off is the top priority. Spider-Ham is more than enough to fight the ultimate Green Goblin. He looks tiny, maybe less than a 20th the size of the ultimate Green Goblin. But when the strength reaches a certain level, the small size becomes an advantage instead. He flashed and appeared at the feet of the ultimate Green Goblin. After blowing a whistle, he tripped with his leg. The figure of the ultimate Green Goblin slanted away. At this time, Spider-Pigman reached into his pocket and took out a small wooden hammer. Just when Bede and others were wondering what he was going to do, the wooden hammer suddenly turned into a big wooden hammer. That's right, in an instant, it changed from more than 10 centimeters to more than 10 meters. Bigger than the ultimate Green Goblin? Bang! The ultimate Green Goblin was smashed to the ground with a hammer. Then Spider-Ham put away the small wooden hammer, whistled, arched his pig's nose, jumped high, and sat on the ultimate Green Goblin. Ow! The ultimate Green Goblin wailed. Spider-Pigman's relaxed and comfortable look makes people think that he is not fighting, but on vacation. By the way, where is Mr. Shadow? Bede looked around. Spider-Pigman and Shadow Spider lurked in to find the location of the main control board of the particle collider. The gadgets must be plugged into the main control board to be effective. But they only saw Spider-Ham, not Shadow Spider. In fact, the Shadow Spider was opposite them, no more than 100 meters away from them in a straight line. But the eruption of the particle stream covered their senses. And with the Shadow Spider, there was a Spider-Man wearing a similar all-black suit. Little Black Spider Miles Morales? And the one who is fighting them is Ms. Octopus? I didn't expect you to come here anyway, said the Shadow Spider, grabbing one of Ms. Octopus's tentacles, and throwing her out viciously. The little black spider's laughter came from under the mask. Of course, we are a team. As he spoke, he came to where the octopus lady had flown and threw a punch at her. But the octopus lady who reacted grabbed him and threw him to the ground. How is your uncle? Shadow Spider asked after releasing the little black spider from Ms. Octopus's mechanical tentacles. The operation ended 2 hours ago, and we were completely out of danger an hour ago, said little black spider. Wow, that's really great. My Uncle Benjamin couldn't be rescued at that time, alas. Shadow Spider said while avoiding the serial fast attack of Ms. Octopus. I'm sorry, Mr. Shadow. Little black spider apologized. It has nothing to do with you again. Where are B and Mr. Parker? I want to thank B very much. The doctor said that if the bullet didn't deviate by that centimeter, Uncle, he would have died long ago, the little black spider asked. They are coming from the other side, Shadow Spider said. Why don't you leave this place to me, and you can go find them and deal with the thing at the back first? So many colors, it almost dazzled my eyes, although I can also distinguish them. There are only a few kinds, but there are more than mine. Okay, then be careful. The little black spider left the battle circle. But Ms. Octopus didn't want to let him go just like that. But the Shadow Spider's firepower was fully fired, and its moves were deadly, so Ms. Octopus had to fight him with all her strength, not daring to relax in the slightest. She was a little anxious and confused. The development of the situation has been somewhat beyond expectations. For tonight's gamble, her boss Jinping mobilized 300 people from all over New York, all of whom were equipped with guns and distributed at several important nodes. This is because the time is too tight, otherwise the number can be increased several times. Because of the lack of tombstones and the Prowler's combat power, Jinping also spent a lot of money to rescue the Ultimate Green Goblin who was seriously injured and dying. In this way, she, the Scorpion and the Ultimate Green Goblin's 3 high-end combat forces, with 300 gunners, are logically enough to be foolproof. Unexpectedly, a few minutes ago, news came from both the front and rear blocking lines that the defense line had been breached. The central part was originally in charge of the Scorpions, but the Scorpions have not reported any news until now. Not only that, the hunk they had so much hope for, the Ultimate Green Goblin, gets dragged down by a ridiculous cartoon pig. We can only let her, a weak woman, fight alone here. Ms. Octopus even considered giving up. Desperate is impossible. She and Kingpin only have a temporary cooperative relationship and are not strictly superiors and subordinates. Jin also provides research funds, and she will lead the research content, and each takes what he needs. Besides, after these few experiments, she has already collected a lot of data from the particle collider, which can be regarded as the preliminary experimental results, so there is no need to die here. After this thought appeared, Ms. Octopus's aggressiveness became much weaker. The other side. The little black spider jumped up and hung one hand on the nozzle of the rotating particle collider. With the help of the rotation force of the nozzle, when it was about to reach a high point, it jumped up to the ceiling. At this time, there was no obstacle between him and Bede and the others. Hey, Mr. Parker, Bede, Gwen, Penny. Little black spider waved to them. Miles. Gwen Spider asked in surprise, why is he here? The middle-aged Peter Spider felt a little happier. He's finally here, and he didn't disappoint me. Peter asked loudly, have you seen Mr. Shadow? The little black spider pointed to the back and said, Mr. Shadow is fighting Ms. Octopus over there? He asked me to take you to solve this thing. Speaking, he pointed to the particle flow below. It seems everything is going well, the middle-aged Peter Spider said. Then let's allocate tasks next. Bede, you and Miles go plug in the gadget and reload the collider. Gwen, help Shadow defeat that octopus lady. Don't let her hinder our way home. Penny, let's go help Ham and kill this big green guy. Good. ×3. Several people separated immediately. Peter shot out a thread and leaped in the direction of the little black spider. Miles, I'm glad you can come. Bede said after coming to the little black spider. The little black spider laughed happily. I also want to thank you, Bede, you saved my uncle's life. That's okay, we're partners, aren't we? That's right. Let's end this together, mate. Ask for a wave of follow-up reading. This week has already been inferred. If it is still inferred next week, then grateful. While talking, the two quickly crawled towards the headspace of the collider. At this time, the surrounding situation has become more and more serious. Big black holes appeared one after another around the particle flow. There are even things flying out of it. B even saw a PS controller? I don't know which world it came from. But all this shows that multiple realities are being squeezed, and the quantum space is collapsing? What they didn't know was that at this time, the Brooklyn neighborhood directly above was already in chaos. Wave after wave of vibrations is constantly bombarding the ground of Brooklyn, causing many houses to crumble. At the same time, the quantum particles swept over from other multiverses also began to spill out. The closer the collider is to the center, the more serious this phenomenon is. On the side of the road, there are street lamp flowers that are glued together with several street lamps from other universes. There are roadside telephone booths that are overlapped and exploded by telephone booths from other universes, and there is also a large section of road pavement that is attracted by other universes. Someone was even almost swept away by these things. Everyone is in danger, but they don't know what happened. The siren blares everywhere on the street, but even the police are confused and can't find the reason at all. They can only scurry around the street like headless chickens, or appease the panicked citizens. My God? What's going on here? Where's the insertion port? When B and the little black spider came to the insertion opening that was originally located at the top of the space, the little black spider suddenly let out an exclamation. The insertion port is still there, but the green safety button that was supposed to be located near the insertion port to turn on and shut down the collider in an emergency has disappeared. Instead of panicking like the little black spider, Bede looked around. After the baptism of the melee just now, he has completely completed his transformation, and he has some appearances that a mature Spider-Man should have. I saw that the violent particle flow was completely out of control at this time, turning the surrounding area into a strange space filled with dazzling and strange colors. It's just that after they came up for a while, there was only one piece of land left in the vicinity that remained intact. But this plot is just quietly suspended in the colorful sky, like a suspended island. What on earth happened? Little black spider couldn't help but ask. B pointed to not far away. There was a subway coming here at high speed. He was somewhat familiar with this subway, and it should belong to the same model as the one he rode with Gwen Spider during the day. At this time, the little black spider said, "Oh my God, this is the subway passing by here. Why is it here? And it's still suspended in the air." Bede thought thoughtfully and said, "The particle flow of the collider will temporarily open the passage to other worlds and cause chaos in the spacetime continuum of this world. Therefore, it is not good that this subway, which was originally a few hundred meters away, appears here. Oh, Miles, if this continues, within a few minutes, the several opened worlds will all be mixed together, and these worlds will all be destroyed. He took out the gadget from his arms and inserted it into the slot. No matter, read and write the overloaded program first, open the channel, and let them go back to their respective worlds. Yeah. The little black spider was also affected by Bede's calmness, and his flustered heart gradually returned to calm. No, it's not just them, Bede, you have to go back too. I can't go back. Bede shook his head, my world is different from theirs. But you have to try, the little black spider asked back. Bede was silent for a moment, then nodded, okay, I will try. But can you finish it alone? Little black spider raised his hand and clenched his fist, affirming, don't worry, I can do it. Don't underestimate my awareness. Okay, then I'll tell them the news now, you go to the safety button. Seeing this, Bede no longer hesitated. But judging by the appearance of the little black spider, it has indeed grown a lot. Should be reliable. Come on. Come on. Bede and the little black spider clenched their fists and separated again. Bede went back the same way to find Gwen Spider and Shadow Spider. The little black spider is going to find the land where the safety button is placed in this strange space torn apart by the turbulence of space. Bede jumped onto a skyscraper that drifted over from an unknown world, squatted on all fours in a corner, and closed his eyes. At this moment, his spider sense seemed to become a wonderful web. The intricate time and space turbulence around him became his help instead. In the complicated turbulence, there seems to be a strange law. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Here. Bede jumped and fell free all the way from the building. After falling for dozens of meters, a building facing him appeared in front of him. He shot out the spider silk with both hands, and a spider silk ejected, and the speed increased a little bit. In such an intricate environment, his actions have not been affected in any way, but have been slightly improved. When traveling through the turbulence of time and space, Bede suddenly had a very strange feeling. Can't say it, but it's kind of comfortable. It seems like this is his home court. In this state, his spider sense, strength, speed, etc. all seemed to have increased somewhat. After a while, several companions appeared in front of him again. Ms. Octopus has long been missing, and she probably slipped away because of bad luck. At this time, several other Spider-Men were besieging the Ultimate Green Goblin. It is not clear how much this Ultimate Green Goblin's combat power is, but the skill of resistance to beating is definitely full. Surrounded by so many Spider-Mans, it has survived for so long, which is really rare. The situation was urgent, and Bede didn't mean to talk nonsense. Under the multiple accelerations when he came here before, his speed at this time can only be described as very scary. Gwen Spider and the others could only feel a flash of red and blue lightning suddenly shooting from a distance. Afterwards, the Ultimate Green Goblin who was surrounded by them and was still struggling for a long time was suddenly sent flying. Countless blood was sprinkled in the air. Boom! Bede's figure fell heavily to the ground. Pete. Wow, Bideo Ni-san, did you recruit Astro Boy or Errol just now? Good job. The companions were not stingy at all, and they all gave their praises for Bede's stunning blow. Bede just said, the reloading procedure has been completed. Everyone, let's enter the particle flow. Where's Miles? Asked the middle-aged Peter Spider. The situation is urgent, and there is no way to explain it carefully. In short, the safety switch and the insertion port have been separated. Now Miles is going to find the safety switch. I will stay and help him. But before that, I must see you all go back before I can destroy the collider directly after finding the safety switch. Bede's face was serious. The chaotic particle flow, sloping buildings, and flying subways are facing the crisis of collapse. For the first time, he truly felt the heavy responsibility brought by this ability. Seeing Bede's expression, others also realized the seriousness of the matter. All right then, I'll go first. Spider-Ham clapped his hands neatly. When he was about to jump off the edge, he turned around and walked back, then took out a familiar small wooden hammer from his pocket and handed it over. Let's keep it as a souvenir. Peter took the small wooden hammer, and he still had a vivid memory of the scene where Spider-Ham turned the small wooden hammer into a big wooden hammer and then smashed the Ultimate Green Goblin with one hammer. Can I also make it bigger to hit people? Probably not, it's just a commemoration. Spider-Ham shrugged and jumped into the particle flow. The Shadow Spider was the second to walk up to Bede, and put his hand on his shoulder. Come on, Bede. I feel a breath that is different from ours in you. Your future has infinite possibilities. Breath? Peter asked suspiciously, what kind of breath? I don't know, it's just intuition, the intuition of Spider Detective, said Shadow Spider, nodding his head. After speaking, he also jumped down. Penny stepped forward and grabbed a handful of candy, all kinds of candies, Bideenison, think of Penny. Bede nodded, touched her head, and then touched the spider mech. I will miss you. Spider Mecha, carrot. After Penny left, the middle-aged Peter Spider also came forward and hugged Bede. Say goodbye to Miles for me. Well, I will. Peter nodded. Mr. Parker, go find Mary Jane when you get back. I think she has been waiting for you. Thank you, I will. The middle-aged Peter Spider nodded. To be honest, after seeing Miles and Penny, I also want to try what it's like to have a child. It should be good, right? Peter laughed and said, then I wish your child has a mind like Penny's. In the end, only Gwen Spider remained. Gwen Spider walked up to Bede in a few steps, but said nothing, as if he was struggling with his words. Bede took the initiative to stretch out his hand and said with a very serious expression, Gwen, I promised you that I will take you to see the truly beautiful scenery in this world and make many friends. I will definitely find a way to travel through time and space, go find you in your world. Well, I believe you. Gwen Spider took a step forward and hugged Pede tightly. Pede was stunned for a moment, and hugged Gwen Spider tightly. After a few seconds, the two let go. Okay, Gwen, go back quickly, Bede said softly, remember, there is still me in your world. Gwen Spider nodded heavily. Her world was once filled with darkness, but at this moment, there is already a ray of light lighting up in it. Just as she was about to jump off the edge, Gwen Spider suddenly turned around and pecked Pede's face like a superficial peck. Gwen. Peter was stunned for a moment before he woke up suddenly, realizing what Gwen Spider had done to him just now. But when he took a few steps to the edge and looked down, he found that the figure of the Gwen Spider had gradually disappeared into the particle flow. Touching the place where the kiss was kissed on the face, it seemed that there was still warmth left by the tenderness. Bede now wanted to jump into the particle flow immediately, follow her to the world regardless of it. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Gwen, I will definitely go back and find you, wait for me, Bede murmured. The increasingly strong sense of spiders in my mind is pointing in a certain direction. His physical fitness is also growing rapidly at this moment. He wasn't sure if it was a temporary buff or permanent. Now, he doesn't care either. At this moment, there is only one thought in his mind. Find the safety button to end it all, then find a way to travel through time and space to the world of Gwen Spider? No, if he could solve everything here as quickly as possible, maybe he could enter the particle collider before it was destroyed, and go directly to the world of Gwen Spider? The next moment, a spider thread shot out, and Bede's figure moved quickly again in the turbulent flow of time and space. Not long after, he found the figure of the little black spider in the chaotic space-time turbulent field. However, at this moment, the little black spider was not next to the safety button, but was fighting with a guy whose body was as strong as a double-door refrigerator. Gold End? It's this guy again. He hadn't seen him in the previous battle, and he thought that Jinbing, like Ms. Octopus, had been scared away by these space-time turbulence. Didn't expect him to still be there. Moreover, it is still preventing the little black spider from finding the safety button. To end all this? Damn it, do you want all these worlds to be destroyed? B was already in a bad mood because of the parting with his friends just now, but at this moment, he seemed to regard Jinbin as a punching bag. He roared angrily and turned into lightning again, flying out. Kim doesn't have spider sense. Originally, it was relatively easy for him to fight against the little black spider. Little black spider's ability development, combat experience, etc. are still relatively immature, and he was bullied by Jinbing very badly. This made Jinbing regain a bit of self-confidence. But this sudden roar made Jin involuntarily recall the fear of being dominated by a fist the size of a sandbag. You, bang! Jinbing just said a word, and was thrown flying by Pita's punch. With his huge body, he was not sent flying, but rolled on the ground many times. Thank you Bede, you saved me again. The little black spider climbed up from the ground. When Bede came, he was pinned to the ground by Jinbing with one hand pinching his neck, and slamming his face with the other hand crazily. The fierce attack with punches to the face made him even forget that he was stronger than Jinbin, and it was not difficult to break free from Jinbin's restraints. Did you find the safety button? Pita asked. The little black spider pointed in one direction and said, it's over there, but I was stopped by Jinbin just now, so I can't get through. Then let's go there now. Pita was about to leave. Jinbing had already been smashed to the ground by his one-punch man, and this last obstacle had been completely removed. No, B, you can go now. The little black spider shook its head. Pita looked at him. The little black spider said sincerely, thank you for everything you have done for this world, but I am the only person in this world. Now is the time, I will finish the rest. In fact, I was waiting for you to leave, so I didn't press the button immediately. Push the button. Okay, then, goodbye, Miles. Pita nodded and hugged him. By the way, Mr. Parker and the others asked me to say goodbye to you on their behalf. Goodbye, B. Thank you. The little black spider moved. Pita let go of him and shot a thread that flew in the direction of the distant stream of particles. Suddenly, the voice of the little black spider came from behind. Before I leave, I would like to ask, what exactly do you do? It feels like you know something incredible. He was referring to the space-time continuum that Bede said earlier. Bede smiled. In fact, most of his guesses were based on guesswork, but the truth is almost inseparable. Me? I'm just a science fiction writer, The moment he entered the particle flow, Pita suddenly felt his whole body quiet down. The surrounding particles are still jumping crazily in a frenzy, countless messy things appearing inadvertently, and disappearing inadvertently. This is because the connection of several worlds makes them travel back and forth in several different parallel universes, and Bede is only in one of the universes at this time, so they can only be observed occasionally. But that won't be the case for long. Because soon, several parallel universes will collide with each other, and then just like the Roche limit of a rigid body exists between planets, two parallel universes that are too close will attract and disintegrate each other. As the most primitive quantum form, it will be completely eliminated. Bede first sensed his own situation. According to Penny, when everyone enters the particle flow, due to the overloaded program, the particle flow will read the quantum information on each of you, thereby opening the quantum channel of the parallel universe that matches your own quantum information. Therefore, as long as you follow the feeling in the particle flow, you can return to your own world by the same path. However, after Peter sensed it, he found that he felt nothing. He has no way home. Really? Bede was not surprised. After all, he had already realized in his heart that his time travel was completely different from that of Gwen Spider and the others. Now we are just confirming this conjecture. Afterwards, he tried to move his hands, and soon found that he could actually swim in this particle flow. Is this my characteristic ability? It's no surprise that some Spider-Mans have their own unique abilities. For example, the invisibility and discharge of the little black spider, called the Stinger in the game, Penny driving the mech, the Shadow Spider is more concealed, the Gwen Spider has weakened the power but strengthened the speed, etc. These are the differences he has learned these days. But what surprised him was that, like the middle-aged Peter Spider, the spider genes in his body seemed to be orthodox, that is, they only had the basic strengthening ability, without their own characteristics. After a long experiment with no results, B also accepted the result. Although there are no weird additional abilities, possessing the spider gene is already a gift from God. People must learn to be content with themselves. But now, he felt as if he had discovered his own special ability. Particle flow? No, it's quantum? He remembered the indescribable pleasure his body felt when he entered the violent particle flow space. I didn't have time to think about it. But now he discovered that it was actually because his body cells were absorbing the quantum energy in the particle flow, because the absorbed energy was too much, which exceeded the range that his body cells could bear, so it was released unconsciously, allowing his body to get a comprehensive boost. B tried to control his body, not to absorb the energy in the particle stream. It was a bit difficult to control at first, but soon, he was like his fingers. Quantum switches in the body can be automatically turned on and off. When turned on, it will continue to consume quantum energy, and can choose to temporarily increase himself in all directions, or choose to increase a certain aspect. And when turned off, he returns to his normal state. This made him understand, this really is his characteristic ability? Because Spider-Man's characteristic abilities are all passive skills, which are hidden in his body and belong to him, so as long as he digs them out, he can quickly learn to use them. Obviously, there is still a lot of room for digging in this ability, but Peter has other business at the moment. Gwen. Since he couldn't return to his own world, of course he had to go to Gwen Spider's world. His goal is not ambitious. It would be great if he and Gwen Spider can form a spider husband and wife team and live their lives like this. In the particle flow, there is no need to consider the consumption. Bede has driven the quantum energy to the maximum state, all of which are used to strengthen his spider sense. His spider sense rapidly extended outward at 100 meters, 200 meters, and 400 meters. Pictures of parallel universes appeared in his mind. There is Toby Spider, a muscular spider wearing a classic red and blue spider suit, Garfield Spider, a tall and tall spider wearing an extraordinary spider suit, and a six-armed Spider-Man with 6 arms and a head full of eyes and spines. Harry Spider Demon. The impact of particle colliders on parallel universes is growing. However, since just now, the pictures of these parallel universes have been disappearing, indicating that the little black spider has successfully shut down the particle collider. Bede should now be at the intersection of many parallel universes. Why didn't you find the universe of the Gwen Spider? Feeling the disappearance of one by one parallel universes from the induction, Bede was secretly anxious while being delighted. At this time, found it. Bede opened his eyes suddenly, showing joy. A familiar figure was standing on a dark tall building looking into the distance. That's the figure of Gwen Spider? Peter added quantum energy to his hands and legs, and rushed there quickly. However, before he could run halfway, the spider sense was interrupted. Fuck. Bede yelled angrily. This feeling of being only one step away from success is so fucked up. But at this time, he didn't have the time to express his emotions. There was only one way before him, find a quantum channel and drill through it. Otherwise, when all these open quantum channels are closed, he will be trapped in the cracks of this parallel universe for a lifetime. Unless someone can open the quantum channel in the future, he can only be trapped here to death. Peter turned on the spider sensor to the maximum state again. This time, he didn't look at other quantum channels from far away. Instead, he focused his attention directly on the 3 closest to him. He is sure to get through all 3 of them in an instant. But which one to go for? The first one seems to be a Lego universe on the opposite side. Peter was drunk thinking about the image of himself appearing in the Lego universe as a real person. No. The second seems to be prehistoric times. Wait, why is there a T-Rex in a spider suit? How do you carry Pinru's wardrobe? Bede decisively ruled out this option. Going to this world to stay for a while, I'm afraid he will become a primitive man. Does he want to be the ancestor of human beings in that world? The third one. Real-life universe? That's it. Bede thought for a while, then rushed over and got into it. At the same time, a real universe. In a building. A huge strange channel that looks like a certain blue fat man's zoom in and zoom out tunnel is constantly emitting a strange light. In the room outside the passage, 2 red and 1 white, 3 people are fighting fiercely. On one side of the battle was a woman in all white clothing. Her body shook from time to time, and her state seemed very unstable. It seemed that she might disappear from this world in the next second. On the other hand, the two people on the other side zoom in and out for a while, making them look even weirder. Just as the three of them were fighting fiercely, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed in the tunnel beside them. A figure suddenly emerged from it. Father. The three people in the fight watched over one after another, and one of the women shouted, "What?" Finally coming out of the quantum channel, I feel down to earth. While Pedro was rejoicing, he suddenly heard someone calling him Dad. For a moment, Pedro was a little dazed. "No, Hope, that's not your father." The man grabbed the woman who called her father. "Hey, buddy, who are you? Why did you come out of here? Wait, are you that little boy?" The man took a step forward and asked. Peter looked over at the sound and frowned. He seemed to recognize the identity of the person in front of him. "You are Ant-Man." Scott made an exaggerated surprise expression. "Wow, I seem to be quite famous? But buddy, how about we talk about who you are first?" Peter quickly glanced behind Ant-Man, and immediately recognized the identities of the other two. Hope Van Dyne, the biological daughter of the first Ant-Man Hank Pym, and also the second-generation Wasp, Ant-Man's official partner. The other one wearing a white suit is Ghost Girl, whose real name is Ava Starr, the daughter of Dr. Eggman Ilahi Starr. When Dr. Egghead was conducting a quantum experiment, an explosion happened, and Dr. Egghead and his wife were killed on the spot. Ava's body was also affected by the radiation and became a molecularly unstable state. SHIELD tried to take advantage of her ability by creating a suppression suit and training her as an invisible agent, codenamed Ghost. After the fall of SHIELD, Dr. Pym's friend and quantum physics professor Bill Foster adopted her and tried to cure her. So, am I transmigrated into Ant-Man 2, saving the mother-in-law? And many more? Wrong? Be remembered suddenly. This is not making a movie? Ant-Man 2 is the superhero unit of Ant-Man. In order to increase the presence of Ant-Man, it seems that there are no other superheroes. But in fact, the timeline of Ant-Man 2 and Reunion 3 are almost the same. Maybe right now, in the distant space, on the refugee ship in Asgard, Thor and Hulk are fighting Thanos? Worthy? Peter only wanted to curse his mother. Now there is good news and bad news. The good news is, he has come to the Marvel Cinematic Universe he is most familiar with, and there are many superheroes he likes here. Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Black Panther, Captain Marvel, Doctor Strange. I can't finish them in one breath. Oh yes, and a certain little spider that never seems to grow up no matter how much it goes through. Bad news, Thanos is about to snap his fingers? Nima? Fake? Depend on. #% and? He just wanted to find a suitable world to refuge. Why did he suddenly enter the hell-level dungeon? Although he and the other Spider-Men just solved a crisis that could lead to the destruction of the multiverse, it is actually not that difficult to solve that. Kingpin and his men had average fighting capabilities. That's Street Fighter level. And here, although it is only the destruction of a single universe, oh no, it is the crisis of the destruction of half of the people in a single universe. But what about the enemy? Chances are Thanos has collected 2 or 3 Infinity Stones by now, with the sword as the body, the Deathblade General who claims that the sword will not be destroyed but will not die, Ebony Maw, who possesses all kinds of object control magic and extremely high IQ, a black dwarf with a strong body and unparalleled defense, Proxima Centauri, with super fighting skills and a spear in his hand that may have the attribute of death. There are also almost endless dark legions? Damn, how do you fight this? Peter was numb all over. His gaze gradually regained focus, and fell on Ant-Man and the Wasp in front of him. The good news is that this world has the technology that can open quantum channels, which means that he has a good chance of going back to the world of Gwen Spider. But the key lies in these two people in front of them. Dr. Hank Pym's quantum tunnel is the only known ability in this universe that can travel through parallel universes. The other is Miss America, who appeared in Doctor Strange 2, The Multiverse of Madness. But let's not say that her ability is basically uncontrollable. Even she herself doesn't know which universe she will transfer herself to. Even which universe Miss America is hanging out in now, Pete doesn't know either. If you want to wait for her, you have to wait at least 5 years. And Dr. Pym's quantum tunnel is right in front of you, so you shouldn't hesitate to choose which one to choose. These two prospective son-in-laws who are the daughters of the first Ant-Man Hank Pym, they are not together at this time, they are just partners, and they have a good relationship, and then borrow the quantum tunnel in the future. B quickly made up his mind. It sounds very long, but in fact, all these thoughts in his mind just floated by in just a few seconds. In the eyes of Ant-Man and the Wasp, this guy who appeared suddenly just stood in front of them for a while, and then walked towards them with a wide smile. Hello, my name is Pete, and I am a Spider-Man from a parallel universe. I was almost trapped in the quantum space before. Thank you for opening the quantum tunnel and saving me. Bede's remarks also have some considerations of his own. His words were half-truths. He did come from a parallel universe. After defeating Jinbin, destroying the particle collider, and saving a crisis in the multiverse, he should barely be considered Spider-Man. It is also true that he was almost trapped in the quantum space, but the quantum tunnel was drilled by him on his own initiative. The reason why I say this is because the Dutch spiders in this world are decent heroes. From the timeline of American Team 3 to Ant-Man 2, it took about 2 years, Ant-Man was grounded for 2 years, and the distance between release 3 days. And the Dutch Spider was recruited by Iron Man from American Team 3 and became an intern Avenger. In the past 2 years, it is enough to establish the concept of Spider-Man is a good guy. Therefore, by revealing his identity as Spider-Man, he can gain the natural favor of decent superheroes like Ant-Man even if Ant-Man and Spider-Man are not familiar at all. The second is because there is a saying called Franklin effect. The content is, compared with those who have been helped by you, those who have helped you will be more willing to help you again. This is social intelligence. When the other party realizes that his little effort is of great help to you, he will get the feeling of being recognized and respected from you, thereby shortening the spiritual distance between him and you. The same is true at this time. When Pete said these words with gratitude, both Ant-Man and the Wasp became less vigilant towards him. Ant-Man even stepped forward and took the initiative to hold his outstretched hand. Hi, B. My name is Scott, this is Hope, and this is our enemy lady. She stole our lab, so we're fighting her now to get it back, and that's it. Hello, Scott. Hello, Hope. Nice to meet you. Pete said hello to the two, and then looked at the ghost woman beside him. Since he appeared just now, Ghost Woman didn't attack Ant-Man and Wasp again, but stood aside, looking at B with burning eyes. Of course, B didn't think it was the girl who fell in love with him, but because of energy. His characteristic spider ability gave him the ability to store quantum energy in his body, and thanks to the particle flow of the collider, all the cells in his body were full of quantum energy at this time. The molecular instability state that appeared in the Ghost Girl is actually very similar to the state of common name rejection phenomenon and formal name quantum collapse that appeared in the Ultimate Universe of Gwen Spider and the others. The quantum collapse phenomenon of Gwen Spider and others is because the quantum they carry comes from their respective universes, and the reason why each parallel universe is a parallel universe is because there are fundamental differences between them. The greater the difference, the greater the quantum difference that constitutes the universe, and the more obvious the resulting quantum collapse phenomenon. Vice versa. The best example is that in Spider-Man, No Return for Heroes, Tobey Spider and Garfield Spider also came to this world from different parallel universes, but because the difference between their own world and this world does not count too big, they are all real-life universes, and their ages are very similar, so the phenomenon of quantum collapse in them is not serious. In addition, they didn't stay for a long time, so naturally there was no quantum collapse phenomenon. But if it takes a long time, it is estimated that it will still happen. The molecular instability of the Ghost Woman is actually the same. When Dr. Egghead's quantum instrument exploded, it is likely that the channel of the parallel universe was briefly opened, causing the quantum of some other parallel universes to pour into the body of the Ghost Woman Ava. The mixture of different quanta in multiple universes makes the Ghost Woman's body swing back and forth between several different parallel universes. When swinging to other parallel universes, she is invisible in the horizon of this universe. And because her ability is incomplete, she cannot receive information from other parallel universes, nor can she feel that she has been to other parallel universes. Of course, in fact, she should not have really been there. It can only be said that part of the quantum in her returned to that universe at a specific time, and then quickly returned to her. To solve this problem, the method is actually very simple. She only needs to use quantum energy to stabilize the molecular structure in her body to get her out of this state. And the reason why she robbed Dr. Pym's laboratory and confronted Ant-Man and the Wasp was because she wanted to use the quantum tunnel in the laboratory to extract quantum energy to heal herself. The Ghost Woman looked at B, and after saying a word, she suddenly staggered back, leaning her back against an experimental table, and sat down on the ground. Countless phantoms began to appear on her body. Some are standing, some are sitting, some are looking up, and some are crying bitterly. These are her in different parallel universes or different timelines, and they are symptoms of quantum distortion in her body. Bede sighed, walked forward, and knelt down. The Ghost Woman stared at him while enduring the pain. Bede held up a finger. Hey, buddy, what are you going to do? I think you'd better stay away from her. She's a bit weird and dangerous. Ant-Man said a kind reminder from behind. Bede didn't reply. He put his finger on the Ghost Woman's forehead, and at the same time turned on the quantum switch in his body. His fingers glowed slightly, and quantum energy invisible to the naked eye was continuously pouring into the Ghost Woman's body, repairing the damaged molecular structure in her body. With the progress of this restoration, her body gradually stabilized, and all those strange phantoms around her disappeared. Behind them, Ant-Man and the Wasp looked at each other and looked at each other. Only then did they realize that this Mr. Spider from the parallel universe was actually healing this girl. Does that Spider boy you know have this ability? The Wasp asked, nudging Ant-Man with her elbow. Ant-Man shrugged. Maybe. I'm not familiar with him. That kid sounds not much older than my daughter. How could I possibly play with him? Okay, there should be no more problems with your body. After a long time, B stood up and said, he actually doesn't like the ghost girl. In the original play, she almost went crazy in order to treat herself. She completely ignored the life and death of Dr. Pym and the first-generation Wasp couple who were still inside, and said if he dies just die nonsense. Although I can understand the unscrupulousness of a terminally ill person in order to survive, it is really hard to like this kind of demeanor that robs others of their achievements and kills them. There is nothing wrong with wanting to live, but it is a big mistake to presuppose harming the lives of others. What's more, this other is still her savior if she is really cured by quantum tunneling. Then Dr. Pym, who has studied quantum tunneling, is her savior. This inappropriate Mr. Dongguo and the wolf? As for why save her now, one reason is to let her stop thinking about the quantum tunnel next to her. After all, he still needs to use this tunnel to open the quantum tunnel to find Gwen Spider. Second, as long as there is a quantum tunnel, his quantum energy can be replenished at any time, and it doesn't matter if it is used up. Besides, he has a huge reserve in his body, and he is full in the particle flow. It cost less than 1/10 of the total to cure the ghost girl, so it didn't have much impact on him. There is another one, which is a small experiment. If he can use his quantum energy to stabilize the ghost girl, does that mean that he can also use his quantum energy to stabilize the body of Gwen Spider? In this way, he can really take Gwen Spider to travel in different parallel universes. The other side. The ghost girl sat on the ground, looking at her body in shock. Stable hand, stable body, stable everything? Since the accident at the age of 7, for more than 20 years, she has suffered the pain of cells being torn and then stitched every day. This pain almost drove her crazy. And now, this pain has completely disappeared. The whole world becomes better. She reached out to touch the leg of the table beside her, but her body did not pass through it. This feeling of being able to touch reality at any time made her extremely excited. Not far away, a tall and fat black man looked at this side, with a gratified smile unconsciously on his face, and then cast a grateful look at Pete. At this moment, a bright light burst out from the quantum tunnel not far away again. A cool car jumped out of it while zooming in. Then boom, the quantum tunnel exploded. Pete, what about my big quantum tunnel?